get all the info you need, Brig. One team trying to go there from the Philippines, the hope bringer. I think this is still really the hope bringer outside of course, Onik on the other side, but Yangon, man, what a story that would be if they're sitting in the finals representing Myanmar.
I agree. Like, if I wasn't Filipino, I would probably be really looking to root for Yangon, but this is, as you saw earlier, yes, Flap, who will have to go up against them. He already has had experience winning international championships and specifically going up against teams from this particular region. So I think he's well aware of what he could potentially experience and go through now that he's going up against Yangon. But against Ying, I think that's where a lot of attention is going to be put into. Because based on the games that they've played, they've been very different in terms of approach.
Yeah, you've talked about Ying. 21.4 KDA.
Say that it was what?
21.4 KDA heading into this day. For an EXP laner to have that many kills and that less amounts of deaths is insane.
So everyone who knows, that's 20 kills for every time you die. So that is the most ridiculous. A good KDA is like 2. That is a pretty good KDA in most games. So pretty insane. He's 10 times above a good job. That's why I'm saying in the Galaxy. The other thing we need to look at, of course, is Team Falcons PH, who are going to have to shut down Ying. And that goes to, as you mentioned, Brig, one of those international champions who is now back on his surge, which is Flap. Of course, Kyle, Haji, Ogwin, and bulletproof Super Marco. Can they continue this run representing the Philippines as the second seed with Team Liquid falling out earlier? We sat down and had a chance to talk with their coach. I believe it's maybe Moody, who actually gave us some thoughts heading into today's game.
Eterna here, and now we are with Coach Moody. Welcome.
Thank you.
Coach, this is an intense match. We're going to get straight into it. Up against Vitality yesterday, and now you're up against Yangon Galacticos. Is there a preparation difference that you had to do?
I would say nothing much, like just the usual things that we do on a regular preparation. We're the type of team that like to focus on our mistakes and fix those instead of like focusing on what the team can do. But it's different with this, with Yangon, just because we know that they like to do cheese strats and with cheese picks, yeah.
Now that's really what we wanted to ask you. Yangon and their cheese picks. Has that been like a challenge to prepare for? Are you expecting even more surprises maybe?
I do, because technically Yangon has been like a screen partner before flying to Paris, and I believe they're one of the teams to beat ever since, like before starting the tournament.
So they've been strong in scrims. But then you know their picks then.
Depends. Maybe they'll show us something new.
But you're prepared for that?
Of course.
Okay. But after your win against Vitality yesterday, did the team manage to get like a confidence boost? Like, did you regard Vitality as a strong team?
Personally, for me, as long as the job is not done, it's just a slight boost. But for the players, for sure, they were confident that, you know, we want to reach grand finals.
Were they really happy about it?
Yes.
Oh, it looked like it. They were celebrating quite a bit on stage.
Of course, because Vitality is also one of the teams that we really wanted to beat before entering the tournament.
For sure, and you're up against YG now. But we do want to ask you, when it comes down to drafting phase, side selection, how important is that in this current meta?
I think it's very important that, I don't want to say too much, but it depends on which side you are, and you have to really prepare, like on what's coming. Because, yeah, I just want to say that one side has an upper hand.
One side has an upper hand. Okay, I'm not going to ask which side. I'll let the panel break that down. But that's really good insight because we're seeing like a difference in win rates among different teams as well between blue side and red side selection.
I know, like, what's the win rate?
Do I keep it secret too, chat? I think I'll keep it secret too. But of course, up against YG, you are now against a fellow Filipino coach. We have Coach Marvs on the other side. Do you perhaps have a message for him in this upcoming battle?
Coach Marvs, can I speak in Tagalog?
Of course.
Para sa Pilipinas, ibigay mo na to, and good luck.
I hope that was a good message.
That was a good message.
I trust you. I know we just met, but I trust you. Thank you so much, Coach, for this interview. Best of luck as well for your next match.
Thank you.
And now we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Speaking of that, we can reveal that blue side has actually won 53% of the time in this tournament, 47% for red. But let me tell you something else. It was a lot higher in group stages, which I think means that teams like Onic, who were winning sometimes from the red side, have pushed it more even. Will we see more dominance from blue heading into this? All of that to be found out as well. But thank you for the information, Moody. We'll let him get back to the teams. Now turning our attention to Yangon Galacticos, which have, like we mentioned, one of the best performing, the best performing single player in Ying with a KDA that is insane. It sounds unreal. Of course, with Han, Kaizi, Blink, and Sanji, this team is prepared to win it all. But do people still doubt them? I'd say there are a few, but their road to EWC, if it ends with a grand finalist journey, will be anything but doubtable.
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose in M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
As now, Warming scores, have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship.
Bringing the Myanmar back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esports can change life.
Well, Yangon Galacticos coming out after an undefeated run, our only undefeated team still left in this tournament, and a lot of it leans onto Ying. How important is he going to be? Because we were talking with Maui, who helps us get set up. I still think he's like the boss of everything behind the scenes. He's doing undercover boss. I know it, Maui. You can't lie to me. He said that his FYP was filled with Barats and Ying. How good is this guy? How dominant is he? And how do you solve that problem if you're Team Falcons Philippines, Brig?
I think that's what I really wanted to point out earlier too, because I felt like Flap and Ying had very different approaches into playing this game. Like they have very different ways of dictating the pace and tempo of the team fights. If it's Ying, it's really more on these tankier type of setup, XP lanes that we see, and these flashy entries with the Barretts specifically, which is why I think a lot of our FYPs are already filled with the Barretts highlights. But Flap also has the tendency to go damage and just really all out on zoning, where it's more one-time, big-time setups that you really expect from Ying, which I feel is a must shutdown if you are Falcons.
Yeah, he is undefeated, 4-0 on the Barretts, if I'm not mistaken. I think a good amount of his great KDA comes from his play with that hero. And then you mentioned the keyword there for Flap, which is zoning. They've always utilized the Esmeralda and Uranus for Flap, even back in MPL Philippines, as a means to take control of the part of the map that Flap is in. He will cut behind the first turret, go into the jungle of the opposing team, get vision, delay, go back to lane, rinse and repeat. And you usually don't think of Uranus and Esmeralda as a split-pushing macro hero. That's how Falcons loves to play the Uranus and Esmeralda.
Well, Flap, he's a Philippine champion. He's a world champion back in M2, I believe. And then, of course, you have the chance to see that they are up against a team that has so much support as, I don't know if you can really call them an underdog. We still are waiting to see how these results hold against Team Falcons PH, but we are believing in Yangon Galacticos as what they've done so far. It's hard not to. And speaking of that, their fans back at home are actually celebrating just as much as the fans here in the stadium, maybe even more. We've seen some cool watch parties happen, and we wanted to show you a little bit of an image from that. If we have it up, we'll throw it. Otherwise, we'll stay on my single. I'll keep talking about it. Okay, it's a video. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Hello Paris and hello EWC. This is Adamo reporting live from the Yangon Galacticos Galactic Watch Party in Yangon, Myanmar. Behind me are a lot of passionate fans and KOL and creators who have gathered tonight to support YG as they are compete at MSC 2026. Our player may be competing at MSC, but the support from Myanmar is very louder than ever. Everyone here is ready for cheering to YG from the first minute until the final MBB. Before we send it back to Paris, let's give the team one message. ရန်ကုန် Galacticos အများကြီးကြိုးစားခဲ့ဖို့အတွက်ဒါတို့မျှော်လင့်ပါတယ်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံနဲ့တူတူဒါတို့ပြန်လာခဲ့ဖို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ် Good luck to the YG and back to the Paris
Wow, that's fun. That's fun, Brig.
Yes, it is. I met Atarmon in M7.
Oh, you did?
She was very bubbly, and at the time, I could already sense how the community in Myanmar was really starting to grow. And especially if you look at the social medias of Yangon, they have really huge following, considerably huge, especially for a region that we've maybe last seen dominate really or have a dominant run in M2.
The entire country is behind them. But there was an interesting comment that I read. Going through the comments of how the Filipinos are wary and respectful of this team from Myanmar. So many Burmese comments pointed out just one man. They fear one man, and his name is Flap. Because they say every time they meet him in an international, Flap beats Myanmar.
Well, will Flap begin the wings of Falcons, flapping into the grand finals? Or will it be Myanmar who shut them down and claim that they are one of the top 2 teams in the galaxy in MLBB? Yangon Galacticos, Team Falcons PH. It's a battle of Myanmar and the Philippines' last hope, and it begins right now.
Today, we witness the Final Four battle it out in their slot in the Grand Finals.
And what a run.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. But one thing is for sure. The question today is who will rise above?
My friends, what a run we've had from 16 teams down to only 4 playing from these very desks. The pressure is on for every single remaining player on these 4 squads. They're here to make MLBB history and change the fate of the world.
Today, one final chapter remains. Will history be rewritten where we crown a new champion at MSC at EWC? Or will Onyx be able to rise above and get their 3rd trophy? Only time will tell.
There's a lot of stories on the line for today and leading into our finals tomorrow, though. But we have to get our matches in order. And our first one is an age-old rivalry.
A rivalry that dates back all the way to M2. For our first semi-finals match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Falcons Philippines! The Hope Bringer inches one step closer to the grand finals. In 2024, oh boy, they were one game away. Can they successfully try and rewrite their legacy? Can the Falcons soar higher when it mattered the most?
It matters a lot for them individually, as a region, and as a club championship winner 2 years in a row. Every point matters. Yes, the story is told, but they have opponents on the other side. So please join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticos! The Galacticos continue to cheat death in the land of dawn and elimination at MSC 26. The Falcons might not be who they expected to face off against today, but their guiding light shines bright. Make history by earning a grand final spot here in the heart of Paris.
This is a match to watch because the winner heads to the grand finals tomorrow and the loser will unfortunately have to play in the 3rd placer match.
And at that point in time, you're playing for extra points. The real thing is the crown. It's the final dash for that. So please, gentlemen, Yangon, please, Team Falcons, place your keys, take your seats, and captains, don't forget a little bit of a handshake. Reminder, this was not the expected result. It was vitality on Yangon's mind, but it's gonna happen as this. Our game is set, and we have a lot to talk about before we head into the land of dawn for our first semifinal.
And they do clear the load, but there's still a wave coming in through mid. And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win, a sweep in the quarters.
If we're going to win, we're going to clean sweep. I'm aiming for our 3-0 too.
You guys are the hope bringer of the Filipinos, the last hope. Jogan! Oh, Nile falling does not look good for Vitality, and it's just Kyle flying in!
And looking down the pro esport, this is our first top 4.
Going up against Young and Galacticos, I think it's going to be a tougher match than Vitality. They will come prepared for us, and I'm sure we will also be ready for them. It's going to be an even matchup, I think.
They are more on the discipline side, so we're going to go the unusual way. We're going to fight next dots, so that's our plan.
We will play our own game against them, regardless of what we discussed in our strategy.
Yangon Galacticos is now officially a team to watch out for.
Falcon BH, I think they're really strong.
Our mindset is like we're like underdogs, so we don't get pressured and we just play our game.
We will prepare really hard again. We need to make some sacrifices. We know most of their hero, so we just prepare our hero that can beat them.
The greatest strength I see in Young Galacticos is they play very aggressively.
We're both on the same level, and I think whoever has the strong will wins.
Kai, cool. Let's see who's the first jungler.
Across the galaxy and in the Philippines, from the heart of Paris, in the land of dawn, the bells toll to signal the start of this semifinal. It is Team Falcons PH versus Yangon Galacticos, still undefeated. Blink and his squad. Han on the jungle, looking to do something special here in Paris.
It's crazy the amount of respect you hear from both sides before heading into this matchup. That's when you know, even Coach Fren thinks it's gonna be more difficult to go up against YG compared to how they went up against Team Vitality.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to point out as well. That keyword you mentioned, respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Respect on their name, respect on their comfort heroes. Both teams have a lot to watch out for. Yangon has a Barretts you need to respect. A very flexible jungle pool option that if you decide to overcommit, you might just be playing Fanny for Kyle into heroes such as Fred, Guinevere, even if you've taken out the other jungle heroes available for Han, who, by the way, has been able to make a Suyo work really well against a Ling. But for Yangon Galacticos, if there's one pick that they really need to respect here, it's H-God himself and his Selena. That is something you cannot give to Haji anymore.
Yeah, because I think it's only the mid which they've shown the least amount of flexibility. Kaize has only ever used 3 heroes here so far in MSC. And yes, there's been a very deep hero pool that we saw from Han, but I think they struggled the most with the Fredrin. I think that was the longest game we've ever seen in, or if I'm not mistaken, back in the group stage when they decided to use it. So now there are multiple questions on the board with regards to what will they let through, because it's also not just the Barretts. I think the Ruby potential flex into the Assassins that Kyle may or may not decide to pick up, but more likely to pick up considering this matchup.
Yeah. And Falcons have been playing a much more tighter formation in their team fights and have been excelling with it.
Yeah.
There's one pick that Yangon showed that absolutely destroys that in the Carmilla Rome that they got to play for Blink. So Yangon has shown a lot of versatility, a lot of creativity. Falcons has done that, but I think they need to go a little bit more extra mile here in making sure that they can keep Yangon on their toes in the draft.
Yeah, because I can't help but think about what Coach or analyst M-God said. They know what heroes Falcons use. They just have to prepare their own responses to these heroes. And the way that they've been drafting just really shows that they don't overthink about what the opponents pick up. It's just really more of complementing each other's heroes and pulling off the strategy that they want.
Yeah, and you touched on that earlier when you mentioned the mid lane hero pool for Kaize. Just 3, Eudora, Gord, Jushin. And their flexibility comes from the other 4 positions.
Yeah.
Meaning that Yangon they're putting action into what they're saying. They are definitely a team that have a clear identity and just go for compliments after.
Eudora started out this tournament, which we are calling the MSC of upsets, as the #1 focus on the mid lane. But since then has fallen off a little bit. Gord, certainly not banned often, but banned occasionally in the Zushin, a big role from start to finish in the bans or being picked up to play. Yangon Galacticos representing Myanmar here as the drums bang in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Oh.
The potential for the highest finish ever. They've already tied it with a 4th place here. But one more, set in history.
And it's fate, poetic, I don't know what you want to call it, but they are tying the record of Falcon Esports back in MSC 2022. Just one. 4th place, and it was a Filipino team in green that stopped them back then. Will a Filipino team in green stop them again today?
Our picks and bans begin on your screen. Dangerous Grass will be the map that they play. The Freya coming out immediately from Team Falcons. The Fanny and the Belleric banned out from Yangon Galacticos.
Yep, so the Barrett's potential for Yangon is still on the board, especially considering now that they're in blue side. But the question is, does Falcons really allow that to get through? Because if they do, I think there are a lot of trades that will still be on the board if they actually open.
Yeah, if Yangon decides to rush the Barretts, I mean, Falcons have gotten used to going up against a team on the blue side. First speaking Barretts.
Yep.
I don't know if Yangon wants to lean in on that unless they saw something in how Team Vitality drafted against Falcons that they can adjust. It's going to be telling here because with the Phobius gone, Freya's open. But Marcel is available. Oh, wait, no, Freya was banned by Falcons, excuse me. Marcel is still open, and
Yes,
that's
he
something
is.
you have to consider. Now, with the Atlas gone, if you're gonna ban the Belleric, then it's gonna be a clear Marcel pickup for Yangon Galacticos, which means Falcons can pick up the Valentina for Haji so that they could get the Golden Hour.
Well, there's usually that Marcel picked up as kind of the let's not play him, let's not deal with him. Someone has to take the, I don't know, L for that because it's not exactly a target ban. It's more of just a meta ban. But neither team so far wanting to do it. And we've seen Marcel lose. Not often, Brig, but we have seen that.
Yep. I guess it's really just Falcons not wanting to play into it though, because we already pointed out their typical play style of really grouping up together and finding very tight formations across the map when it comes to the team fights. So a lot of the XP lane options, mid lane options are still going to be open. Even jungle, which includes the Hirara first pick of YG this time.
Yeah, it's a pick that you really can't go wrong with in this current metagame. And if ever Falcons wants to rush something like the Uranus, wouldn't be great. I think they would probably rather pick up the Esmeralda and the Eudora as their first 2 picks and then just build around that with their red 3 or red 4 jungle pick. But I think they also need to make sure that Haji gets a good one. Let's see if they're really going to lean in on Eudora right away or if they're just going to get the Selena and Esmeralda right off the bat.
That's what I was thinking, because I think if it's about comfortability and just keeping the aggressive tempo of the game, then might as well just go for what has been working in terms of Falcons and their playstyle so far. So that includes the Selena, maybe even a bit of the Valentina if they also want to put a bit of more restriction towards the options later on. But they do lock in the Selena and reveal Kyle's hero matchup in the jungle early too.
Yeah, and what I like here is without picking the Esmeralda or the Uranus, they're not making the EXP lane trading obvious. They just lock their course. They didn't need to pick up the Nolan here. They could have picked it red 3, but it's good because now they can play a little bit more into the matchups that if ever Yangon decides to show something like the Roamer or the EXP laner, they can get something a little bit more favorable. Because for Falcons, it's clear. Their Roamer needs to be someone with concussive blast that can help clear the wave fast. I'm thinking maybe a Gata Kacha a little bit later on if Yangon are too early with showing a artillery backline style mage.
There you go. I think just because of the fact that we're expecting a concussive blast or even a revitalized roamer from Falcons to come through, then it's all the more reason for you to just pick up the juice in. And knowing that you're up against a Selena and a Nolan, this will be the safest pick to go for with the Crimson Beacon and potentially even a Purify to come through. But the Arlott gets revealed. This is different for Ying. It's a change in terms of playstyle compared to the first few heroes that we got to really see from him. The Barrett's, Ruby, Yura, and the Frey.
New hero here. for Ying going to be the first time he's going to be playing Arlo at this MSC. And there have been many drafts where I remember us discussing with a lot of the dives, with a lot of that aggro trading, people would be saying that, hey, the Arlot would have been a great pick, but it was either banned out or overlooked. Now Yangon are picking up early, which has to be somewhat alarm bells for Falcons, and acknowledging that Yangon are not messing around. They're really here to dominate.
Yeah, and it's Falcons this time to get a hold of the Barretts, which at this point, if you're really looking to lock down certain heroes, specifically even if it's the Hirara, it's looking to be a bit tricky, so there will be potential different targets. If you're looking at really just shutting down or taking out one member during the objectives, might as well be a Blink hero later on, since I think that's been a trend in the previous games too. Whenever you see a Barretts on your team and you just really want to take out the roamer or the front lines, which at this point they're really narrowing down because they even took out the Carmilla.
A really good ban there by Falcons, considering that they're all very dive heavy, close range. We discussed it earlier. Gata Kacha, as expected, gets banned out by Yangon. Would have been a great pick for Falcons regardless. Meloric has already been banned out, so in terms of the roamers, we might be seeing some unique ones pop out here. Let's see if Mathilda might make a showing, or maybe Glue or a Cho.
Yeah, because Mathilda, I think, is just the wave clear that will be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, one thing I remembered, there might be a roam pick that Falcons has showed before that Yangon might need to respect, and that's the Akai roam for Ogwin. Arlot not really a fan of going up against the Akai roam.
And they take out the Glue here as well. So we're maybe expecting some roamer to really complement the Barretts in terms of just really going full engage and up front against the composition that YG has shown us. Because again, they have so much ways to punish. They have the final slash. They even have a juice in. So they'll have to deal with less problems now with the Gord being taken out. But the Minotaur, so the only concussive blast heroes, the Tro is still there. But that will lead to less AoE setup for Falcons, I feel.
And what might be tough is they might have to settle with something with either like a Khalid or maybe even a high loss to really help fast clear the mid a little bit better so the Selena doesn't put herself in danger.
Okay.
Hylos comes up there, and a great pick. A lot of roam bans, counting at least 6 with the Glue, the Marcel, the Atlas, the Gatakacha, the Minotaur, and the Beleric. So getting deep into the pool for Ogwin and Blink.
You know what? I was really expecting Blink to be one of the more unorthodox players, but so far he's been playing very meta. I think the most is the Carmilla.
Yeah.
That's been unorthodox for him. But the other options that are still there,
they still have the Cho,
Mathilda, but I don't think it really works out well. They need a front. They need someone to really tank the damage.
Yeah, there's not a lot of synergy if you play the Mathilda. Okay, with a lot of close range dive, you can pick up the Badang. It's a tempo breaker and always has been. It's a great pickup, and this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Blink pick up the Badang.
Still need the gold lane here for Super Marco. There's Melissa available. There is, which we've seen a lot. I mean, coming up, we've seen Carry shown as well. We've seen all these variety type picks.
I think even the Moskov might work.
Moskov.
Because you have more range, you can just push back the enemies.
I mean, Hylos and Harith is a great combo if they really want to go with all in. So there they go.
Harith picked up to close out Super Marco's pick. It was a gold lane and a roam standoff, and it ends up going relatively deep into the roam pool. Badang seen quite a bit, Hylos seen when things like that aren't open, and now, guys, we've got our first matchup of our first semifinal.
The draft in game number 1 has been really fun to watch. I feel like YG have switched up a bit in terms of their sequence, and that just goes to show the preparation they've had against Falcons.
Yeah, if Yangon Galacticos wins this game, definitely that is.
Bom dia, galerinha! Chegamos para mais dia de MSC. Bom dia, Band, bom dia para quem tá aí, porque hoje é dia de semifinal. Estão preparados? Estão preparados?
Bom dia, Didi. Bom dia você que está em casa. Obrigado pelo seu carinho. Bom dia quem está acompanhando pelo Gaules TV. Vocês são demais. Preparadíssimo para essa primeira partida de hoje, primeira da série, né, de hoje. A gente vai se divertir. Isso aqui tá muito bom, Didi.
Tá bom demais, tá? A gente vai acompanhar uma série de MD5, vai começar agora, vai ter outra na sequência e já vamos começar com a equipe da Team Falcons Filipinas versus a equipe da Young Galacticos. Vamos ver quem vai levar o melhor. A gente acha que vai ser uma série pegada, né? Porque os dois times têm bastante qualidade e como eu já tinha comentado com o Ben, nessa fase aqui final, né, já na semifinal, pra mim pode ser jogos completos aí em sets, porque a gente sabe que os times têm bastante qualidade de jogo e vão tentar o máximo, até porque quem ganhar a série já vai pra grande final.
É isso aí, a gente vai se divertir. Hoje é vaga pra final e quem perder aqui vai disputar o terceiro lugar, hein? Boa vaguinha também, mas o que importa é o primeiraço, é aquele que você acorda assim e fala, hoje eu acordei e é um bom dia para o seu campeão do MCC. Vamos ver como é que começa aqui as duas equipes, Young Galacticos versus a equipe da Falcons Filipinas, tá? Falcons Filipinas, a Mena ficou pelo caminho já, não volta mais.
Bom, é isso, né? Agora Falcons vem representando a região das Filipinas. A gente vê uma chegada agora já mais agressiva por aqui. Flap colocando uma pressão em cima do Indy com esse Barates lá em cima. A rotação vem na rota do Rio.
Acaba errando por ali, acaba ficando solo ali nessa caminhada. O primeiro abate saiu nas mãos da Young Galacticos. Cobrança muito boa, mas aqui pra mim travou. Travou aí, Di?
Travou não, tá liso.
Então segue daí.
Então, bom, agora nesse momento tá tranquilo, não tá rolando nada, mas o Kayle já tá por ali, pegando visão. Pode ser que tenha gank, chegada. Han tomou muito dano, é obrigado a recuar. Boa chegada do Kayle em volta dessa tartaruga. Já bota o Han pra ficar fora dessa disputa. A tartaruga fica na tranquilidade aí pra equipe da Falcons e com isso eles podem rotacionar pra ter gank aqui embaixo. Olha a chegada.
Bem-vindo Daytona, bela jogada, consegue startar muito bem ali, acerta a flecha abissal Rad, vai ser efetividade e consegue sair de boa. Didi, eu tô 2 minutos 19, 20, 21, 22,
eu também,
23.
estamos em sintonia.
Belíssimo, belíssimo. Buenas. Tá aí o Han então fazendo o seu pé fim da selva, fazendo o golem ali tranquilão. Vem o Flap também na mesma medida. E aí já começa a tomar... Não teve o primeiro abate? Não, né?
Não teve o primeiro abate.
Eu achei que tivesse ficado na
Young. Não, foi quase, mas não foi finalizado.
Rapaz, my bad então. Porque aqui na hora, bem na hora que travou, ele tava com nada de HP.
Exatamente, tava só um trisquinho, né? Mas ele saiu.
Inacreditável, gastou o flash então, né? É isso mesmo.
É isso aí.
A primeira tartaruga já fica nas mãos da Falcons, vem pra segunda aí daqui 64 segundos, ó, rola invade, hein? Aí o Tease tá por ali, o Caio, né, tá por ali. Vamos ver como é que vai ser a entrada dele com o Owen, acaba garantindo por ali aquele recurso de Purple. Saiu na vantagem, hein? Pegou por aqui a aparição, o Owen foi puxado pra trás, mas conseguiu sair de lá com tranquilidade, ainda tinha por ali seus recursos pra utilizar, por exemplo, o Revitalizar, mas não quis. E aí ficou ruim. Aqui travou de novo, Didi. Ué.
Eita, como trava, mas aqui tá indo. Aqui tá indo bem, enquanto isso o Han tá fazendo ali seu puffzinho. Tem tartaruga pra surgir nos próximos 35 segundos. Os Selvas vão aproveitando esse tempo pra farmar. Tem chegada ali do Blink já na rota do meio. A gente vê também o Raj sempre acompanhando o Owen por aqui. Rotação do Kayle aqui pra rota inferior, pra garantir seus ganks. E pode ser que talvez ele tente algum gank ali em cima do Wing.
Exatamente, tá aí então. Você vai acompanhando com a gente o EWC, o nosso MSC de Mobile Legends. Time da Young Galacticos versus a Falcon. Quem ganhar aqui garante vaga pra finaleira e disputa de terceiro lugar pra quem perder. Já vai fazendo ali a passagem de leitura. Esse começo de jogo é importante pro Case, pra ele conseguir destacar um pouco mais, pra tentar buscar um pouco mais de aparição, ganhar pressão nessa zona de rio. Olha o Caio já parte pra cima dessa tartaruga. Tem flecha abissal atirada por ali. Vai tentando pegar o objetivo, levantado por aqui foi. É obrigado o Owen sair de lá, mas ele não consegue, acaba caindo, Caio. Bela jogada do Blink, conseguiu uma parede e os punhos explosivos. Primeiro abate caiu nas mãos da Young Galacticos. Cobrança, veio a parte mais Young Galacticos, ainda funciona muito bem, conseguiu pegar mais um abate por ali. O Case responde na mesma altura, dupla eliminação, é um gigante, triple eliminação aí, meu amigo. Era uma história que eu não deveria assistir se eu fosse Falcons, tá? 4 abates a 1. É, Didi, a situação ficou louca, hein?
Aqui já deu aquele início que a equipe da Young Galacticos queria, tá? Conseguiu contestar muito bem, a gente viu abates interessantes surgindo e, cara, o Case ficou grandão aqui, tá? Essa Zushi vai dar muito trabalho, essa luta aqui foi muito bem setada, o Povo acabou encaixando super bem e com isso a gente já tem uma teamfight que puxa muita vantagem para a equipe da Young Galacticos e do outro lado a equipe da Falcons agora vai ter que ficar um pouco mais recuada, porque desse jeito aqui a gente já viu a vantagem que a equipe conseguiu pegar.
Já devia um velho sábio. Nunca você deve tomar um 4-1 assim no começo do jogo no Mobile Legends. Muito bem jogado pela Young Gladiators. Consegue fazer um bom trabalho ali naquela tartaruga. Saiu com o objetivo e ainda saiu com mais 3 kills disponíveis. Foi uma cobrança muito boa, tá? Muito boa. Vamos ver ali mais uma vez a zona de pressão. E detalhe, hein? 3 kills na mão do Case, que é, bem dizer, a máxima pressão do jogo, né? Talvez ele tenha mais press mid do que, de fato, o rádio ali com essa acelera. Vamos ver como é que vai funcionar. A puxada sendo feita pelo Caio por aqui. Ele vai tentando diretamente burstar pra cima de quem ficou pelo meio do caminho. Ou é a bola da vez. Ele provavelmente vai ser abatido. Abate nas mãos do Han. Já é uma Young Gladiators bem forte pra esse começo de partida. 2.1 K de gold a mais com 5 minutos.
Começou bem demais, tá? Começou muito bem, com uma vantagem muito grande. Conseguiu, né, tirar daquela luta ali algo muito interessante, que é ter esse espaço um pouco maior dentro do mapa e também já de avançar essas lanes. Eu vi o posicionamento do Kayle ali na rota inferior para levar aquela torre, eles conseguiram, mas agora controla muito bem, viu? A equipe da Young vai para cima para garantir mais um objetivo que é essa tartaruga. E por a equipe da Falcons ficar muito atrás, sofrer muito com aquela teamfight, dá tempo que ficar recuado, focando mais no farm, tá?
Vai ter que jogar um pouco mais atrás, não tem o que fazer, tá? É pressão a todo instante por aqui, vai tomando boa parte do mapa já Yongo. Sem dificuldade eles já começam a fazer aí um trabalho bom de identificação para ver para onde eles vão jogar, né? E nessa aí quem tá levando a pior é praticamente a equipe da Falcons inteira, porque se você parar para analisar, é um contexto geral, né? Eles conseguem aí bater diretamente nas duas torres laterais, já derruba esses objetivos e cobra apenas a torre lá embaixo. Se marcar, a rotação é pro mid agora, Di.
Já tá todo mundo por ali para forçar esse mid, para tentar ter mais ainda mobilidade dentro da selva da equipe da Falcons, né? Então, é o que eles querem ganhar esse espaço para poder invadir e tirar os recursos que ainda restam da equipe da Falcons, que ainda tá por ali tentando farmar pelo menos na sua selva, limpar os minions. E o Kayle tá procurando, tá? O Kayle tá buscando, tentar pegar alguém ali desprevenido, para pegar uma bite, porque ele precisa dessa bite. Até porque estamos caminhando para 8 minutos de partida e ele não conseguiu nenhum. Chegaram por ali, Case, olha isso.
A troca, Case consegue fazer uma boa passagem por ali, apenas identificou o mapa, 47 segundos já nasce o primeiro Lorde, ele vai vir na parte inferior aqui e vai trazer um pouco mais de pressão. Por enquanto tá ganhando vantagem nessa troca a equipe da Young Gladiators, né? Eles têm essa vantagem do Zushin, tem a vantagem do próprio Badang, que também ajuda bastante com região de controle. O In tá jogando aí com esse Arlosh também, tem bastante participação, ele tá virando 100%, tá 005 até o presente. Então tá muito bem a questão da Young Gladiators na questão do controle, né? Explosivo também pro final do jogo vai ficar com o Sanji, com esse Cloud. É uma composição muito bem montada da Young Gladiators, eles querem jogar em todos os fatores do jogo. Olha só, punhos explosivos, barra fatal, não tem como sair, é muito controle. Vai garantindo o dano por ali embaixo da torre, o Owen acaba sendo abatido também. Se entrar por aí pode ficar ruim, Blink não tem mais o que fazer, ele vai sendo abatido pela torre por ali, focou diretamente ele, Supermarket pegou o abate. Forças à mão ofensiva por ali para tentar o dano massivo. Acabou gastando por aqui a força conjunta, o Sanji pegou 3 assistências ao mesmo tempo, mas sem efetividade para derrubar a torre e ganha vantagem. Olha como luta fácil a equipe da Young Gladiators. É muito controle de div. Olha só, barra fatal, de novo aplicada por ali. O Flap tá em maus lençóis, vai sendo puxado pra trás. Bela jogada, o Case finaliza. Ing acaba pegando a kill. Rad acaba gastando o recurso do Flash por ali pra se reposicionar. Muita pressão. Han ainda dá 2 tapas no Lorde, mas aí ainda não dá pra ele. Vai ter que voltar ali com tranquilidade. Faz a passagem de defesa por aqui. Acaba a Rad pegando uma flecha abissal pra cima do Ing, mas sem efetividade também, porque não dá pra engajar sozinho ali. 8 abates a 2, 3.2k de gold a mais. E olha quanto controle tem, mesmo embaixo da torre. Olha isso.
Cara, ele deu um flash ult aqui, conseguiu pegar 2. E poderia ter saído aqui porque acabou se estendendo e aí tomou muito dano, né? Acho que dá pra ter levado essa torre, mas a luta acabou se estendendo demais com uma torre ainda de pé. Mas a equipe da Young Gladiators luta muito bem e a gente acabou perdendo a visão, mas o Lorde foi feito e agora tem um luto estourando por aqui.
O Caio já conseguiu deixar uma fratura ali, não deu nem tempo. Essa foi rápida, tá? Não dá pra brincar também, ele tá quentíssimo. Quem faz o Lorde é a Young Gladiators, mas você vê que estranhamente quem toma primeiro essa torre do mid é a equipe da Falcons, porque ganhou uma fight ali sobre diretamente o Blink. Mas que paulada que deu o Caio ali, uma ultimate com combo completo já mandou o Badang ali do nosso time do Blink de base.
Não, foi de arrasta. E bom, Lorde vem na rota inferior, a equipe da Young Gladiators acabou caindo ali com seus, mas nada que os abaixo já estão voltando, tem esse lado a seu favor e vão com certeza tentar forçar ao máximo essa rota de meio, pra, né, como eu já falei, para ter mais essa mobilidade de invadir a selva adversária, de invadir a selva aí dos Fox e também vai ter mais espaço dentro do mapa. O Lorde sumiu, tá? Não foi um Lorde que nem conseguiu chegar na torre, primeiro Lorde do jogo, né? Então, olha a maldade!
Visibilidade, põe os explosivos para ali, bela jogada, justo, destruiu o jogo de novo o Blink e conseguiu pegar mais um abate com tranquilidade na trocação por aqui, vai tentando um ramp para cima do Caio. Caio consegue sair, mas a puxada está sendo feita para cima do Oi, ele não consegue sair de lá, está estacado demais. O Case vai pegar o abate, Ing, dupla eliminação nas mãos dele, a torre vai indo pro chão com tranquilidade. Na parte superior ainda tem pressão, eles fazem ali aquela região de zona muito boa. E que combo, hein? Que combo tá fazendo o Blink aí juntamente com o Ing, hein?
Cara, como mesmo, tá? Porque eles conseguem trazer esse controle, já o Blink bem encaixa sua ultimate e acaba sempre pegando 2, 3 e neutralizando a equipe aí da Falcons. Isso aqui é composição de combo total e é o que você falou, tem muito controle. Se alguém sai dali, a gente já tem ali o Ing indo pra cima, buscando a barra fatal, o Kate buscando também ali no seu... como é que fala aquela skin da Zushin?
Ah, a lanterna.
Mas é isso aí, essa lanterna aí, cara, ela buscando sempre na lanterna, reposicionando. Então realmente a gente vê que o time trouxe uma composição com bastante controle, onde a equipe da Falcons não tá sabendo lidar muito bem não, tá? Tá sofrendo muito horror e tá tentando sair dali, mas tá indo pro lado contrário. Vai ter que morrer pra torre, será?
Agora não dá mais, já apanhou. Agora é do Sanji, abate garantido pra ele. Agora Han tira a lâmina do desespero ali. Se já tava bom o jogo pra ele, agora tirou lâmina do desespero pra dar mais dano ainda. Aí vai complicar um pouco a vida da Falcons. Vai ter que defender esse Lorde, 26 segundos pra nascer de novo. E aí você acompanha mais uma vez o detalhe de teamfight.
Olha como vem chegando aí a equipe da Young Grex, né? Realmente fica difícil pra equipe da Falcons voltar pra esse jogo. Eu achei que seria um pouco mais pegado, mas nesse primeiro mapa aqui, domínio total da equipe da Young, hein?
Aí, fazendo uma boa presença, garantindo boa passagem. Ela 4 segundos pro Lorde nascer. Já tem aí todas as torres de número 2 derrubadas. É o segundo Lorde esse pra equipe da Young Grex. Vamos ver quem vai fazer, né? Tá aí, ó. Lordezão imperando aí. Imponente que só. Bonito de ver. E aí agora as duas equipes estão brigando, hein? Tem passagem ali também. Vamos ver o Flap Cheese. Tá pegando o Flap. Tá pegando informação ali junto com o Raid. Super Marco e companhia. Vamos ver se eles vão contestar ou só estão trazendo uma pressão também pra ver como que tá aí a situação da Young Grex. Como é que tem isso agora? Esse Lorde pode ser importante. Se cair nas mãos erradas, pode dar um trabalho, hein? Vamos ver como é que vai ser ali o Case. Tá ali focado. Diretamente com o Oi, Super Marco, Lorde resetado. Acho que a melhor escolha aí pra Falcon nesse presente momento. Tem uma wave gigantesca na parte inferior do mapa. Se brincar, pode derrubar aquela torre. Vamos ver como é que vai ser centrado. O Lorde tá aí, tá ficando tenso. O Case foi penalizado por aqui. Flecha visual pra cima dele. Vai garantindo por ali a presença. Não é o momento de brigar. O Han acaba acertando o caçar. Punho explosivo sozinho por aqui. Imparável nas mãos do Han. Ele é gigante. Acaba pegando a segunda eliminação. Ele tá tentando buscar a terceira pra cima do Oi. Vai caindo por ali o Super Marco. Força conjunta pra cima dele. Tripla eliminação. Pode pintar o Maniac. Tá lá! É o momento da Young Gléricos de boa. A jogada atrás aí de novo. Ele, o Han. Tira o maníaco da cartola. Esse foi bonito, Didi.
Nossa, foi lindo demais. Que jogada, que jogo faz a equipe da Young Grex. Cara, não tem pra onde correr. Isso aqui é GG, fechado com sucesso. E que jogo lindo, tranquilo e que composição, tá? Então, de parabéns, jogaram muito.
Jogo duro pra Falcon, tomou logo uma paulada da Young Grex que veio bem demais. Primeiro jogo aconteceu, de certa forma até que fácil. Sentiu um controle de mapa, um controle nas teamfights muito forte para a Young. Teve ali uma composição para andar para frente, né, de controle, com dano, explosão, late game. Então veio bem preparada a Young Grex para jogar essa primeira partida da série. Tá lá, primeiro resultado é 1-0. Daqui a pouco a gente tem mais, né, Gigi?
Agora tem mais, porque isso aqui é uma série de MT5. Vamos ver como que a equipe aí da Falcons vai voltar para esse segundo mapa.
Boa, a gente vai pro intervalo só para voltar pro Deft. Voltamos já.
Wasn't much of a threat, I hate to say it, but waiting for that final moment, waiting for you to be at the late game power spike might have been too much. That's expecting Yangon to just lay down and take it, but even against traps, even against the macro play that we know Falcons to be so good at, Yangon just said, no, we're not even starting.
And well, Yangon did such a good job. A lot of times, a team like that, where they try to engage too much, they get they make some mistakes, but YG didn't make any mistakes. I do think we will get a bit more of a breakdown from the panel. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ying continues to not die. Had 3 more kills to bump up that 20-something KDA. As Yangon Galacticos prove yet again, it is not an underdog story. They are now by far the favorites. They are undefeated. They remain undefeated. It's an uphill battle for Team Falcons Philippines. But we saw it yesterday where these early games went the way of Aurora Gaming, and Onyx found a way to bounce back by extending those matchups. So what can the draft tell us? Lots of breakdown in Game 1. Rain Day here with Brig and Renmar. Brigitte, what did you see there? I know that was tough for our Philippine fans, but it was great for the Myanmar fan base, especially at that watch party we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Honestly, there are times you could definitely expect comebacks, but in that scenario for Falcons, specifically the fact that they had to play with a Selena from behind, which I think one of the trickiest heroes to play from behind with, on top of the fact that it took a while for Super Marco to really scale up. I think that was already 10 to 11 minutes, and he still had to he still had yet to pick up the Holy Crystal. So there were really very little ways for Falcons to fight back.
Yeah, once Falcons lost Turtle 2 in such a massive way, of course, with the beautiful combination of the Juicen, Arlot, and Badang together, up against a lineup that wants to get in your face and dive often, those 3 heroes have proven time and time again throughout history that they're great with breaking tempo and ruining your focus in team fights. Because in the moments where Ying would start dashing in with the Vengeance second skill with the Arlot, the target acquisition of Falcon starts to dip. You're wondering, okay, who are they actually going for? And without that Harith around, with all of the crowd control that Yangon has, Falcons just did not have the time and the damage to be able to win team fights. This was perfect drafting from Yangon, perfect gameplay, and that's why I'm putting them in such a high pedestal, why I've complimented them more than I have Falcons heading into this matchup.
Yeah, YG continued to dominate, and again, the stats will show it as well. This is a team that is not faltering. They have been given this huge focus on this tournament, and they are living up to the expectation, superseding it, to be honest. And you could tell just in this game that it's the real deal.
I mean, we did see a record of only 5.57 average deaths for YG. And look at what
that goes down this game.
Reflected here in this game. All deaths only being on Blink. So even if you think Falcons actually found a trade, quote unquote, I don't think you could really consider it to be on.
Yeah, that's how you know that Yangon are playing on a different level right now. They understand the little nuances of the trading when it comes to the team fights. The moment their health bars go into a point where it could be risky for them to continue fighting, respecting that the Harith would show up, or suddenly a burst of damage coming out from the Barretts would be a turnaround focus for Falcons, they back off and then they re-engage.
And don't you think that is the sign of why they have such high KDAs, why Ying's not dying, why so many people aren't dying? They know how to engage just enough, and they're not making any mistakes. That's hard to do.
Exactly. They're tricky when it comes to the team fights. And again, as we mentioned, Falcons definitely felt that, and you could see it with their target acquisition in game. With how Coach Marv's and MGod as well have been able to draft this and set the game plan for the teams, you really cannot help but give all of the respect and the recognition towards the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and the players for executing it. I'm pretty sure that went exactly as how they discussed.
I want to hear more of your thoughts, Brig, about the draft, about the game, whatever you picked up on, because YG take the win. Team Falcons Philippines looking to jump back in. I know you've got some Telestrator stuff prepped up for us. Okay. And this time, Renmar is going to hold it for you.
Yeah, all
Look at this. Little role reversal there.
Wow,
How's
it's
it
a
feel?
reverse of roles this time, so this is how it feels. Yeah, but I think I really want to start with my first clip here around this part, which I feel is a way that we really get to see how Falcons really made an effort to establish their early game presence across the map. And this is specifically because of the heroes that they had. We really get to see a Selena, a Hylos, which is, yes, there is some sort of AoE to it, but you really expect these two to work in combo to lock down a specific hero. So at least in the early stages of the game, it was really clear they really wanted to target down and just limit the movements of the jungler of Han across the map. You could see it here. There was enough information taken, and this was an engage that they tried to set up to just keep the momentum going, which fairly enough in this scenario really worked out for them. They were really able to block out especially this specific area because Haji prior to this really threw out an arrow, and they were fully aware that Blink was going to come from this area and that was only Han here. You couldn't really just expect Kaiser to do much either on the Juicid, so they just really went in for this engage. And you would have thought that this is already Falcons just stepping on the gas, just continuing to put the pressure on. But I believe this is what really mattered the most. The moment that you got to see this engage and this perfect layering, because mind you, if we would also pull it a bit back, they weren't really able to take note of the fact that, what is this? Of the fact that Blink was just in this brush and that the attempt would come from both Blink as well as Ying at the same time. This was something they really weren't able to anticipate, and if you really take a closer... Where's the play button?
I know what you're trying to do. If you just at home, if you just move your face closer to the screen, it'll look like she's zooming it in. It's okay, Brig. Guys, this is live. This is what we love about
How did you lose the play button, Brig?
She's deleted buttons.
Hey, where did it go? Okay, maybe we just do not click on it anymore and just move on to the next clip. But that was really the point of the play, essentially. If you look at the third clip, this was also something that was highlighted by our talents. It was firstly from the rotation up top, but this is a sequence of events that just reflected that same idea. YG were just playing with that Ube quote-unquote similar strategy of them just constantly grouping up and taking advantage of their team fight prowess against a lineup of Falcons who initially really just wanted to go for specific heroes but already failed in the beginning. So there was just very little room for Falcons to find a way back, because even if you, let's say, lay down the glorious pathway, which is I think something that will also pull up here in this last clip. Yes, it was Falcons starting it through the glorious pathway, but the massive and big setup, which really should have came in from Flap, did not really come out. It took a while, and it was enough room for YG to already set up the team fights in their favor. And I think that's really was a bit of contradicting ideas that you get to see from Falcons, because at the same time you would really want them to go in and be proactive with it, but there was just no damage to complement it as well, and it was a tough task to accomplish considering that they've already pretty much let go of their win conditions in the first few minutes of the game.
And with the play the Brigadier showed earlier, it was also another point to add on to just how well they're fighting, because Blink was perfectly marking where Super Marco could have come from through the mid lane bush, just when they thought that Falcons had an angle where they can drop in a Zaman Force, sandwiching the members of Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos already read it perfectly.
It was a great showcase, I think, of Yangon Galacticos finding their rhythm. And of course, we're going to get that game up to you next in just a moment. We're going to start that draft. But my question that I want to raise to you is, was this really a dominant draft? Because to me, I think there was just one thing that was pressured differently than most other drafts we've seen, which is the roam position. We got really deep into that roam pool. We saw Atlas, we saw Glue, we saw Marcel, we saw Belleric, we saw Minotaur. We saw so many different options in that spot banned that it forced the Hylos. Good pick in general, but against the Badang, the Arlet, the Harara, the Zushin, it just didn't do enough. It wasn't enough peel.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos knew exactly what they were doing. They picked the R-Lot in blue 2-3. They banned the Gata Kacha that we expected to come in earlier in the draft, and the Minotaur, because they knew that the Gata Kacha could have been the pick that would have messed up their lineup a little bit more. Hylos' stun is singular. Gata's stun is for a group. Up against all of the dive, especially with an R-Lot around, would have messed them up. That's why we were expecting a Gata Kacha to come in earlier.
Wait, let me ask, because they went and picked Nolan earlier, and they could have flexed that later because they already knew the Harara was picked, but they wanted to kind of hold their cards to their chest. But that ended up being a mistake because Gata Kacha wasn't available by then.
Yeah, I think now for Falcons, one thing that they can deprioritize is, as much as we put a lot of respect on the Selena of Haji, I think Yangon are ready for it. You can change that up to an earlier Eudora, you pick your roam mid earlier, and then you play for the sides. Because the focus of Yangon Galacticos and how good they are is because of their great pickups in the side lanes. They put a lot of stability in the mid lane, yes, but if you match that with your own stability with a little bit more chances for area of effect crowd control, which the Eudora can also bring out if you change up her combo a little bit, then it gets a little bit better for Falcon. So I think that's where they need to start looking at.
Yeah, because imagine they already had like a point click stun in the high loss, but even then they couldn't deal with Blink.
Right.
Blink just was constantly able to find the setups that he wanted, because it's not like he was after Ogwen or anything.
Right.
He was always getting past Ogwen, and
Right.
that proved to be a problem too for Team Falcons here in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a character issue, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, Kylos just can't do it. Bellerin can.
Exactly. And I think I want to double down on something that we've said a lot in the past. When one of the casters can predict a good amount of the draft, we were able to go 4 out of 5 for the Falcons draft. Then that means
that means they're definitely predicting it.
Yeah, exactly. And it really felt that way. Yangon, I know I've already given them a lot of flowers so far for this series, but they deserve it. They are on point.
Well, Falcons Philippines have a long set to go. It's not a best of 3 anymore, so they will have many more chances, at least 2 more games to figure this out. And if they can do it again in game 2 to tie us up 1-1, well, it might be a revisit of another best of 5 like yesterday that goes the distance. Let us know what you think. Of course, you can get your pick'ems in. They're already closed for this series, but coming up, they will be available for the next series later on as we see Onic take on Team Spirit. But this one's still history to be made. Yangon Galacticos proving that a grand final trip, that's very, very reasonable to expect. Now, your move, Team Falcons Philippines, as the fans are ready. Let me tell you, if you don't see it now, if you can't hear it here, they are alive. So even after a loss, they're doing this. Imagine after a win.
Yeah. I feel like Yangon knows this. That's why they started off that game.
Gotta kill the crowd.
Exactly. We did say that Yangon picked a lineup in game number 1 that would have put a shock to the system of the Falcons boys. It was a little bit harder to execute, more mechanically demanding because of that R-Lot, and they made it look easy. Yeah.
Yeah, we're entering the semifinals with Yangon still not dropping a single game. If this trend continues, that will be a crazy record
That would be
for the Myanmar representatives in an MSC run in history.
That's probably never happened, right? I mean,
No,
if
no.
at least they're tying somebody, because that can't have happened 3 times. Undefeated, getting to grand finals. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though, guys. We know it. We're excited. Like, we feel the energy. I know you guys at home feel the energy. Let us know what you think, because EWC has not disappointed. The MSC of upsets. So anything can happen as we see the bans. Barat's taken away, not going to be on flap this time around. The Valentina as well, and a Fanny Atlas. So Yangon, they didn't have to ban Atlas, and they didn't have to ban Freya, and that, I think, gave them an advantage in isolating some of these picks. Now they have to, and they have to consider, if we don't ban Freya here, we're going to give that to flap. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Falcons, their third ban, if it's going to be a Phoveus, will be telling, but Yangon's ban of the Atlas is telling as well, where you know and expect that most likely we're going to be seeing another assassin performance by Han. And at the same time, it's putting a little bit of a dent onto Falcons, who don't ban out the Phoveus, they ban out the Marcel, because now you have Freya open, Hirara open, and that's what Yangon looks like they're going to be playing around. That, okay, go ahead, pick up the Freya, but we're going to get the Hirara, and you already saw us be ready to deal with a lineup that wants to all in and dive. What if we put another extra threat on top of your head, which is what if we suddenly show up with a Juice and Hirara again, and then your Freya's suddenly going to be thinking twice about every engagement.
Or maybe even the Bellerin, because I doubt the Freya would like either of that. Just heroes that could stop the potential engage and just prolong team fights, which I think the Freya would greatly like, but they ban it out instead, would rather not hand it over to Falcon. So the Hirara option and pickup can be considered here. If you're Falcons, just have to be mindful of the other potential trades. That will include the Bellerin we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it looks like Bellerin is primed and ready to get set up as the first pick, and they do lock it in. Yangon don't need to rush that Hirara, but I think they might actually be okay with doing so. Han is brilliant with it, and then let's see if they're gonna rush the Eudora right away just so that they don't have to worry about it, or they're gonna lean towards some of their old favorites. Again, Eudora, Gord, Juicin. The mid lane for Yangon has played only 3 heroes. Make that number 4. Oh no, still 3. It's still just the Eudora.
I like it, and you get the Harara back. Feels good. So same old stuff. Why would you stop not just a winning formula, but an undefeated formula?
Yeah. there's not much to change up, especially for Yangon here.
Now the decision for Falcons is whether or not they go Uranus or Esmeralda. You don't see enough to warrant an Esmeralda. If you pick up the Uranus, it looks great overall, but then you're up against most likely an Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Unless Falcons take something out of the Yangon playbook and decide to pick up a little bit more of an aggressive EXP lane hero, I think they're going to lean in towards the idea of just prioritizing Roman mid now. Wouldn't be surprised that if they go for pokes as early as now, they decide to go for the Uranus.
Okay.
They save their mid for later, they still pick up the Nolan.
Which is different than the first draft where they were all basically showing the same lanes and they were just fighting over Rome and Gold. So the bans will be different here in this second phase.
Yeah, maybe since they know the matchup, the EXP lane can be an option here, because honestly, I feel like the hero pools for Rome and Gold are a bit too deep for Yangon, that they could just really play around it in the second phase of the draft if ever they wanted to.
Yeah. Now the difficult thing here for... Yangon decides to show the Claude right away. I feel like this is a little bit more of them trying to manipulate the draft so that Super Marco doesn't really have a lot of picks. Because I was worried for the draft of Falcons, wherein if Yangon stretched this out long enough and it gets overlooked by Falcons, they could show up with the Melissa later on, knowing that you're already up against a Belleric and Uranus. No one's going to be able to reach her. But this is, again, just more confidence coming from Yangon to take out the Claude. And let's see if they're going to continue to just focusing on the heroes of Super Marco by either banning both, they take out the Clint, or they ban one gold laner option, and then they just pick up more heroes that can mess them up. Remember, Falcon still has a Brody that they can play with here.
Yeah, and I feel like at least for Yangon, them picking up the Claude here in this part of the draft will already limit the options for Falcons in terms of the mid lane in a sense. Because you'd really would want to consider a bit of more range as well in order to just reach and get a bit more access to the backlines of Yangon, but knowing that there's a potential dive with the Blazing Duet as well from a Claude, then they might be a bit more iffy to go for the stationary artillery mages that we were previously seeing from them as well, because I believe Falcons was only one of the few teams to also pick up a Farsa.
Does feel like they have an answer potentially to the intense engagement that we saw from YG and the Belleric and Uranus. That should be able to at least slow people down, survive a little bit, maybe catch you off guard with an ultimate, Wrath of the Dryad, make things difficult to get out once you do overcommit. But now what's the other play around it? Because Zushin getting banned, how do they access these characters? How do they get to the Claude when he gets in and gets out? How do they make sure the Eudora doesn't have too much presence in these team fights?
Up in your face, surprise stun. They ban out the Esmeralda. I think they can go for a Vexana as a consideration pick later, then pair it up with something like a Brody, or they dig deep into the bag of Falcons and decide to play the map a little bit more and they go for Low Yi Brody to close it out. But still, with Yangon not showing their Roam and EXP, they will have to show one of those picks now. Picking up the Low Yi and the Brody to close it out, and then if ever they have one really strong formation breaking EXP laner as their last pick, then Falcons, that would have been checkmate for them, and Yangon going 2-0 in the draft.
Ooh. Yeah, at this point, I feel like there you go.
Yep.
The Ruby does show up. They've already taken out the Juicin, which I think is one way to tell that they really just want to go in. They really want to get these melee heroes and fighters in the draft to complete their lineup. And the Selena still gets picked up for the second time here for Falcons.
I really thought they'd go for a little bit more AoE here, but they already do have the Belleric anyway. I still think the Lowy would have been a fantastic pickup, but let's see. Maybe they still have so much faith in this Selena that the constant vision provided and the arrows is going to be enough for them to read Yangon's maneuvers.
I'm thinking now, because at this point it looks very tight. The formation looks very tight for Falcons. Who knows what Blink would be considering again in the Roam, because we've seen a lot of options which I think would work out really well for them here in the scenario. The Carmilla that they previously used is up there as well.
Yep.
I think that can be a consideration. If not, the Badang that they previously used to just complement it with the layers of crowd control might be an option as well for Yangon.
Got a Kacha available, Cho available as well, but kind of a tight-knit group there. So who are you going to isolate? Who are you going to pick up if you are the Cho and get that kick on?
Yeah.
Just questions to be raised. We'll see how deep that pool is for Blink here.
Yeah, because you really don't want to kick back the Belleric.
Yeah.
No.
The Uranus is going to pack the Purify. They go for the Mathilda. Strong combination here by Yangon. and they are able to balance out their draft in the sense that they're not going to be as easy to take down in the early game. They have some good shields, but there is a realm of possibility where Falcons gets the first 2 turtles. Turtle 3 will be a decider, and then Lord 1 is where it's going to be at.
Did they do enough?
At least for Falcons right now, they're not very specific in terms of their win cons in the early game. But I feel like execution-wise, I'm just expecting Yangon to still be as fast as we saw them in game number 1.
The Moskov picked up for Bulletproof, Super Marco. He is a star for Falcons. They need him to show up big. It's the second game.
Estamos de volta, galerinha. Buenos dias, bom dia. Sejam muito bem-vindos a mais um dia de Mobile Legends. E você acompanha com a gente aqui no detalhe toda a instrução para essa partida. Primeiro aí, momento de jogo mais decisivo veio para as mãos da Young Gonglericos, né? Fazendo 1-0 no placar, deixando a Team Falcons aí atrás nesse placar geral. Vamos ver se a Team Falcons vai conseguir cobrar esse jogo, vai conseguir voltar para essa série, ou se vai sofrer muita pressão e vai acabar sucumbindo por aqui mesmo no 3-0. Maluquices e loucuras. Vamos ver então a troca dos dois. Supermarket Sanji por ali já se identificando, ou e Case fazendo o mesmo trabalho ali de identificação, tentando burstar e trazer um pouco mais de pressão para ambos os lados. Por enquanto o Kai vai fazendo sua selva, pega ali o repolho, né, que é o Tortolito, garante por ele um pouco mais de visão nessa região do mid, vem trocando bastante de informação e um Gonglericos de novo com a mesma composição de controle, tá? Com a mesma composição de controle e dano explosivo. Eudora, Cloud, Guerrara, enfim. É uma composição de difícil execução, mas que se funciona, traz muita lentidão e muito controle. A equipe da Falcon vai sofrer no mesmo momento, na mesma ideia. Vai sofrer com controle. Já vai mandando ali o nice try. Vai pegando ali esse momento. O Supermarket tá por ali, vamos ver como é que vai ser essa colocação. Tá aqui garantindo bom dano. Apenas um recuo ali para tá voltando para suas origens, né? Aí na colocação de dano, olha o Blink sendo machucado por ali, gastou o flash. Opa! Blink assustou ali, hein? Na trocação, tentou a flash abissal por aqui, acabou passando no vazio, o Han acaba pagando a conta, caiu quem pega o abate. Na tranquilidade, são 2 abates positivos nas mãos da equipe da Falcon. Garante por ali a pressão para fazer essa tartaruga e aí sai numa vantagem muito boa. Parece que quer vir igualar o jogo, hein? Falcons começa de maneira mais intensa e garante o segundo abate e a primeira tartaruga do jogo. O jogo vai se paralisando agora, ficando um pouco mais tranquilo. Falcons pega 2 primeiros abates, garante uma boa pressão nesse início de jogo. Vem tentando aqui uma resposta hábil para tudo aquilo que tá rolando aí dentro da partida. 2-0. Didi já voltou aqui que eu tô vendo pela minha câmera. Bora, gente.
Eita, bora! Caramba, já começamos como, hein? Jogo diferente, né, do anterior. A equipe da Falcon já consegue 2 abates e um gold aí bem interessante. E agora vamos ver como que vai se portar a equipe da Young. Eu acho que mesmo com esse início aqui, não atrapalha nadinha aí que a Young consiga fazer o que fez no jogo anterior, tá, Benny? Ele já tem chegado por aqui em cima do Flap.
Consegue sair dali de tranquilidade, vamos ver como é que vai entrar, se a entrada pra cima do Flap, ele consegue sair de lá de boa. Eu havia mencionado no começo do draft aqui, depois que finalizou, a composição da Young vem praticamente na mesma ideia, né? Controle, 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 dano e dano. Mais ou menos isso. Olha a trocação por aqui, o One consegue pegar a bate-ira de Dryad por ali, acabou sendo uma bela utilização, nem precisou pegar sua ultimate, apenas um encosto ali, a provocação já garantiu boa pressão, 3 abates a 0. E aí vai utilizar em algum galera com a mesma ideia de composição, que é a composição de controle, né? É difícil de execução, mas se você acerta, dá uma dor de cabeça absurda. Olha só, tentou a flecha abissal por aqui o Randy, não tem como sair dali, vai tentando segurar e defender da primeira e melhor forma que possível. O Sanji consegue fazer isso muito bem. Tinha ali seu recurso de purificar para gastar caso fosse necessário e nem precisou, tá lá. Segunda tartaruga do jogo, 10 segundos para estar no mapa, DG.
É, e tá aí, tá? Já vai surgir, a gente já vê a equipe da Falcons rotacionando mais ali pelo rio, tentando ganhar já esse jogo logo cedo. Lá em cima o Ying tem essa visão também, tá de loop, pode aproveitar do herói pra ir um pouquinho ali mais pra frente, mas é aquilo, não vai ter contestação por parte da Yang, não, tá? Você prefere rotacionar, focar mais no farm, porque não teve um início tão avassalador como na primeira partida. Então agora precisa se recompor, focar mais no gold mesmo, para não ficar tão atrás da equipe da Falcons, que já tem uma diferença de 2,5. Por aqui a gente vê o Wing já tentando alguma coisa, mas cara, ele tá lidando com Uranus, e o Kayle também já tava por ali, então tava dando muito dano. Olha a flecha. A lança, né? A lança passou ali voando.
Eu estou a 4,48, 49, 50.
Tamo junto, tamo junto.
Beleza, belíssima. Tá, então o Flap sendo machucado por ali, naquela parte superior do mapa, tem que abrir o olho em Gaules, tá? Mantendo aquela pressão do jogo passado que não existe para esse jogo. É uma composição que é praticamente e basicamente igual, mas não tem efetividade para execução dessa forma aqui. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa força conjunta para limpar o Wave, garante por aqui a pressão, vai voltar no Dexter para pagar a conta. Por ali deixou a flecha abissal, passou no meio do caminho, o Blink ainda tentou por ali, acabou cancelando a Águia Predadora, ficou em maus lençóis ali, mas na sorte conseguiu sair de lá com vida.
Saiu, né? Saiu ali bastante pros três, acho que o reposicionar também ajuda bastante, mas a equipe da Yang é o que você falou, não tá com aquela pressão e com aquele controle que eles estavam conseguindo adaptar na partida anterior. Então a gente tá por ali, estamos bastante dano, né? Obrigado a reposicionar. Vai ter chegado o Raj, nossa, tem que usar ali o Blink das suas habilidades para reposicionar junto com o Sanji. Tem que tomar cuidado, porque realmente a equipe da Falcons de pouquinho em pouquinho tá crescendo no jogo, tá se destacando em relação a esse farm e tá conseguindo causar pressão nessas torres. A torre aqui de baixo já foi um pouco pressionada, lá em cima também. O Kayle já vai fazendo essa rotação pra ajudar ali no Prox, ganhar essa pressão de mapa. Olha!
Puxada sendo feita pra cima do... É impossível ele sair de lá com vida. Garante a proximidade por aqui, gastou o recurso do flash pra finalizar, bem jogado por ele. Já tinha feito ultimate aí, meu amigo. Já que você não foi, eu gasto o flash e você vai. Garantiu um abate aqui na cobrança. Vem na derrubada da torre aqui embaixo, consegue efetividade. Duas torres caem ao mesmo praticamente tempo. Vem com pressão aí pra essa tartaruga. Vamos ver como vai ser essa colocação. Por aqui tenta tomar o Covid primeiro. Ran tá por ali posicionado. Flap aparece por ali pra pegar a informação. Caio consegue chegar junto ali, mas acaba errando o caçar. Aliás, nem utilizou, né? Só ficou nas mãos do Ran por ali. Ficou bom pra ele. Tartaruga cobrada. E aí eu já começo a ver uma resposta boa, tá? Vamos ver essa paralisação sendo feita pelo Sanji por aqui. Fratura aberta pelo Caio. Sem efetividade, apenas identificação de mapa. Duas torres laterais derrubadas para a equipe da Falcons e não encosta nas torres ainda em Longoléricos.
Ele usou o caçar, mas ele não errou o time, tá? Ele acabou aí tendo um delay aí e não deu o caçar na hora certa. Mas o Han já tava bem no controle ali daquela tartaruga, não dava pra contestar. E é aquilo que você tá falando, mesmo fazendo essa tartaruga, a equipe da Falcons tem um domínio um pouco maior em cima da equipe da Yango. O Yango no jogo anterior conseguiu encaixar muito bem aquele controle, né? A gente viu que eles trouxeram o mesmo estilo de jogo da partida anterior, mas não tá conseguindo encaixar. Agora pode ser o momento, o Flap.
Penalidade pra cima do Flap ali, ele consegue sair com tranquilidade, sem dificuldade, gastou a consagração e marcha. Super Marco batendo demais por ali, já tentando derrubar logo esse objetivo. Han chega pra fazer essa passagem, o Oi tá posicionado, pode usar o provocar por ali, acabou gastando recurso porque Han tava ligeiro por ali, acaba só dando passinho pro lado e fica bom pra ele. O jogo vai virando agora em 57 segundos, que é o próximo Lorde pintando na Terra do Amanhecer. Olha só a paralisação, a flecha está acertada por aqui, acaba indo sendo maus lençóis, acaba caindo sozinho por aqui, Super Marco ficou bom pro Han, conseguiu pegar o primeiro abate dele, na troca por aqui o Blink cobra muito bem, a vantagem agora que era da Falcons acaba caindo um pouquinho, vai pra cima do rádio por ali, ele não consegue sair, abate garantido nas mãos diretamente de Han, na trocação por aqui embaixo da torre, ele pega mais um, dupla eliminação, eles voltam pro jogo de era o que precisava a equipe da Longoléricos, partindo pra cima por aqui, Flap foi segurado, vai tentando dano massivo pra essa torre, garante por aqui a pressão, 24 segundos pro Lorde nascer, o Lorde praticamente vai ficando bom o jogo para a equipe da Longoléricos e o farm já tá igual, tá? Tudo igual na questão do farm. Olha a troca aí, Gi.
Bem falado por aí pelo Benny, né? Ele já comentou sobre o farm, eu já ia até comentar, gente, o que uma luta bem feita não faz, né? Uma diferença de 3k de gold basicamente anula tudo isso. A equipe aqui da Longoléricos vai pra cima com tudo, consegue uma teamfight perfeita, derruba a rota do meio, quase iguala essa diferença que tava no gold e ganha agora aquela pressão que precisava para ir para cima. E é isso que acontece quando você tem uma composição de double combo que tem muito controle. Quando você consegue encaixar, você praticamente quase faz ace. Só sobrou um Flab por ali que saiu bem machucado. Então, de fato, a Yango, se ela conseguir encaixar uma, duas lutas assim, isso aqui ela pode ser cenário de fechamento de jogo. Mas vamos ver como que vai responder a equipe da Falcons. Até porque tem que ficar atentos, né, em relação a isso, para não deixar com que a equipe da Youngos consiga encaixar todo esse dano, porque senão perde todo o potencial que eles tinham dentro do jogo e talvez aí a chance de um possível empate. Tem que tomar cuidado, não pode dar vacilo, porque a equipe da Young Galaxy tá aqui para cobrar.
É, Didi, uma diferença de quase 5k de gol de cair para 500, 700 de métrica não tá fácil não, tá? Foi um grande avanço aí da equipe da Ingoléricos. Por aqui gasta a consagração, Flap consegue revitalizar, mas era tarde demais, não conseguiu pegar o abate, vai ter que bater em retirada. Força conjunta em forma defensiva, por aqui acabou pegando a cordinha do Blink para se reposicionar por ali o Sanji. Vem a efetividade por aqui, o Caio vai pegando uma brush aqui, uma moita, né, na parte inferior, de uma forma sagaz, hein? Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa troca. Ram partiu para cima do Super Marco por ali, pegou a tranquilidade de quem quer fazer uma teamfight, hein? Vai na trocação por aqui, acaba sendo penalizado, abate garantido pra cima do... Eles ganham vantagem de novo, Didi!
É, luta muito melhor a equipe da Young, vem ali a lança, mas não acho que ele caia pra dentro dessa teamfight, não. A equipe da Young garante esse objetivo, garante esse lote com bastante tranquilidade e com isso o jogo muda, tá? O cenário aqui inverte e a equipe da Young tem pressão no mapa.
É, tem tudo o que precisa para fazer uma boa partida, tá? Aos 10 minutos e 16, o Lorde vem descendo pela parte do meio para garantir essa pressão para a equipe da Falcons. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa introdução de dano. Por enquanto ganhou a vantagem do jogo, mas não ganhou a vantagem no farm ainda, hein? Tem muito chão para rolar, a Falcons ainda tá vivaça no jogo, só precisa começar a pensar um pouco melhor em como fazer essas teamfights, como havia vindo fazendo no começo do jogo, né? Já se tornou uma virada um pouco mais concentrada agora para Young Gléricos. O Lorde bate diretamente nessa linha de torre. Aos 10 minutos de partida eles se colocam para puxada, faz aí a derrubada, pode tirar sim o recurso aí de passiva dessa torre, né? O que seria uma vantagem absurda para a equipe da Young Gléricos nessa região de mid lane.
Bom, você até comentou essa diferença de gold, que agora já não existe mais. Eu já tinha imaginado que seria só questão de tempo mesmo, até porque a Young estava com um poder de pressão no mapa. E agora você pensa, mesmo que a Falcons estivesse com um pouquinho de vantagem na frente, com 3k de vantagem, a Young conseguiu virar, imagina com pouca vantagem.
Pois é.
E agora imagina a Young no cenário que ela está acima do olho. Aqui realmente a Young tá lutando melhor, tá indo pra cima e a equipe da Falcons tá sentindo essa pressão. Não tá conseguindo agora performar, o Keio já acaba perdendo bastante potencial ao longo dessa partida. O Rad não tá conseguindo encaixar também a flecha abissal e tá tendo dificuldade, tá, pra luta. A gente vê que não tem muito poder de desengage por aqui, a equipe da Falcons vem sofrendo, chegada.
Vamos ver essa trocação, Blink tá por ali fazendo a puxada, olha só, vantagens agora de novo na Young Gléricos. Tentou por aqui, a Águia Predadora acabou tendo que retirar-se dali. Tem muita resposta também, tá? Tem muita resposta, Falcons, não pode moscar e fazer teamfight de qualquer forma não, porque fica ruim. E essa maldade no mid aí?
Tava rolando maldade no mid, mas a equipe da Young tava atenta, tá? Porque se perdeu a visão ali do Caio e sabe que o Caio vai vir pra cima mesmo pra tentar pegar alguém ali fora de posição. Até porque ele é um assassino que tem aí essa mobilidade de ir, de entrar, pegar o abate e sair. Então, eles estão atentos em relação a isso, preferiram recuar pra essa teamfight e agora vai ganhando tempo, né? Vai ganhando tempo, espaço, aproveitando aí pra deixar as rotas mais setadas, até porque tem Lorde pra surgir em 40 segundos. Enquanto isso, as duas equipes vão aguardando do momento ou de algum vacilo de um dos times aí pra poder cobrar. É como você falou, tem que tomar cuidado mesmo, porque a equipe da Falcons tem muito dano também, se eles conseguirem encaixar, tem esse assassino também, tem que traz esse Nola, então realmente tem teamfight boa aqui, tá?
É, Didi, a situação fica crítica, hein? Falcons que se estava aí à frente quase 5k de gold, tá aí com 1.6 de métrica e a vantagem do mapa ficando inteira agora nas mãos da Yongo. É um jogo concentrado, a Falcons começa bem, mas tem aí 2 ou 3 lutas em desvantagem que acaba sendo penalizada demais, né? E o jogo volta à sua atividade normal, equilibrado, em poucos segundos. E a vantagem toda que era da Falcons acaba se tornando uma vantagem repentina para Young Gléricos. Agora um Lorde muito bem feito, não entendi muito bem, não quis contestar, simplesmente entregou o Lorde de graça em Young Gléricos.
Aí eu também não entendi.
Entendi.
Eu também não entendi. Por que será? Moscou, hein?
Mas foi
Aqui
muito feio isso aí.
Mas aqui, tem nem o que comentar, que deu uma moscada grande, tá? Porque tinha todo o controle, até mesmo do Covil, e acabou se perdendo na rotação. Mas vamos ver como que eles vão controlar essa situação. O Super Marco já foi retirado e agora perde potencial para esse Lorde.
H Predador, abate garantido pro Blink, com tranquilidade ele fez ali seu ultimate. E aí contou com a ajuda do Sanji pra fazer a boa. Aliás, do Han, né? O Sanji estava lá em cima. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa passagem pra Lorde. Vai derrubar rapidamente lá em cima o Sanji. Ele sozinho consegue limpar esse Lorde com facilidade. Já perderam toda a pressão que causaram com a queda do Super Marco aí.
A equipe da Young não sofreu muito com esse Lorde, mas poderia ter pegado esse truque pra eles, né? E perde a rota do meio. Perde a rota do meio em relação ao cobrança, pelo menos a equipe da Falcons consegue abrir o midlane, e com isso talvez tente alguma coisa ali pela essa rota. Flap por ali. A gente já vê a chegada aqui do Blink, avança.
Posicionamento, pra cima do Flap, vai sendo machucado por ali, H Predador, ele continua. Wing tá por ali, Flash ult, bela jogada, agora sim, dano massivo, bom, dando por aqui o dano. Casey consegue funcionar ali, explosão, ok, vai sendo machucado, bate garantido nas mãos do Sanji. Na trocação ele vai pra dupla eliminação, olha como tem uma composição e que engage do Wing, hein? Que engage dessa Ruby que gastou o Flash ult e tapa na cara do adversário, garantindo de novo a pressão para Young Galacticos. Eles que tinham aí a visão de um Lorde sentido contrário, agora já estão com wave para bater nessa torre e derrubar, abrir Super Minions de...
O Lorde aqui não fez nem coscas, tá? Pode vir pro GG, a equipe da Young tá limpando a equipe aqui da Falcon. É quase um ace e só sobra o Cristal.
Olha só, Cristal é um ace nas mãos da equipe da Young Galacticos. Eles batem diretamente no Cristal, Cristal focado é GG. GG! Segunda partida decidida 2-0 no placar pra Young Galacticos, GG.
Irmão, me impressionando a equipe da Young Galacticos, tá? Porque com uma frieza, com bem cálculos mesmo em relação às tomadas de decisões, não se abalaram por estarem ali, ter perdido aquele Lorde, parece que era até uma estratégia um pouco assim, fora da curva pra gente, né? Mas sabe o que está fazendo. E já colocou ali o placar, tá? 3/0. Será que a Young garante a vaga pra grande final, um 3/0 numa 7MD5? Isso aqui é loucura, tá? Contra a equipe da Falcons ainda.
Eu tinha falado isso pra você antes de começar a transmissão, tá aí, se concretizando, 2-0 e mais um, casa pra Falcons, causa não, terceiro lugar, né? Mas a gente só vai saber depois do intervalo comercial, já a gente volta.
The ship is landing right now. YG 2-0, and the thing about this game, which is so different from game number 1, is YG didn't just stampede, they had a rough start.
It was
a 3,000 gold deficit.
0 to 60 in about a country minute, and then suddenly 120 in nothing. Even after Falcons blitzed that Lord from underneath their noses, they were unfettered. It's as if it was all according to plan. Still, let's throw it over to Rain Day and our panel to break down game number 2.
Thank you, guys. Man, what a moment. Woo! Yangon Galacticos. No one in the galaxy, the entire galaxy. You know how big that is? Do we need to get Neil deGrasse Tyson over here to tell you how big that is? Because no one has beaten Yangon Galacticos in the last 2 weeks. That is how good this team is playing, undefeated and on the verge of a 3-0. Myanmar is currently on top.
Out of this galaxy. Out of this galaxy gameplay.
Thanos, he can't even do anything.
If this continues, our trend for the past 2 days in the knockouts of having 3-0s in the first series will stay the same.
And who's been that guy with every 3-0 other than Rain Day? But Rain Day's been here all the time.
I've been for all of them.
Oh. I've been here for every 3-0 result. Is it me?
Hey.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the teams. It's the players. It's,
no, man.
It's Yangon Galacticos. That went exactly as we expected. First 2 turtles go to Falcons. Clearly, they get the start. But then once you hit Turtle 3 and Lord 1, that's when Falcons needed to readjust their approach a little bit. And Yangon is online to be aggro because, again, their gold lane is so good. Their Claude, as much as I was wary of it in the sense of why pick it up early, you see why you pick it. Because it's similar to how it's played in the Philippines, where sometimes, even if you don't feel the impact of the Claude, as long as it can farm up, you're fine.
I also think that Blink is having a bigger participation in the reason this result is going this way than we're giving him, because his hero pool on Roam, he's showing it's deeper and more effective than a lot of others. You see a high-low sometimes picked up last and you go, oh, that didn't quite work, and that's where you might lose the game. But with Blink, he's running Matilda, he's running Badong, he's running whatever he needs. They're banning out everybody and he's still effective. That is so hard to give to your team, but he's doing it time and time again.
Yeah, because I think Falcons had all the reason to just play aggro and keep going after YG in the early, especially their mid duo, because it's not like Kaizen nor Blink even opted to go for a Purify anyway. But the timings on the guiding wind have just always been on point. It's not just the timings, the distance in which he decides to use them as well, and the directions have always kept their team safe.
And there was a glaring number difference there between the Eudora and Selena. As we see Yangon, they are light, they are feeling the vibes. Eudora dealt around 42,000 damage. The Selena could barely scrap 14,000.
Man, that mid matchup you've been trying to figure out.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought that they deprioritize the Selena and go for maybe something like a Low Yi. You're up against a great team fighting team. And I will die on this hill. Right now, Yangon Galacticos are the best team fighting team in MSC 2026.
By far.
And if you have a mid laner who can mess up that kind of tempo during the fight, such as a Low Yi, wherein you have an option to play the macro game, as we saw Falcons play the Moskov, then that could be good. Pickoff will not work against Yangon Galacticos because once it gets to their power spikes, they play against it really well. They were getting picked off in the earlier portion of the game, yes. But Turtle 3, Lord 1, they knew they were online and they were almost unstoppable.
One game away. One game away, we're going to see the best result in MSC for Myanmar. It's already been tied with 4th place, but now it could be a grand finals. And going undefeated as well, that one game would mean that they are probably, and I don't know back in the history, you know, this is just my second week here at MLBB, probably the only team that has done it undefeated completely throughout the tournament in recent memory, right, Brig?
Yep, there will be a chance, and that is going to be a statement because it's not coming from the most dominant region ever in MLBB either. It's coming from a region who just recently resurfaced in terms of dominance, which is Myanmar.
All right, Brig, you got some stuff to break down. I was talking about Blink. What did you see, though, in that game, too, that's keeping Yangon ahead?
Okay, I would really want to go back to the idea of how much we saw Falcons really wanting to double down on the shutdown towards specifically the gold laner, specifically Sanji on this Claude. I think we've seen countless rotations in the first 5 minutes towards the gold lane, which I think was the point in time where clearly Falcons were also dominating, but every single time Sanji was just able to survive. There was just such great help that you really got to see from both Blink, from both Kaize, and these are not the clips that we should be looking at. Yes, we should be looking at this first. Okay, so this is, I think, the first few moments, since again we're looking at YG and how they were able to get back in this game. One of the first few moments wherein they really started to get back in this game. You saw how they were able to first, of course, take down Ogwin, but the positionings and their mindfulness in terms of this fight were really key. Ying was just really blocking this entire area. You couldn't really get past him, and you wanted to rely on Kyle to just go in for the steal, because clearly without the presence of Ogwin, you would be at a slight disadvantage, but you still had the level advantage on Kyle. But Yangon really poured in all of their efforts to just prevent Kyle from getting close, and that was just what helped them solidify this gradual comeback even more. We take a look at this next clip as well, and this is, I think, one of the most punishing errors we really got to see from Falcons. You take a closer look, it looked like the perfect setup. Haji and Ogwen just working together, but the counter engage from Blink, that 3-man knockup, since again, we've been pointing out countless times, Falcons really like to keep formations tight, and especially with this lineup, that was all the more reason for Yangon to just go in with the re-engage, because they had all the AoE in the world. They had the Eudora, which really you wouldn't count as AoE, but it still had to some extent AoE, and Sanji, who, as much as they really wanted to shut him down, was just getting the necessary farm to deal the right amounts of damage towards these members. Not to mention, them really being close together helped Han land his skills and get to put out the necessary damage towards more members of Team Falcons at that moment. And this is where you see the gold lead slowly going over to the side of Yangon. In this third clip, I think you really have to take a look at how Han and Kaize were able to manage this team fight. They worked together so well. They tried to find the burst, and Ying with the entries. every single time you see Ying go in with the flicker, it seems very well calculated enough, and Yangon have just resorted to the idea of going and taking down Ogwen, which I think became easier and easier for them as time went by, and that was what guaranteed them the wins in the objectives. And we take a look at one more clip here. I think I'm just really going to point this out because of how Falcons might have just really wanted to maybe try to balance things out a bit. They've put themselves back. There's been movement from Yangon towards the bottom side of the map, and they took such great advantage of this. They really went in for the immediate burst of the Lord. I don't think it gets caught in this clip anymore, but this was the moment where Falcons actually took away the Lord, but it did not matter because look at how YG still decided to take on the fights. Falcons, after they dealt with the Lord, revealed themselves for just a bit. Sanji had enough damage to already shred down Flap to pieces, and Ying with the follow-throughs, the entries, and the burst that had to come along. Mind you, Han wasn't even part of this fight just yet, but this was Sanji's time to shine, and that was just, I'd say, Yangon and their really mindfulness, how they've been able to keep themselves in this game despite how Falcons have been performing the first 5 minutes. It's very commendable. You really see how they've grown throughout this MSC.
Sanji's first 2 kills in that last moment right there, but that was the nail in the coffin. Also, the first time we saw in maybe the last 25 kills, death attempts, Ying die, but they ended up getting 4 kills in response on the side of Falcon. So YG still win that trade by 3 or 4 times. So Ying still proving valuable. All right, when we come back, it's a chance for YG to move into the finals. And before we do that, if you think this action is amazing, you want to be a part of it, not just talking in chat, but actually streaming it, join our creator program. You have a chance to earn some cool prizes, be featured maybe in some clips, and also you have a chance to build your community off of what may be the most interesting MSC yet. So take advantage of it, whether it's this game or any of our games. Join the creator program, earn some cool prizes, and be a part of the narrative. After this 2-0, it could be 3, but before we move on to that, we want to let you know I love playing with my friends. You love playing MLBB with your friends. Well, there's another way to play with your friends in Acecraft. Check out We Fly Together, a brand new co-op mode.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet holds the trophy for MSC, which at this moment, we will see who will be fighting for it. Game 3 will either send us to another one or put Yangon Galacticos into our grand finals, as they would become the first grand finalist of this tournament of upsets. It's going to be a fun one, guys. The fans standing by, and they have been silenced on the side of Team Falcons PH. The last hope for the Philippines, well, there's still hope. As long as there's one more game, you could keep pushing it. But it has to happen now, Brigida and Renmar, as Super Marco, even himself, I wouldn't say he looks happy. And I think that's just maybe a bit of focus, but also maybe understanding the task at hand. If they are going to survive, they don't need to just win one. They need to win 3 games in a row against a team who is undefeated.
It's hard to read Marco's emotions because he has been historically very stoic. Even his happiest moments, it looks like he was unhappy with it now. But that's really just how Marco is, man. But definitely, I'm pretty sure that's what's running through Falcons' minds right now. They drafted well in game number 2. They just, again, weren't able to execute it all the way until the end. There was one play that Brigida showed earlier with the engagement onto, I believe it was Blink yet again, or Ying. When Ogwen dropped down the Wrath of Dryad, that was around near the orange buff. They missed out on a key target to make sure that you get taunted, and that's the Eudora. That's the layers and levels that Yangon is playing right now. If their main conditions in team fights, whether it's a great source of crowd control or a great source of damage, if you can't take it down fast enough, and if you can't focus it down, Yangon has a chance to turn the fight around.
And I can't believe they're doing this with barely switching up the mid lane. Like, it's still just so 3 picks for Kaize, for Yangon. And mind you, Falcons, I think they're trying to do the same, but it's not like they have the most stable of mid laners as their priority. The Selena has been an on and off pick, which is very, again, difficult to play from behind with. So maybe, or might we see a change here for Falcons now that they're in this position? We'll find out.
It's been fantastic drafting from YG. And sometimes in a fight, we talk about this almost as a heavyweight matchup. 2 teams, 1 blow received. You want to respond, but if you get dazed, what does anyone tell a fighter? Keep going. Try to get them out. Try to end the fight there. And that's what YG have a chance to do. There is all this discussion, but at the end of the day, 2-0 down, you have to believe that Falcons are feeling it. But what can they do with it here?
YG, they still hold the perfect record. If they do it here and they go to the grand finals, they will be the first team in MLBB international history to reach the grand finals with a 100% win rate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I think the boss just went and looked that up for us. Thanks again, Maui. Barat's Eudora Fanny band. The Eudora band from Falcons saying we're taking at least one of your cryo picks away in mid. What needs to change here, Brig? I mean, you're not convinced. It's hard to be convinced. It's an uphill battle, but what? Do you like the Eudora band? Do you like that, just getting that out of the way?
I think it will help in a way, but it's just really more on how Falcons maintain that early to late, because I think they're not, it's not like they find or have a hard time securing that early game, especially if they get to dictate the matchup in mid. So now that maybe they just want to double down on that, I wonder though, because at this point, it's likely going to be a Hirara Cryo again.
Yeah, you have Hirara, Freya, Marcel, 3 strong first picks, all active as a choice for Falcons, but they take out the Marcel themselves. Don't want to risk them rush picking into it and Yangon suddenly just showing up with a Valentina, even though Kaize has yet to pick up that hero this MSC.
So at this point, you probably don't ban. Well, I know. What do you think, Redmar? Do you just not ban the Harara and not ban the Freya? That way, if you give it to Falcons, YG still get the Harara?
They might do the same thing and just ban out the Freya again, but then there's still an Atlas they have to think about, and I think maybe that's what Falcons might lean into. If it's not going to be the Marcel, then maybe we rush pick the Atlas and see if Kaize really won't pick up the Valentina. And then slowly, that's where Falcons might be able to build their draft foundations on heading into the next games.
Atlas been banned all 3 games, but this time the Barats and the Eudora interrupt, and so it allows the Atlas to be let through. But I think the Harara here just feels so comfortable for YG, they'll probably be okay with it.
Take it away from Han. Is it the Harara or is it the Atlas? Which one will it be, Falcons?
Because I guess the only worry that I have if they go for the Atlas is that YG will have a pretty good idea of how the team fights are going to look like again for Team Falcons, and then they could just resort to some of the more unorthodox options that they've previously shown us, which I think would work out great against the Atlas, so they will revert back to a Hirara Cryo first.
Yeah.
But that will hand over the Atlas to YG too.
I think Yangon can double down on the crowd control. They might rush Juice in here, along with another power pick in the meta.
Juice in.
Wow. Atlas Juice in could be tough.
Or they go for Uranus instead and a safer one.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, now they probably don't mind the Atlas coming through.
They show it. So I think this is one of the cards that Yangon has been holding close to their chest. Not just this entire series, but this entire MSC to not show Valentina until this moment.
Is that a new mid, by the way? He's getting off his 3.
It's only been Eudora Gore juicing. Here's number 4. But Falcons, they win a trade in the XP. They get the Esmeralda while getting the Claude away from the hands of Sanji.
Okay. So at least it'll be a match in the XP lane. It's just the gold lane that'll really matter later on. If you're looking at what Sanji could potentially pick up later, but he has a lot. He has a lot of options, honestly. And in jungle, though, what could be the option for Han? He's had a lot. Okay. They're going for Sanji's pick.
I wonder if they'll set up for either a Gwyn or Fred.
I was thinking Gwyn if they also had the Atlas, or maybe, could there be a chance Falcons still go Atlas? If they go Atlas, then they have the Valentina to get the Atlas ult, then they have a layer with the spatial migration.
Yeah, that's actually the really tough choice here for Falcons. It's what roamer are they going to pack? All the best roamers in this metagame have great ultimates you'd want to steal.
Yep.
Yangon still respecting the Selena of Falcons.
Okay, so they're the ones who will force Falcons to play a different mid lane. Up against the Valentina, I think there are a couple options still left.
Falcons might be considering a Farsa later, but then with the Uranus, you waste your burst on him. You give the Feathered Airstrike to Ying, but I think Feathered Airstrike for the lineup of Yangon against what Falcons has shown for their main carries in the Hirara and Claude is okay. You do have the Claude anyway, and at least you get some little bit of poke, but then Moskov would be very happy to go up against a lineup that has a artillery mage. That's why Yangon have drafted this way. That's why they pick up the red 3 Moskov and they ban the Selena. And Falcons expecting it to come out, as we called it, they'll ban the Guinevere away from Yangon. They still have a Fredrin option in the jungle.
Fredrin, I don't know if we'll get pushed to a point where they bring out the Suyo all over again too. Because I think it's either way still going to be tough to pull off against Falcons.
But Yangon has done it before. They've been able to pull off that Suyo before, and I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly Han shows up with it.
If they do, Yangon will just gonna have one of the craziest records, because at this point even the Nolan's taken out. I don't really see a utility still coming through for Yangon.
Yeah, you still have other great mid lane options that could mess up a utility jungler.
Is a Harley an option for Han?
If they show it early, then Falcons can adjust their mid. They'll probably go something like Lilia.
Well, 2 more picks here, and it is the Harley. They do show it early, so we may see the Lilia response for some burst. But now the jungle is shown, and it's simply the roam needed for the side of YG and Sanji. Super Marco going to be on the Claude, so they've already shown what their gold's going to look like, as well as their EXP and jungle. They're looking for their roam and their mid, but the Selena ban is going to force Haji to play something different this time around, but could be a good thing, guys. He's lost twice on Selena. Maybe this is just a good change of pace.
If it's not going to be the Farsa or the Even, they'll probably go like Lilia Cho or Lilia Gata Gacha to close it out. But then you're still waiting for the roam pick for Yangon. Trying to think of roam trades.
at least anyone who could just body block.
Yeah.
There's just so much you have to body block here from Yangon's lineup, honestly. Okay.
Okay. So they do go for the far side. It's the glue roam that I wasn't able to remember. They don't have to worry about a Vixana. There's a Valentina on the other side.
Yep.
Well, Yangon can just go something stable in the roam. Tanky, dive.
They could still grab the Atlas if they want it.
Yeah, Atlas still open.
The Gatot's still there too, I think, into the Farsa.
Yeah.
Will also be a great option for them.
If Yangon really just want to end it and go fast, I think they'll be brave enough to go like Kali Valentina in the center. Or maybe even a Hilda. But that's really only if they're super confident with it. They need a little bit more hard AoE crowd control up in the front. But no, they go for the Carmilla, their pick.
Earlier in the first game, but it didn't show up.
That's their pick.
Okay, so this is why we say they can just really afford to save roam for last, because they have all
It's
these
insane.
options.
I haven't seen this happen before. I mean, Renmar, this is the deepest roam pool we've seen for sure on display.
Yangon Galacticos, it looks really good. It's looking very 3-0-able, but not to completely discount Falcons.
Yep.
They still have the chance, and their draft does not look bad, but it is the Carmilla of Yangon Galacticos.
It is the last hope for the Philippines and Team Falcons. There are club championship points on the line for Falcons, who are back-to-back champions, but it is Yangon Galacticos who are playing out.
Opa! Chegamos direto da Terra do Amanhecer, aqui no Gaules, para transmitir para vocês aquele que pode ser o último mapa dessa série. Bom, vamos ver, porque do outro lado tem a equipe da Falcons tentando aí, talvez, tirar o mapa da equipe aí da Yangon Galacticos. E vamos ver, gente. Vem com a gente, baby. Bora!
Bora, Gigi, vamos pro jogo. E por enquanto, meu amigo, 2-0 no placar geral para Yangon Galacticos, que acaba virando uma partida tranquila, né, para eles. Jogaram duas partidas da série aí de maneira controladíssimas. Então, bom trabalho para eles, sem dificuldades à parte. De novo, a Falcons começa do lado azul. E que tenha mais sorte para que a gente acompanhe um jogo bom, porque a Falcons pode entregar, só que a gente não viu até agora, Gigi.
Agora não teve essa entrega não, tá? Agora tá deixando a desejar e a equipe da Falcons tá ali tentando, né? Vamos ver se eles vão conseguir. A equipe da Yangon Galacticos, como você falou, né? Trazendo 2-0 nesse placar, 2 jogos bem jogados. O segundo foi um pouco mais pegado, a equipe da Falcons começou ganhando, mas depois teve dominância por parte da Yangon, que tá lutando melhor e tá vindo aí pra essa série de olho ali na vaga e finalista, né, aqui no MSC. Bom, Super Max com o Sancho já começa aqui com uma certa pressão. Na roda superior, o Han já vai aproveitando já para fazer ali seu buff com a ajuda do Blink. Chegada um pouco mais agressiva por parte da equipe da Falcons aqui em cima do Ying. Fora de posição, explodido! Que isso, velho?
Eu tô atrasadão aqui, eu tô com 1 minuto e 20, 1 minuto e 30, hein?
Eu tô no 36, já teve flash bud aqui, gank e o 3 estourando.
Obrigado aí por ter narrado, porque eu fiquei off. Tava aí. Tô agora 1:46, 47, 48.
Vai dar certo.
Nossa, eu tava atrasado. Por aqui, Flap vai sendo machucado. O primeiro abate caiu nas mãos da Falcon. Começou assim a partida passada, né? Começou assim a partida passada. Quem sabe agora seja melhor a história escrita do que na anterior. Vamos ver. Trocação para Tartaruga por aqui. Primeiro objetivo grande do jogo. Tá ali o Caio focando diretamente o In. Ele é abatido com tranquilidade e dificuldade para caminhar. Blink tá ali, mas vai ter que bater em retirada. A Tartaruga fica de forma simples e objetiva para a equipe da Falcons. Dessa vez parece que tá mais tranquilo, hein, Didi?
Parece, hein? Tá conseguindo funcionar um pouco mais. Tá conseguindo ativar alguns ganks. Vai pra cima, muito dano.
Olha a troca. Vai o abate garantido pra cima do Raj por aqui. Ele não resiste e cai. Acaba pegando um abate pra cima dele. Com tranquilidade vem trocação por aqui. Ainda tem Falcons marcando mais um abate. 3 abates a 1. A vantagem da deles. Vai tentando burstar de certa forma aqui esse Red. Na verdade esse Purple. Vai tomando dano por ali. Eliminação garantida com sucesso. Roubo efetivado. Caiu ali no momento errado. E aí, meu amigo, ficou bom o jogo pra Falcon, Didi. 3-1.
Que início bom, tá? Com essa fase que na mão do Raj, a equipe da Falcons tá conseguindo realizar alguns ganks bem interessantes, né? E conseguindo deixar vantagem na hora das teamfights, tá dando muito dano. E nesse início aqui, a equipe da Yangon Galacticos tá tomando um pouco. Olha só o que eu falei da ultimate, que é isso com pouquíssima vida pode cair.
Olha o Flap, não tem ninguém pra parar ele por enquanto. Ele tá excessivo demais, não passou! Roubou a queda da luz estelar, não passou pela parede, ele ri na câmera ali no lado inferior, você acompanhando o detalhe. Que pena que ele não passa por ali, hein?
Nossa, é porque ali não dá pra passar, né? Tem que ter andado um pouquinho mais pra frente ou ir pro cover do Red. Mas, deu ruim. Não deu, o cálculo foi certeiro. Mas, bom, como a gente estava comentando, a equipe da Falcons tem essa pressão, olha só, aqui em cima, o Red está marcando bastante presença com essas ultimates e utilizando muito aí da faixa para conseguir pegar bases interessantes. Aqui a gente já vê uma rotação mais avançada da equipe da Falcons nesses primeiros minutos.
Aí, ó, 3 minutos e 52 segundos. Vendo essa pressão, Caio, tentando trocar diretamente ali com o Purple dele, leva vantagem, óbvio. 4 abates a 1, 2.1k de gold a mais, é um jogo bem quente para a equipe da Falcon. É um começo bem diferente do que a gente viu até agora, Didi. Parece aí querer sim voltar para uma fight boa.
Sim, agora aqui a gente tem um posicionamento do Link que vai ficando um pouco mais recuado, que mais uma vez pode sofrer com o gank da equipe da Falcon. Rotação bem avançada ali em cima daquela tartaruga, bate aqui em cima do Super Marco, não! Volta pra finalizar. Eita, nossa senhora!
Que baile, olha o Ram, pegou informação por ali, acabou não encontrando. Força conjunta aí, amassou, tá? Dupla eliminação nas mãos do Super Marco, ele no limite da honra fez a boa, Didi. A torcida vibre com razão, que play que faz Super Marco dando aulas por aqui.
Cê é louco, esse aqui só vendo pra acreditar, inacreditável. Você fez o Super Marco aqui, a torcida vibrando lá, porque realmente foi a jogada, tá? E olha, tem mais Blink.
Finalização pra cima do Blink por aqui, o ataque aéreo vem pra somar. Garante por aqui a presença, Caio finaliza. Eles parecem que acordaram pro jogo, 2-1 no placar geral pra Young Gléricos, mas tá 7-1 no placar da partida. 4k de gold a mais com 3 minutos de jogo. Aliás, com 5 minutos de jogo. É muita coisa, Didi. Olha a penalidade, abate garantido nas mãos do Flap. Eles pulam lá debaixo da torre e conseguem efetividade. E aí você acompanha no replay essa play, tá? Olha isso.
Que play, gente.
Um tapa.
Era um mino bater nele, morria.
Eles tiraram, colocaram o replay, colocaram a torcida dos caras ali, não deixaram de ver a play.
Aí foi paia, né?
Foi paia demais, tá? Foi muito paia.
Ai, meu Deus do céu. Mas tá bom, vamos lá. A equipe da Falcons agora vindo com tudo, tá? Que pressão, 4k de diferença. Conseguiu torre lá embaixo, 8 kills a seu favor. A equipe aí da Young ficando bem recuada. Bem numa situação que a gente não tinha visto ainda até. Teve uma pressão no jogo anterior, mas não foi tão grande assim. Vamos ver como que vai se portar a equipe da Falcons para finalizar esse jogo, para ver se consegue manter essa pressão pro mid late game, até porque no outro jogo eles tiveram essa dificuldade e a equipe da Young conseguiu cobrar. Mas agora parece que fica um pouco mais difícil nesse cenário.
Tá aí, ó. Cenário complicadíssimo para Young Gléricos, parece que apagou, tá? E quem vem pro jogo é eles, ó. Troca ali, vamos ver como é que vai ser a colocação. Queda da luz estelar, Flaptease tenta pra cima do Blink, por ali acaba sem efetividade. O ataque aéreo parece constar antes do Ram. Abate garantido nas mãos do Case, que tem como buscar lá atrás, pode ficar em maus lençóis. O Case, Flap parte pra cima dele. Tem colocação por aqui do olho também, introdução do Ling, tem consagração que ele utiliza. Finaliza bem por ali a jogada, acaba pegando um abate, 9 abates a 2. É um jogo muito quente pra equipe da Falcon, tá difícil pra Young andar nesse mapa, hein? Mais uma tartaruga, é a terceira free e vem massacre, Didi.
Vem massacre atrás de massacre, porque está mandando um joinha por ali. Realmente a equipe da Falcons aqui tá muito forte. Tem um neutralizado em cima do rádio, mas ainda não é o suficiente. A equipe aqui da Young vem tentando ganhar um pouco mais de espaço, segurar essa pressão. A Falcons que vem caminhando na roda do meio, mas é a situação complicada. Porém, entretanto, todavia é um jogo muito bom para Young no late game, tá? Tem que tomar cuidado aí para não dar vacila a equipe da Falcons e logo para finalização. Tem o Moscov lá na mão do Sanji que me preocupa muito e realmente a equipe da Falcons tem que aproveitar que está forte, que está conseguindo ir para cima e finalizar o quanto antes aqui para mim.
Tá aí, ó, tá tentando buscar, já derruba a torre de T2 aos 7 minutos, a torre do mid também tá com os dias contados. Vai caindo por ali pra cima dela o Super Marco, que tá gigante, virando 2-0-2. Destrói a torre com sossego e tranquilidade, mais uma passagem sendo feita aqui na questão desse golem de pedra, acaba tendo que gastar o caçar ali pra fazer o objetivo, senão nem isso não ia sobrar pro Betinho, Didi.
Situação complicada, tá? Tem que gastar tudo pra tentar sair ali da força que tá trazendo a equipe da Falcons. Por aqui vai ter estourando, tem tentada é meio complicado, né? Tem tentado a equipe da Gaules ir pra cima, pegar um abate, mas mesmo assim tá difícil. A equipe da Falcons tá bem forte e consegue lidar com a situação. A gente vê que o Owen com esse aqui tem feito bastante diferença também, porque ele tem incomodado e ele faz uma boa frontline pra segurar um pouco desse dano e desse avanço da equipe da Young. Você pode tirar por aqui, Flap.
Muita pressão, Didi. Muita pressão, é um comando de mapa absurdo que traz a Falcon pra essa partida. Na trocação foi puxado pra trás por aqui, o Owen vai sendo penalizado, gasta o recurso do Flash pra se reposicionar. Tem pressão do Super Marco, ele consegue bater de longe já tá machucando demais o Marcão. Tá por aqui, já trazendo mais um wave pra esse mid. Lorde está na terra da amanhecer em 3 segundos. Quem tá inteira dentro do covil é a Falcons.
Tá por ali, tá? Dominando. Não sei se a equipe da Yango vai tentar contestar, acredito eu que não. Olha como faz esse Lorde de forma rápida, é um Lorde de 8 minutos, então ele tem menos vida. E com isso tem essa pressão, mais uma pressão a favor da equipe da Falcons, é que a equipe da Yango realmente não está conseguindo jogar naquele tipo de jogo que eles conseguiram, né, nos anteriores mapas aí, então realmente tá difícil pra eles. Blink toma muito, vai tomando bastante dano, pode ser eliminado. Ai.
Penalizado ali, consegue bater na retirada, sai machucado por ali também o Wing, vai tentando splitar na parte superior direita lá em cima. O Sanji pra tentar levar e tirar essa pressão. Garante a torre por ali, com dificuldade, leva o objetivo, devia ter batido na torre. Devia ter batido na torre, preferiu bater na wave, acabou sendo tarde, vai ter que voltar, hein? Vamos ver se ele vai conseguir encaixar uma lança ali, tá vendo diretamente o Caio, a troca não é boa pra ele, vai pegando a pressão, não é bom pra ele. Acabou errando a lança, ele deveria ter ido, vai tentar franquear por ali, vamos ver se vai conseguir chegar lá a tempo, hein? Vai tentando dar o recal. O recal não acerta por ali, tentou diretamente a troca. Caio, partiu pra cima, pode levar a melhor por ali. O escudinho cantou no limite da honra. Tá por aqui o Flap, vai deixando o amiguinho sozinho aí, meu amigo. Você vai ser cobrado, não tem mais a cartola. Puxou na queda da luz estelar, tchau, obrigado. Garante por aqui o Lorde batendo diretamente nessa torre. A torre cai, Super Minus aberto na rota inferior. Quem cai por aqui também é o Oi, queimando, ele sai com vida. Ataque aéreo pra posicionar por aqui, o Blink acaba indo de bala. A Rádio pegou o abate com tranquilidade. Vem na troca muito gigante. A Falcon agora 9.2k de gol de 10 minutos de partida, Didi. É uma vantagem expressiva demais para a equipe da Falcons, que tá aí beirando já a entrada da base. Garante por aqui mais uma pressão, vem limpando a wave do jeito que pode. É dificultoso o jogo para o Williams.
Muito, tá? E é a primeira vez que a equipe da Falcons fica tão perto assim nessa série de conseguir aí finalizar. Chegada por ali, Flap tá sozinho, tem que tomar cuidado.
Partiu pra cima, gastou a primeira habilidade, deixando saudade por ali, Flap partiu pra cima, mas tem também o raio. Vai garantindo por aqui o Han tentando a entrada, acaba sendo abatido pelo Super Marco, ele se posicionou bem, deixou o Dexter já não pagar a conta, só ficou o holograma de batalha, porque aí, meu amigo, é muita pressão da Falcons, tá virando 10.1k de gol de apenas com 10 minutos de jogo, tá? É 1000 de ouro por cada minuto de jogo aberto aqui nesse quesito. Vem pressão, olha só a invisibilidade, tem a puxada por aqui sendo feita, tem a consagração que tá disponível por ali, o Ing já utiliza, não tem mais o que fazer, ele acaba caindo, o Blink quem paga a conta, caiu, partiu pra cima por aqui com a força dos leques, vai garantindo a batida na torre, se derrubar isso aqui fica difícil o jogo pra Yongo, vai clareando, só tem 3 views por enquanto, volta o Han agora, torre derrubada, Super Minus aberto na rota superior, a vantagem agora inteirinha da Falcon de...
Total, tá? Super Minus aí praticamente na rota superior e na rota inferior, quase em todas as rotas, porque a torre aqui da rota do meio também tá bem machucada e com certeza agora com essa pressão pode ser que caia. Olha a chegada, muito dano por ali, ultimate.
Olha a troca, vai pegando mais um ultimate, garante por aqui, o abate Flap vai buscando pra cima do Sanji. Tem queda da luz estelar por ali disponível pra ele, ele consegue utilizar de forma belíssima. Garante por aqui a limpeza, vai fazendo a passagem de restituição da base, era tarde demais, tem muita gente dentro dessa base. É muita gente dentro da base e aí, minha amiga. Mais um Lorde nascendo a favor da equipe da Falcons, porque aqui é sem contestação. A menos que acerta aí o Sanji, nem vai dar tempo dele voltar, 12 segundos ainda, o Lorde tá sendo derretido. Era a única chance de acertar uma lança ali.
E essa chance aí não vai tendo espaço, né? A equipe da Yongo realmente tá bem fraca para esse jogo. Olha a diferença de gold. Quase 12k, é muito mesmo. Não teve espaço para lutar, não conseguiu farmar nem a selva. O Han tá nível 13, do outro lado que é o nível 15. Faz muita falta aquele assassino, o Flap tá gigante com essa esmeralda e tá difícil nas lutas aqui, a equipe da Yongo realmente não consegue fazer nada, a não ser só olhar e aguardar a morte, porque realmente a equipe da Falcons consegue dar muito dano em área, traz um certo controle também com o Flap aí, com o Owen indo pra cima, e agora o que resta? Defender, tentar defender, né?
E o pior não é nada. Quando montou uma composição diferente que não tem controle, a Yongo não conseguiu jogar, tá? Será esse aí?
Preocupante.
Será essa aí a estratégia tão temida da Yongo Galacticos? Porque pela primeira vez ela monta uma composição que não é de controle e acaba tomando muito na cabeça. Vamos ver a paralisação, o Caio finaliza a RAM por ali, ele não consegue nem clicar, o Lorde já vai batendo diretamente na métrica do cristal, garante por aqui o Caio a pressão, pode tirar o segundo abate pra cima do Case, queda da luz estelar ofensiva por aqui, acaba passando no vazio, não encontrou ninguém, mas tá lá imparável, o Caio, mega kill nas mãos dele, batendo diretamente no cristal, vai tentando defender, limpar o wave por ali, acaba ficando um bom jogo, o Super Marco finalizou muito bem jogado, vai pintar o GG, Didi!
GG, ó a torcida.
Finaliza a série, a torcida encandecida, Didi. Que jogo foi esse, minha amiga?
Que jogo, que retorno faz a equipe da Fox. Que isso, menino? Vai arrancar o cabelo do menino ali. Deus, que isso. Mas, bom, muito bem jogado. Preocupante isso que você falou, porque realmente a equipe da Gaules, quando mudou a composição, não conseguiu lutar. Faltou ali aquela composição que eles estão acostumados. Teve play maravilhosa do Super Marco também, que a gente vê até o foco em cima dele. E com isso, a Falcons ainda continua aqui ao sonho, tá? De conseguir ir pra grande final. Vamos ver como que vai ser aí o desenrolar dessa série, que parecia ter um fim por parte da equipe da Yokogar, mas com isso, a equipe da Falcons retorna pra essa série e podemos sim ter série completa por aqui, tá bem?
Boa! Já voltamos, intervalo comercial para tomar aquela água. Daqui a pouco a gente volta no draft.
Bearing down on Sanji, even baiting Han and denying him certain plays. And again, when you're playing on a team that has been together for almost 2,000 days, count how many years that's been. That's a majority of what Falcons have been working with. 2,000? Almost 2,000 days. We started the count in season 17. Almost 2,000 days they've been a team.
7 years? Six and a half years.
1,000 and something.
Oh, 1,000. 3.5 years.
This is the kind of reset you're capable of. And Yangon are now in an unprecedented position, Trex. They're coming from momentum taken away from them. They've never felt this way in MSC, not in Paris.
This is very true. Yangon has not faced defeat yet. They haven't been pushed into a corner. Can they recover? We saw Falcon recover. Let's see if YG can do the same thing. Let's see what our panel has to say about it. How we doing over there, guys?
Well, it won't be international history with that stat. 100% win rate gone as Team Falcons PH come alive. And the Filipinos' last hope continues to bring just a chance at something special. Still 2 more games, must win back-to-back. But it does bring a lot more energy into the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Brigitte Brynmar, what a game. I know you've got some stuff queued up, but Brig, reactions, finally, they get the win off their chest and they can breathe at least a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, I feel like everyone supporting Team Falcons here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet can afford to breathe just a little bit, because that was a very dominant way to get back in the series. You know, they started off strong and they clearly shut down the XP lane multiple times. I think that was a huge difference maker, at least for the series. The fact that Ying wasn't able to do anything as much as he did in the first 2 games, and the switch up in mid, you see and feel the tempo change.
Yeah, with the Falcons getting the Esmeralda, and of course at the center having that glue roam. We thought about Yangon and respected their deep bag of hero pools. Well, Ogwen, this wasn't the first time that he was able to show off a glue roam, but it was huge impact. Glue roam, Farsa mid, Hirara in the jungle, and of course an Esmeralda dominating its lane matchup means the jungle is not safe, which is why we saw a lot of glue roams go up against Harley jungles in MPL Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, all over the world.
I mean, look at the damage difference. It was 53,000 on the Esmeralda of Flap compared to the 17,000 of the Uranus on Ying. That impact, I mean, that's a 35,000+ damage difference going to your teammates versus you doing it to the others. Brig, was it an EXP lane loss that turned this around?
Well, it started from there, definitely. To say the least, it started from there. It was the priority for Team Falcons before they could fully establish their presence across the map. And they've just kept the pressure going from that point onwards. I think that was very crucial, because it again was something they eventually let go of in the previous games, where when we saw them actually get the lead. But this is a different story. Their lineup was built to actually sustain that dominance that they've been able to secure in the first few minutes of the game. And YG's lineup was not built to delay the game. They could barely actually go for the defense. They could barely prolong it to a point where Sanji could actually make the plays, though he desperately tried. I think you could also witness through the last sequence how desperately Sanji tried to go for the defense. But again, the farming, the gold, it wasn't just there yet.
Yeah, it was 2 in the favor of Philippines as the drum sounds. And the fans chant back, excuse me, mix both of those up. New word, chants, who knows? All right, Rimar, you've got a setup for us on the telestrator.
Yeah.
I know you want to talk about the draft.
Yeah.
What gave Team Falcons Philippines a chance here?
All right, let's look at this. Bringing this together play. So we look at the priorities here of Falcons. They get the Hirara as that first pick. Then they went with the Esmeralda Claude. The Esmeralda was the easiest Esmeralda pickup you could go for in the world, as Yangon Galactico showed up a Uranus and a Valentina early on. This Valentina, looking back at it now, partly I could see why Yangon don't pick it as often and why their priorities revolve around the Eudora that was banned out really well by Falcons. That's where they decided to focus towards. They didn't care about the presence of the Juicin potentially showing up early on. They baited Yangon into picking up that Valentina, as Yangon was thinking Atlas is going to be the main play here. So we pick up the Valentina to turn off the Atlas pickup from Falcons, meaning that Falcons ended up walking away with the Glue, Farsa, and the Hirara that can all set up tempo, so they know that the Esmeralda's winning EXP, meaning that the Harley is gonna be the sad one in the lineup for Yangon Galacticos. We put a lot of respect on this Carmilla, but if you look at the lineup, and I failed to mention this earlier, this Carmilla really just answers one pick on the side of Falcons, and that's potentially the Glue. Everyone else doesn't care about that Curse of Blood. They'll be able to get out of the AoE really quickly. They're mobile, high dive. Carmilla doesn't like going up against that. They want that honest front to back. Falcons can either go front to back with their team fight or just surprise dive through the Claude. One last before we pass it on over to Brigida. This is some great bans here by Falcons. They took away the Guinevere and the Nolan, forcing out that Harley to come out later. And that Harley was sad in the presence of the Glue and the Farsa. That's it. It's your turn.
It's my turn. Okay. So I think at this
Good job, guys.
we're gonna be jumping in game because we've already broke down what happened in the draft. And oh my, where is my play button? Oh no, not that. Okay. So as we take a look at the first clip I decided to pick up here, I would really want to highlight this because I feel like this is one of the moments where YG actually tried to get something, to at least get a trade, to catch up in what way, because their XP lane was sort of already shut down, so you would really want to consider looking at other lanes, and particularly in this instance, it was the gold lane. But you take a look at how Super Marco just managed this play as a whole, and it did not look like it was something that eventually YG could really capitalize on. Just look at the micro and decisions that came from it. But I feel like what really hurt them the most in this particular scenario was the fact that there was a bit of a delay in terms of the SOD coming in. Han had to try to go for the finish of Super Marco all by himself, which I understand in a way was sort of them trying to preserve the SOD in case they needed to use it later on. But at this point, if they were really trying to go for as much as they can in this scenario where they're really literally playing from behind, then they must have at least secured or tried to really go for the kill, because you see how punishing it eventually turned into from this point onwards when Ogun was able to catch up and Super Marco was able to respond.
Yeah, that was the most important turtle buff of all time, by the way, saving Super Marco like that.
Yep, it helped a lot. He just had a lot more I feel like confidence to just stay in the fight and eventually clear the lane. And now as we take a look at this next play, you see how maybe the plan kind of shifted a bit. They initially really wanted to go for Super Marco, but they failed. The second time around, they tried to consider Haji. But you take a look at how Han positioned, you would think it was ideal. Blink though, suffering a huge amount of burst damage, even though Kaize was there to help Han actually try to go for the pickoff. This is very... This resembles so much of what Onyx did yesterday. Basically, it's those fast reaction times, and despite you really wanting to go for a specific target, it just does not come out easily, or it just does not go the way that you want. Haji with a flicker was able to survive that, and Han, look at that. They really wanted to go for it this time. He stayed and went back, space escape, even at the expense of his own life. And even if he did get Haji though, I don't think this was as rewarding for Yangon anymore, because they weren't really able to convert it into much. At this point, they also lost out on 2 outer top turrets, both in top and bot. So you see how desperate the attempts were starting to become for YG. This is very uncharacteristic of them. And you take a look at this last sequence. I think this is really what kind of shut down the entirety of what YG or the potential comeback angles from YG once again, because Blink had no choice. He had to be up front together with Ying, but the damage could no longer be sustained. And even if he did try to go for the Curse of Blood, I don't think it was captured here in this clip. Falcons could just easily scramble away from it and re-engage. That is one of the strengths of their lineup. They just have such high mobility. They could reposition as much as they want, and Yangon did not want to play against the lineup who could just easily reposition like that. They had to have them in a particular area. They had to have them under control. Even with Kaiser stealing away the fettered airstrike, they could not use the combo. They could not find the hero synergies between the Carmilla and whoever they wanted to use as supplementary damage in their lineup, especially as Sanji really failed to get the necessary farm. And I think that's where we saw Yangon for the first time in this tournament really struggle in terms of executing their lineup.
It also felt like they were just calling a bluff, and they said, fine, call it, we're not bluffing. And that was really the Valentina early to dissuade the Atlas because of the early bans, because he wasn't prioritized, because Falcons said, we're not going to ban him. And then eventually it ended up being Yangon Galacticos that said, we're not banning Atlas either. And then it never came. And then that made the Valentina a little bit less effective for them in this lineup. They were hoping that Fatal Links would show up and be on both sides.
Yeah, and if people are wondering how come they then didn't pick up the Atlas there in the end, it's because you're up against a glue. Tempo breaking has been a common theme with the picks here. Game number 1 with that Badang. Game number 2, the Ruby. Game number 3, it was the glue that ended up with Falcons, and it's a strong tempo breaker.
And this is a beautiful thing to see too, as both teams, as we mentioned, calling a bluff, so that's a little bit of poker. We have a little bit of chess. We have chess at EWC as well. Magnus Carlsen, you watching MLBB? I don't know. Maybe this is that interesting. I think it is. But at the end of the day, it's now a mind game. And you see Team Falcons PH winning it for the first time. And now the answer with Yangon Galacticos has to show up with this, which is, okay, we've been out drafting everybody. We've been winning. We have our first loss of the entire tournament, Brig. Is there anything emotionally that shows up bigger than just a loss because it's their first the entire time here, 2 weeks in Paris?
Yeah, I'm not sure how Yangon have mentally prepared themselves for this kind of scenario, because they've been winning it all. They've been very dominant in majority of their games, but there have been instances wherein they've been pushed to their limits, 30-minute games, comeback games. So this is hopefully nothing that will really affect them as much, but Falcons definitely should take this momentum and carry it over if they really want to bring us to a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and if they want to show to the Falcons like they don't have to worry about anything, maybe Yangon are gonna pull off an unthinkable here and suddenly keep the Fanny open and then just play around heavy assassin trades. But we go back to the head-to-head here, Super Marco and Sanji. Sanji has been terrific on this Claude throughout the series, was taken away by Falcons and Super Marco. I feel like Marco finally got that game that he needed to get that confidence boost. That play that we broke down where he got the turtle buff just in time so that he could turn it around in front of the Harley and the Moskov. Yeah, Super Marco might just be back, and Falcons might just be definitely back into the series.
I mean, it could have gone the other way. If you have that snowball happen with YG, again, Marco loses a little bit of his optimism, and all of a sudden, you could be seeing Falcons out. But at this point, they are back in, and they are in to win it. One more game needed. You can't focus on having to go 3 in a row against YG. You just have to take it a game at a time. So far, Falcons doing a good job of that.
Yeah, I'm really starting to agree with Coach Bren and what he mentioned about the difficulties of going up against YG this time. But the adjustments have been great, at least for Falcons. The first 2 games, I feel, have already been sort of enough to get a better grasp and understanding of how you should be attacking YG. And maybe YG are starting to fall into what Falcons are setting up as a trap from this point onwards if they don't get to put themselves back in the game.
Yeah, if we do get a side switch here and Yangon decide to go to the blue side, Falcons go next, what then happens to the trade in the mid? Eudora is going to end up becoming another major piece that you cannot ban out on the red side. Bannable on blue. On the red side, it's too much of a risk with the amount of picks that you're going to be giving up. So does that mean they deprioritize the Selena and then they go for the Eudora?
These are good questions, but I want to go to the other side of it, because a good writer, a good novelist has to imagine what a world looks like if the villain wins and if the hero wins to set up what's at stake. I want to look at this side of YG. What if this was just another day at the office. If they really are a team that's going to surprise the Philippines, it's going to beat a potentially Onyx in Indonesia in the finals, wouldn't this just be like, oh yeah, okay, we made a mistake, back to it, another 15-minute win? I mean, if they're going to be that team, if we're talking them up like they could be, that's how they would respond in this game.
If so, then are we seeing another Barrett's priority first?
Well, the thing is, there's a dangerous game right now, and Yangon, I think, they might trick Falcons into this. With the Valentina ban, both Marcel and Atlas are open. Belleric's gone.
Okay, it's just the Atlas now. And Dodot the Valentina. So there are a lot of options for Yangon, honestly.
They can rush pick the Atlas. Then Ogwen's picks, I think, might have to come in earlier. It's been banned out with the Atlas here. Falcons needs to consider picking up the Minotaur in the first phase.
Something to match the potential threat of an Atlas. Without the Beleric, then that is probably the next to consider in terms of AoE if you just really want teamfight prowess.
Yeah. Hirara and the Fanny are gone. I think Falcons don't need to rush pick the Nolan. They can save their jungle pick for last and then just surprise with the Joy in the end. And seeing as they picked up the Juicin, heroes such as the Harith and the Joy might be their go-to so that they can get that smoother scale into the mid to the late game to set up for their Claude.
Are YG forced to pick up the Eudora now at this point? If they really just want to play for comfort? And is it something Falcons are trying to set up? Because you see how they already have some sort of reliable damage already coming through for the Juicin and Claude to manage at least the mid to late game.
Yeah, and they turn off the Gord pick with that. Because if Yangon decide to lean in towards the Kaiser pick and then go for the Gord instead of the Eudora, because again, picking up the Eudora early on, you still have the Esme Uranus trade active, and picking it this time might mean that Falcons wins that trade. I think they have to go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda, or maybe even consider an Arlot early on again. Arlot Atlas, great combo.
Nolan available in the jungle, which we haven't looked at yet and is not going to be looked at here yet as well, unless Haji decides to grab it on the side for his team here on Team Falcons PH. But with the Uranus and the Eudora picked up, it's what we anticipated.
Yeah. And the tough thing here now is for Falcons is they have a decision. If they pick the Esmeralda now, they lose their priority in the hero for Ogwen. If they pick up the Minotaur now, they will lose that Esmeralda.
What do they want to secure at this point, Falcons? They're put in the spot here by YG, who I feel like despite a not so great showing earlier with the Uranus, this is still something YG are willingly playing into. At least they save their carries. At least they can adjust their most important roles here in this matchup.
So now they're playing for Roam and Jungle. I think they still have to keep that Nolan Joy option open. Yangon has a lot to ban out. They'll have to ban out their choice of one jungle pick and then one roam pick. They can't ban out both roles because that will open up the board even more for Falcons. They have the Minotaur available for them. They can still pack the glue, but it's Falcons with a surprise ban. They themselves ban out the Nolan, and that is gonna take Yangon by surprise.
Why is it so surprising?
Because you're expecting that Falcons is going to be picking it up for themselves at a red 4 in high consideration. And now Yangon is forced to ban out utilities. Falcons might just be in the heads of Yangon right now because now you still have a Joy, Minotaur, and the Glue all open as choices for Falcons if they want to lean in towards that. They don't need to rush their role pick right away. They can just close it out with a Gata Kacha if ever they see a jungler on the side of Yangon that has a lot of dashes. And if it's obvious that they're going to be going for a mix of high dive and having one gold laner in the back line, playing it really safely, then you pick up the Gata Kachas to close out. Falcons just opened up a wealth of options for them with this Nolan ban, forcing out an Akai surprise ban by Yangon.
But at least for Yangon, hopefully they might have a potential Guinevere. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Never mind.
Banned out again.
Okay, that would have worked real great for Yangon, but even that is now taken out of the options. So we're left with only so little for Han in the jungle.
Might just be his Suyo.
It's not a lot for anybody.
Yeah, it might just be either his Suyo or his Harley.
Okay.
And they ban out the Joy as expected. There's still utilities. Do they go back to old favorite and just pack it up with a Fredrin.
Are they both looking at the Fredrin right now? Because it's honestly one of the few options that are left, at least currently, because I think Ling has fallen off. We don't really see him as a consideration anymore. The Yesun Shin.
For Yangon might be an option. They can close it out with a YSS and a Moskov. That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, just maybe not for Falcons if they really want to keep it fast.
Too greedy.
So they need at least a jungle to balance it out. Fredrin is fun. Harley, if they want to, but they save it for last.
As expected, they go blue into the Atlas.
Oh.
What do Team Falcons PH have up their sleeve here? Looking for a jungle at the very end. They'll have final say on this draft with Red Side, but it means that 2 big picks now coming out for YG.
For Falcons, it's going to be high burst physical for sure because their roam, their EXP and their mid is all magic. They need to balance that out with strong physical. What do they have?
Yeah, what is Yangon looking at for their jungle and gold? They get
Clint. Okay, we've seen that work. And the Suyo.
I think you go Leomord. Do we run it back and you go Leomord or Fredrin? One of those two?
To combo it with the rest of the members, I think if they're going for rundown, Leomord is an option. But if they're playing around either Super Marco or even Haji, then maybe the Fredrin could just make room for that.
Yeah.
So it depends on the kind of approach they want.
Yeah, the problem is if they go Fredrin, might be too slow. Unless Falcons are going to show up a new surprise pick here. Unless there's a jungle that we're forgetting in physical.
I mean, Aurora did pull off a Lucas, but it didn't work. So who knows what options could be.
Martis. Well, what's it going to be?
What else showed up recently? Okay.
Okay, they're still going to go for the Harley. High magic base.
Yeah.
And this didn't go the second round didn't go as expected as I did. I thought Falcons might go for something a little bit more surprising in the jungle. Yangon played it safely. They have their Clint with them. Esmeralda should win in the EXP, but it's Han on the Suyo. And
Could
that's
make
the big
difference.
X factor. Exactly.
X factor for YG. Will it be the Suyo that sends them into the grand finals? Will it be the Clint that bursts the bubble of the Philippines? Or will Team Falcons live to fight another day? They need to win 2 in a row. But every win for 2 starts with the first one. So let's see if they can handle this game as we send it over to our casters, Trax and Leo.
Going into the Land of Dawn for game number 4 is a canon event in the Myanmar versus Philippines rivalry. Yangon Galacticos could secure their slot in the grand finals and finally put the rivalry to bed, or Falcons could claw their way into a clincher that goes all the way. Welcome to game number 4 in this best of 5, our first semifinals for the day. And just like that, with red 5, Falcons securing the Harley, even the whole jungle matchup was left in contention.
Então é isso, rapaziadinha, bora pro jogo. Voltando aqui para essa métrica de 2-1 no placar geral para Yangon Galacticos. E você aí acompanha com a gente. Didi, tá aí comigo para fazer a boa, fazer a festa. Série completa aqui é uma possibilidade, né?
Com certeza, a gente viu aí que a equipe da Falcons está viva na série, temos uma série sim. O placar já dá aquela estendida, a equipe da Falcons consegue ganhar esse terceiro mapa e agora vamos lá pro quarto. Para quem tá chegando aí, sejam bem-vindos, bom dia para vocês. Essa MD5 aqui tá dando a vaga para grande final, tá? Então é bem importante, por isso que a gente vê aí 2 grandes times se disputando, tentando aí ao máximo garantir essa vaga. Bom, já começamos aqui um pouco mais tranquilo. Até então.
Só um pouquinho. Só um pouquinho. Jogo equilibrado, jogo de possibilidades aí distintas, mas com grande potencial para a série completa. A Falcons parece que acordou, veio aí numa condição de jogo um pouco mais sossegada, digamos assim, para essa última partida. Agora, vale levar em consideração, Didi, que agora a gente tem Atlas, controle puro, temos a Eudora, controle puro, temos Suyu, que também de certa forma é um bom começo. Já parte para a métrica de bastante controle de novo a equipe da Yongo, tá?
A gente vê que realmente esse controle aí é o estilo de jogo deles.
Bro, death.
Vamos ver se agora vai encaixar, tá? Do outro lado a gente tem um clã de trás Mais uma vez agora mais um herói assassino, né? E olha, Blink sai no limite.
Gastou o recurso ali do flash para se reposicionar bem. Tem outro flash gasto do outro lado. Bem jogado. O primeiro abate caiu nas mãos da equipe da Falcons. Começa bem demais, Didi. Já faz a primeira abate ali. Uma certa sobra, né? Foi aí um jogo bem controlado e acertaram bem nas escolhas. Por hora, tá aí bem colocado. É um jogo de tartaruga disponível para Falcon e vai pegando o primeiro objetivo do jogo com sossego, diria eu.
Nossa, tranquilinho. Foi sossegado ali, conseguiu controlar a rota. Cara, no jogo anterior a gente foi trazendo esse rally não deu certo. E agora quem traz esse rally pro jogo? Vamos ver quem vai conseguir performar melhor. E aqui o Sanji vai tomando bastante, tem resposta.
Passagem, assassino maléfico. O Sanji acabou pegando o abate pra cobrar essa kill inicial que fez ali a galera da Falcons, tá? E aqui o cara na mão certa. Sanji já começa este jogo bem acelerado.
Realmente, esse estilo de jogo do Sanji um pouco mais acelerado é muito bom, porque ele é um ADC, né? Ele precisa dessas kills também pra pegar seus níveis mais rápidos, fazer sua interligação e pegar esse abate aqui. Adianta muito o jogo pra ele. Flap saindo ali também no limite, chegada agressiva na rota do meio, reposiciona, Ing.
Que talvez pudesse usar ali a ultimate o Blink, mas ele preferiu não usar. Ele guardou, podia ter batido o flap ali, já tava lá mesmo. Ele já tinha gastado o purificar, então era uma boa utilização se ele tivesse finalizado. Talvez. Só se for.
Brincadeiras à parte, a gente tem aí agora o jogo entrando nos 4 minutos. Vai ter também logo o tartaruga lá na rota superior. Aqui embaixo tem uma chegada do tempo, pode chegar em cima do Sanji. Vem aí o Blink sendo. Pode ser fechado aqui o Blink, hein? Olha só.
Aplicação, se bem que se ele usar o ultimate ali, ele pode fazer a boa pra dentro dessa fight aí, né? Só não tinha flash, faltava 3 segundos. Se ele tivesse flash, eu acho que ele ia pra dentro da torre, tá? Nossa! A explosão pra cima do Sanji.
Ai! Nossa, que isso?
Vai ter pressão, tá? Vai ter pressão que ele tá penalizado, ele tá machucado. Agora gasta ali o revitalizar. O Super Marco tá ali posicionado. Pode querer o Super Marco fazer a boa. Oi, tá por ali ainda, faz a aparição, força conjunta. Foi um boa date, a puxada tá sendo feita. Embaixo da torre, ele garante. Não sei como ele ficou vivo, tá? Não sei como ele ficou vivo. Era a hora dele ir. Teve uma regeneração absurda. E a cobrança tá sendo feita na parte superior. Assassino maléfico, abate garantido nas mãos da Young Glérix. Na mesma cobrança, na mesma métrica. Ing tá por ali fazendo a boa. Passagem de puxada tá sendo feita. Olha o Ram, vai ser abatido. Não tem como parar, ele sai vivo. No limite do que é sorte, sai com vida. Garante por ali pressão pra tartaruga. Agora a Falcons parece se colocar em vantagem de novo, Didi.
Lutas e lutas, tá? Duas equipes cobrando de um lado, outra pro outro. Quem já garante essa tartaruga, mas acaba caindo na sequência. A luta vai estourando a favor da equipe da Young.
Um abate aí nas mãos do Case. Na tranquilidade, na moralzinha, disse ele. Mas a tartaruga ficou nas mãos da Falcon. É a segunda tartaruga positiva pra ele, Didi.
Tartaruga interessante, né? Até porque a equipe da Falcons tem essa vantagem de gold, não é tão grande assim, mas é uma vantagem considerável, né? 1k de farm. E a equipe da Young tá tentando não deixar virar snowball como na partida anterior. Na partida anterior chegou um momento que tinha 12k de farm, então realmente eles estão tentando cobrar para que não fique tão distante assim e que eles consigam um jogo mais equilibrado, né? E até o momento, para 6 minutos de partida quase aí, a gente tem sim um jogo mais 50-50, diferente dos outros.
Exatamente. Aí do outro lado tem 3 purificar, né? 3 purificar do lado da Falcons aí. Tudo isso precavendo-se, né? Com os controles que tem aí o time da Young Glérix. Vamos ver essa passagem por aqui, mais uma vez o Blink tá por ali, ele pode forçar o ultimate e gastar todo mundo seus recursos. Vem penalizando por aqui, a puxada tá sendo feita, conseguiu tranquilidade, o abate pode rolar pra Super Marco, bem jogado por ele, acaba igualando o jogo, vira na fight por aqui, o Ram, cobrança pra cima do Owen, acaba caindo por ali, ficou sozinho pelo meio do caminho, acabou pagando a conta. Vem pressão, partiu pra cima, Ram, tem burstado ali pra cima do Caio, o Ing tentou chegar, chegou atrasado. 4 abates a 3 e aí cobra de novo a Young Glérix.
E vai cobrando bem, tá? Vai indo pra cima, vai conseguindo tirar o time da Falcons dessa pressão. Vai tentando ganhar espaço e tá conseguindo, tá? É pouco ainda, sim, mas aqui na rota do meio já teve um avanço pra tentar tirar ali um pouco de dano. Ainda não tivemos nenhuma torre levada. Pra 7 minutos, eu acho tarde já, tá? Deveria ter tido algum foco aqui em relação a torres, que nas partidas anteriores, nesse momento de jogo, a gente já tinha pelo menos aquelas perguntas ali das outras laterais já levadas. Mas mesmo assim, é um jogo, como a gente vem falando, um jogo mais equilibrado, Os times sabem que não podem errar, ainda mais a equipe da Falcons que tá aí com um jogo, né, um mapa pra ficar fora da competição. Então o Flap Case tirado do jogo.
Olha o Case, vai buscando ali, queda da luz estelar, Flap consegue pegar a bate pra cima dele com tranquilidade, acaba sendo penalizado. Na trocação por aqui ainda tem paralisação sendo feita pra cima do Ing, gastou o recurso do Flash, era tarde demais, não foi uma boa ideia, força conjunta por aqui pra ser batido, pode rolar o abate pra cima dele, Pique cobra muito bem, Super Marco, agora sim ficou bom o jogo, Flap Case, abate garantido pra ele, são 4 abates positivos, e aí abre muita vantagem agora a equipe da Falcons com sobra, Didi.
Mais uma vez, agora a Falcons vai tentando puxar a vantagem e conseguiu, tá? A luta foi boa, eles conseguiram pegar abates importantes. O Flap de Esmeralda tá trazendo um jogo muito consistente para a equipe da Falcons, como na partida anterior, esse jogo não tá sendo diferente. As chegadas dele ali acaba ajudando muito o transformador e também esse sustento que precisa. A gente viu que acabou encaixando muito bem o Blink, seu ultimate, mas mesmo assim respondeu muito bem, teve ali a resposta de tirar, né, e parar o time da equipe da Young Gaules. E a Falcons aqui luta melhor, e sabe que a diferença de Gold que eu falei que não era pra estar acontecendo, porque era um jogo equilibrado? Ela acabou de estourar agora, e a equipe da Falcons com essa luta e com aquela, mais uma tartaruga, né, a seu favor, dispara na frente com 4K de farm, é muita coisa, tá?
Já tá numa métrica boa de jogo. Tá tentando buscar o empate a todo custo a Falcons, e justo, né? Justo porque é jogo de semifinal, meu amigo. Você vai ficar aí nessa de não acordar. Tem que empatar a série, tem que ir pra uma série completa mesmo. Vamos se divertir aqui hoje. Lembrando que hoje são 2 melhores de 5, tá, galera? Essa é a primeira que tá aí na sua 4ª partida. E daqui a pouquinho tem mais uma aí. Entre outros 2 gigantes. É Onyx versus Team Liquid, né?
É isso aí. Temos mais uma série aí grandiosa pra vocês. Chegada por aqui, pode ter fechamento, dive também rolando, da T2.
Tentando puxar esse dive, agora sim consegue a efetivação Flap, queda na luz estelar no pé do Case, abate o Caio por ali, conseguiu pegar uma boa kill, na trocação por aqui ainda vai caindo, saiu de lá com vida Flap, garante pressão por aqui pra cima do Ing, não sei se tem efetividade, é bom sair daí, hein? Han não consegue o assassino maléfico, acaba batendo numa massa, força conjunta, bate garantido nas mãos dele, pode pintar a segunda eliminação. Deve sentar ali pra pagar a conta, vem pressão pra cima do Xing, vai ter que gastar por ali o flash, se reposiciona bem, vem na vantagem por aqui, explodido, cai, bate garantido nas mãos dele com tranquilidade. E quem vai de ralo é o Case, que acabou ficando esperando aviões ali, acabou sendo penalizado. Na puxada por aqui, o Santos tenta resistir de alguma forma, era tarde demais, vem com pressão pra torre do mid lane, o Lorde tá vivaço no jogo, vai ser o Lorde sem contestação, Didi.
Aqui vai ficar meio complicado a equipe da Yango pra contestar. Perde seu servo, o servo vai voltar agora, mas não vai ser no time certo. Até porque o Brick tá ali pegando visão, mas acredito eu que não depende. O Lorde basicamente está sendo feito, né? Não tem nem outra palavra pra falar que realmente ele foi destruído, feito com bastante tranquilidade. A gente tem a equipe da Falcons agora forçando, as outras torres levando em seu lateral, forçou lá em cima, forçou muito bem. E com isso, luta melhor a equipe da Falcons nesse momento.
Meu compadre, a luta é boa pra Falcons. Luta generosa. Olha lá o Super Marco lá dentro, quase que ele faz o double ali. Se investisse um pouquinho mais, tirava 2. Ele ia cair, mas ele ia levar 2. Por hora, vem batendo diretamente nessa linha de Lorde, garante essa pressão à equipe da Falcons e parece vir com muita tranquilidade para tentar fechar esse jogo, Didi. São 8.2k de farm à frente com 10 minutos e 50 de partida, é muita coisa, né? A gente tá acostumado a ver essa métrica aí, mas não é legal não. Você na tua ranqueada não permita que isso aconteça.
Que se acontecer, vai ficar difícil você voltar pro jogo, que é a situação que a equipe da Young Gaules tá tendo que lidar com essa pressão. E pode ser mais um jogo que a equipe da Falcons consiga aí toda a vantagem que eles estão querendo. 9k de farm é o que você falou, é muita coisa. Olha a luta estourando por ali.
Não tô vendo, tá parado aqui pra mim.
Eita, teve uma tentativa do Blink que acabou ultando 3 ali pra debaixo da torre, mas ele acabou morrendo. O dano da equipe da Falcons tá muito superior do que da equipe da Young. Essa diferença de gold aí é a diferença que tá causando essa força aí pra equipe da Falcons. E olha só, Super Marco, pode ser GG isso aqui, velho.
Pela trocação, eles vão tentando limpar essa torre do mid, a torre cai, Super Minos abertos na rota do meio, com tranquilidade eles fazem a passagem pra rota superior e garantem também o objetivo. 11 minutos e 42 de pressão pra eles. Garantem aqui a explosão, derrubam as torres laterais e saem como se nada tivesse acontecido, Didi. Muita tranquilidade pra Falcon jogar esse jogo.
Muito mesmo, eles batem retirada no time certo, vai pra cima, consegue sair ali muito bem, porque traz superfície na rota superior e na rota inferior também. Cara, o jogo aqui tá muito fitado pra eles, tá com a faca e o queijo na mão, tá?
Exatamente. Faca, queijo, kill, Lorde e 2 torres de número 3 na mão. A equipe da Falcons. Que jogo faz a Falcons, hein? Podia estar acordada no primeiro jogo, Gi? Podia, mas preferi esperar passar 2 jogos para depois reagir.
Aqui demorou demais, hein? Demorou demais. Mas antes tarde do que nunca, ainda dá tempo. É uma série de MD5, eles conseguiram fazer a leitura do jogo da equipe da Young no time certo, tá? Se na risca, porque se estende mais um jogo, perde já era. Mas ainda assim, estão conseguindo retornar no tempo. E estão vindo bem, tá? Estão vindo bem, estão bem aquecidos. Acho que aqui o jogo virou bastante.
Exatamente. Tá aí, ó. Fazendo a boa passagem, 12 minutos e 51 segundos de partida. Com muita tranquilidade, a equipe da Falcon vai se reposicionando pro jogo, vai voltando de uma série que parecia perdida. Aí vai ganhando notoriedade. Quanto maior fica a Falcons, mais difícil para o Galacticos jogar esse jogo, hein? São muitas eras de gol de frente, 11.3k.
É coisa demais.
É muita coisa.
Eu acho que dentre todos os jogos que a gente acompanhou aqui no MCC, essa é uma das diferenças que a gente... maior que a gente já viu até aqui, tá?
Do MSC sim. Métrica muito alta de gol.
E olha só, esperando pra ele luta.
Blink jogou bem por aqui, agora trouxe o Owen pra Jambá, mas ele conseguiu sair de lá com vida. Ing vai sendo penalizado na força conjunta do Super Mario, abate garantido nas mãos do Caio, pode virar bem na fight por aqui. O Cris é obrigado a gastar o recurso do Flash juntamente ao Santos, foi puxado pra trás. Daqui você não sai, Rad. Manda aquela junção de proximidade pra ele, aí não tem como sair. Abate garantido de novo nas mãos da Falcons, eles esquecem Lorde e vem pra cima. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa passagem. Traz pressão, traz Super Minions, vem aí nessa rota, vamos ver como é que vai ser a passagem. Abate garantido nas mãos do Caio, ele simplesmente é explodido. É um Uranus, hein? É um Uranus, vale lembrar que é um Uranus e foi totalmente obliterado. Na trocação por aqui ainda vai ganhando vantagem, a passagem sendo feita pelo Owen, vem tentando bater diretamente no Cristal. O Owen vai sendo batido por ali, acaba sendo penalizado. O Han tentou abate por ali, não, assassino maléfico, ganhou a vantagem por aqui. O Cristal é focado. GG! E empata a série, temos uma série completa, Diana.
Série completa, porque aqui são 2 times que querem muito ir pra grande final. E não só querem, mas também tem muito potencial. Então, realmente, hoje é o dia de semifinal, onde sobraram os 4 melhores times da atualidade competitiva do Balés Bang Bang, e eu não esperava menos que isso. Então, vamos sim pro último jogo, o jogo decisivo que vai dar aí a vaga de um dos finalistas do MSC. Bom, prepara vocês aí, porque a gente vai preparar daqui pra esse próximo marca muito a gente volta.
Exatamente. Já já voltamos. Série completa, hein? Tamo junto. É nóis.
Sweep 3-2. I would hold my tongue. A lot of people would say don't count your eggs before they're hatched, and again, the amount of synergy and chemistry that the members of Team Falcons have is nigh infinite. I don't think you've ever, well, we've been close to, hanging out for almost 2,000 days, but they are a team that have been through all of the ups and downs, the thick and thins, and being against an old foe, a well-versed foe such as the Burmese, the furious, out of this world, intergalactic talent of Yangon Galacticos. That is what unlocks the best out of Team Falcons. Well, I'll tell you now, I'm relieved we're going all the way.
You gotta say this too. Throw it back to the interview of Flap the other day. What did he say? He said, we do better under pressure. And right now it is proving. They came into game 1, a little shaky. Came into game 2, a little shaky. But once the pressure was on, once they knew it was match point, they just kick it into gear. Renee, Renmar Bree, how y'all like that?
I like it a lot.
I like it a lot too.
A lot. Wow. What a moment here at MSC. MLBB is giving us a show, and we welcome you back to the panel. Rain Day, Rinmar, Brigida, to talk about what is our second series of this tournament to go to 5. One game now decides between Myanmar and the Philippines, representing their region in the grand finals of MSC. And boy, oh boy, we have a good one on our hands.
And I think Leo and Trex, they put it best. The Myanmar teams, when they push the Filipinos to their limit, bring out the best in the Filipinos, and the Filipinos bring out the best in Myanmar. This is why, even though it's been so long since we've seen such an important matchup in their rivalry between these two regions, why it's one of the best in MLBB global esports.
So much respect. We've seen it and you see all this respect converted into just more and more competitiveness between these two teams. They're trying to bring out the best in each other, and I'm really loving how we're getting a full 5 series again. We saw probably one of the best series yesterday between Aurora and Onyx, and this, I think, is on the road to matching what we saw from last night.
And does it feel faster? Does it feel more decisive? I just feel like there's an element of this that it was so on the YG side, and now it's so on the Team Falcons PH side. I don't know whether this is going to turn again, or if we're going to see, maybe a 25, 30-minute game in Game 5.
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to that, though, that will really test the mental of both. And I'm not just looking at Yangon here. It will even test the mental of world champions in Team Falcons and the members that they have there, definitely. And I think this is why we've seen the draft somewhat shift. We've gotten a little bit more old school, a little bit more to a few months ago. I mentioned I had this big reaction to the ban of Falcons when they suddenly banned the Nolan. Because of how the draft eventually turned out, I was a little bit skeptical about the Harley, but then I'm reminded again why 3 magic damage dealers in the center of the map does really well for a lineup that has a strong winning lane matchup in the EXP lane and a slower farming gold laner in the Claude. If Falcon starts getting wins early, it's almost unstoppable. And since they were able to mark the man of the hour in Han and Ying yet again, it was another easy coast to victory for Falcons.
Yeah, I just can't help but feel bad for Yangon in a sense that the previous drafts felt like they were just forced to draft out of what they would usually pick for comfort, what they would usually want to really complement their playstyle with. So there demands a change in terms of gameplay as well from Yangon, which I feel like is something they're not completely used to.
Yeah.
And Falcons have done a great job at just pushing them to this point.
And Falcons are comfortable. They've had to do this already, and they found themselves on the better end of a comeback. Now they can see that the road is clear. One win. It comes down to one single game, one draft to get the edge, and they've done it 2 times in a row. Yangon now have to figure out a way to get Ying back to the Ying we know, the 20-plus KDA. That's gone down quite a bit. He's taken many deaths here in these last 2 games and hasn't found that dominance that we were expecting to see from him throughout this entire series in the last 2, Renmark.
And what I like about these last 2 days of knockouts that we've had, today and yesterday, all the teams that have had glowing records that look unstoppable heading to knockouts are the ones who are taken down a peg. And we are on the way to once again becoming one of the most unexpected MSCs. We still don't know. We still can't tell. Yes, Falcons has led the charge here, but Yangon was up 2-0. I'm not discounting the possibility that Yangon might just shock Falcons and the world by winning this game number 5. But then Falcons also seems like they've unlocked something, and I think you saw something.
I think I could no longer define what an upset is anymore in this MSC, because I don't know
It's
who
all
is
an
the
upset.
underdog
The
anymore.
MSC of upsets.
But yes, I think we saw a lot. I think we saw a lot, especially in that game, with regards to maybe something that could tell us more about the mental that has been going for Yangon already. I think I can hold my mic for this one, no?
You sure?
But, yeah.
All right, let me know if you need
Wow, look at this.
All right, let me know if you need my help. I'm just gonna chill out here. And watch,
She holds her own mic,
Yeah,
Renmark.
I'm gonna watch some really good analysis.
Hey,
Strawberry, I got this.
hey.
Chill out, man.
But I think what we were mentioning about mental is something that we could probably highlight here in this first clip that we decided to get, because as I mentioned by Renmar here, there was a clear overcommit. There was an over chase that was tried against Ogwen. Understandably so, there was a re-engage from Blink, so I feel like there was enough reason for them, I think in their opinion, to actually still go for it nonetheless. But Ogwen too had a flicker of his own, and it was very clear that Falcons were already on the way to also fighting back against Yangon in this scenario, which I feel like you really have to respect, because there are multiple damage sources, magic damage sources across the board, and I feel like this is what will allow them to cross the early to mid stages of the game. The overwhelming amount of magic damage that could just really thrive when it comes to team fights, when it comes to just singling out particular targets. And Yangon, I feel, were very surprised with the way that Falcons decided to play this game. If we take a look at the next clip as well, I believe this is a moment wherein we sort of saw that Yangon, failing the first initial attempt, just resorted to maybe looking for trades across the map. And I understand that at this point, this is what they could really afford to do. But if you take a look at this, it wasn't a clear trade whatsoever. They were able to take out Flap on the other side, but at the same time, this was a technical knockout, as mentioned by our casters earlier, because the fact that they were already able to also fight back and push Han to a very low HP resulted in them not being confident enough to go for this turtle engage. And that is what made room for Falcons to eventually still get advantage of this, because again, as much as Yangon just wanted to go for the mirror, it was on a side that technically would favor them, but Falcons were still able to get advantage or take advantage of, just because they weren't able to commit it all throughout. Han, again, being very low, did not result in anything that eventually could be converted here for Yangon. And we take a look at one of the last and more important plays here in this game. I barely wanted to take out a lot of clips here, mainly because it just felt like a series of failed attempts from Blink on the Atlas and desperately wanting to find setups that could potentially turn into something for YG. And this is probably one of them, but probably one of the most expensive ones as well, because it converted into an objective. They completely lost out on map control after this moment onwards. And if we just take a look at it all over again, it's not like they had the right amount of information. Flap singling out a member already, I feel, puts you at a disadvantage to still commit to the team fight, to a setup against multiple members who at this point were just mostly the frontliners you could really reach for. So that resulted in a lack of damage already in itself and just putting your teammates in more danger. But understandably so, there was very little that Yangon could play around it, given the lineup, given the conditions of their lineup. And so the draft that we are about to see in this next game, I feel, is really going to be crucial if they really want to get back in Team Falcons.
You've given Claw, great points by the way, Brig, and great handling that without a microphone. She did it. That was not easy. We had to pick up some notes. We did have to. They've given the Claude away, and they've won twice, Super Marco on the Claude. I think part of the issue with that, and the other one I want to point out is the Glue, which has been played by Ogwin now twice. That dang Patrick skin. I know you want to buy it in game, but it is so annoying, I would imagine, to be playing against that and how effective he's been. I think those two characters have given too much freedom. I mean, they're able to disrupt, they're able to throw timings off, they're able to get in and out, and I feel like also they're now comfortable. And what I saw from Ogwin and Rinmar, what do you think about this? It just felt like the first couple games they were forced into a deeper roam pool that was less comfortable, and they were trying to see, what can we do? There's the high-lows. Can we make it work? We can't. But now the Glue, I mean, do we have to go back to just banning out those roamers?
Yeah, I think you're really going to have to consider it. And I think I'm going to double down again on the genius of that surprise Nolan by Falcons, forcing out suddenly an Akai ban, which Akai was an option, but not one of the best. That's sort of just like last on the list, break glass in case of emergency. But I think it's because they were already leaning towards the idea of the Suyo in their heads, which is why they decided to play it safe and ban out the Akai. I think if Yangon are going to be red side here, and I think they have to pick red, they just have to go all out. They have to revisit getting priority in the EXP lane. Get an Esmeralda for Ying, get a Claude right away.
Yeah, this is where an amazing analyst comes into play, because you can look at the EXP lane, you could also look at the solo gold lane, but you can also look at the mid lane. And that's where Haji and Kaise have been having this matchup that's kind of playing bluff or call the bluff, where you have the Valentina but the Atlas doesn't show up, where you have the Eudora but it's not effective, where you see the Farsa come in but it doesn't control. Talk to me, Brig. How do you get this matchup? Do you focus on these two? Because so far it has leaned in these last two games towards Haji.
I feel like Kaise, we saw how the advantage could really work in their favor, especially if him and Blink are able to just individually and together just really find the tempo, especially in the mid. But the fact that recently I feel like Blink has been forced to play more passive and reactive types of roamers compared to when he was on the likes of a Badang, who could just individually go in from creative angles and just let Kaise do his thing. I feel like that put a lot more pressure on Kaise in terms of positioning and keeping himself safe rather than trying to go in for the more aggressive plays as well. I think it goes hand in hand in a way, which is why Falcons, I'm amazed at how they've been able to handle and shut down these two, because it's not just them that have been struggling to at least manage the early, it's also Falcons dealing with Ying. So in the draft, in game execution, Falcons have seemed to address so much of what YG has brought to the table.
Well, this is gonna do it. Best of 5 comes down to game 5. And Super Marco, they call him bulletproof. Bryn Mawr said he has sometimes a stoic look about him, but we could finally see him relax a little bit after tying it up. They've done enough to get back into the set, which is more after looking at a 2-0 deficit, you would even say was possible, but now they're back. And it means that this draft is everything. This draft could determine and will determine your first grand finalist at MSC.
It's been a lot of trades. We've talked a lot about the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and what they've done in the first 2 games. Now it's time to put respect on the names of Coach Moody and Coach Vren, what they have been able to do in the draft to solve the problems that Yangon threw at them in the first 2 games, solving them in the last 2 as we go to a faded game number 5. Question is, which one of these 2 teams are going to show the decision early? The decision to go for a lineup that can end the game before 15 minutes, to go fast and win fast.
I like the Arlet on Ying. I just feel like what has worked in this tournament, you've got Undying Ying, and you have to somehow get him back into a power position. You've just got to do something that's aggressive, something that he can take control over in the game, not die, cause disruption.
They saved it up all the way until the end.
Yeah.
Fanny Herrera banned out. Will Falcons really leave the Marcel open?
At least the Atlas problem isn't there anymore, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe we could just set aside the Valentina just a bit and leave them to play the kind of mid laners that they really want.
Yeah, we'll go back to more Juicins, Gords, Farsas.
But what is the last band? The Freya's still there. Oh, the Freya's banned. So it's just the...
It is the Marcel.
The Marcel that's taken out.
All right, Yangon. First pick is the Juicin.
Oh, Juicin, excuse me.
Juicin right away. That's a great call by Yangon.
It's a deny on something that was comfortable on the side of Haji, and he just won last game with it. He might have played it 2 games in a row, and this is a takeaway as well from Sanji, who was great on the Claude in the earlier games of this set, but now Super Marco's won 2 in a row. I mean, you gotta feel happy that he's on that character again.
If Yangon get the Badang early, this is gonna force Falcons to pick up a Minotaur at red 3, unless they really are leaning in towards the glue. If ever Yangon go for the Badang Juicin combo again, if ever they show up with the Arlot in the first phase again, expect a lot of crowd control from them that Falcons needs to be ready to respond to. And Falcons with another surprise. Wow. They rush pick the glue early.
Need to.
They don't care about the Esmeralda Uranus trade. But at the same time, this isn't just a roam pick. It's a flex pick into EXP.
Yeah, and if the Badang gets locked in by Yangon, and even the Uranus, I don't think Falcons would be hesitant to pick up the Esmeralda for a 3rd time here in this game or in this series, because they've been pretty much able to maximize the Esmeralda as well in the hands of Flap. So Yangon, it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, I think Falcons, what their approach to their draft has sort of felt like they're giving Yangon more, but they're left with the best part of the cake.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, all right, get as much of the cake as you want. We get that little
part
center
that still has like the the cherry on it,
exactly.
Sprinkles.
But here's some
a little bit of extra.
But this is actually really good by Yangon. Instead of going to the second phase, instead of leaning towards the aggressiveness for Han, they play again with the idea of control. They pick up the Guinevere and they get the Moskov.
That's been banned out in that second phase every time. You guys have looked at it and said, ooh, Gwen would be good here. No, thank you. But it does leave open a chance for a very important pick here, whether it's EXP, whether you try to look at your mid lane here.
So it's true the Esmeralda Uranus option is still there, honestly, for Falcons. But if they themselves want to switch things up a bit too and just jump into more crowd control potential, they can leave it for later and instead prioritize the Harley, which I think fairly enough would be a great matchup towards the Guinevere, especially in objectives. So they're really trying to readjust their sources of engage in the last 2 picks.
I wonder if Yangon need to consider banning out a Farsa if they really want to double down on the aggro, but they need more crowd control. They already have the glue to disrupt. Good source of... Oh, it might depend. They might actually save the Haji pick for last.
what if, well, there is a chance Yangon just take out all these potential XP lane problems.
Yep.
The zonings that can come out from Flap, either if he does get his hands on the Esmeralda, though they have ways to deal with it through Shred. I just feel like positioning-wise, you really don't want to face it anymore. And that'll allow you to maybe consider another pickup on the Badang if it's just really taking out the counters that we're talking about. But they instead take out the Eve.
Which I feel like means Yangon just showed a little bit of where they are mindset-wise, because their 3 picks are pretty great against a lineup with an Eve. And the fact that they still decided to ban it out, maybe that might be something that Falcons just now have a hunch on of, oh, wait, they're overthinking a certain aspect of it.
The EXP lane is really where the focus for me has shifted. The R-Lot has gotten banned. I thought that would be a great pick to get Yang back in comfort. But now you have the Uranus and the Esmeralda. Is the thought, Brig, that if we save this and you pick up Uranus or you pick up Esmeralda, we just get the other one?
There is a chance, but there is a chance also that we look at something else, because I think the Arlott Guinevere also really would have been a great combo. If Yangon are looking to just layer down, and taking out the Eve means they really want to go for a certain setup, right?
Yeah, because if ever Falcon shows their mid laner now and pick up something like, I don't know, a Vexana, Yangon can go for a very aggressive EXP laner that can just break that formation. Zetian! With all of this dive, with the counter set it has, with the Fury of the Phoenix, a lot of control, a lot of vision. The thing with Zetian lineups is, especially with a Harley, especially with the Claude, if Yangon end up with 2 strong high invade Roman EXP picks, it's going to be deadly for them. If Falcons lose this early game, it's going to be hard to come back. I think Yangon can lean in with just pure total aggro.
What about Keto?
Up against Zetian, because of her knockback, it might be tough, especially with the glue around as well, and the Esmeralda still open. Sora is actually a really great pickup.
Whoa, all right.
We might get Valentina EXP here for Falcons and Flap.
That's an overwhelming amount of magic damage again.
Yeah, and it's a counter to the Sora in the lane. As Yangon end up with the Kali not good if ever Flap ends up with his own shifting skies as a Valentina Sora cosplay.
We're going deep into the pool, baby. We love to see it. Last pick here for Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's either they go for that, or just the next laner who could match the Sora and just disrupt positioning, and that's gonna be a Phoveus option for them.
Dangerous.
Yeah. Who would have thought the Phoveus was actually still up there?
Yeah, they needed an anchor, actually. The Valentina would have been the more defensive option, but the Phoveus could be used to bait out some skills from Yangon, and then the glue goes in. This is anyone's game. Yangon and Falcons will take each other to the limit with this draft.
No holding your cards close to the chest. You got to lay them all out on the table. It's the river. Even though we're playing dangerous grass, but in this case, they are all in. It is Yangon Galacticos versus Team Falcons PH. It's game 5 in MSC, which means we're gonna get our grand finalist after this.
Drex and Leo at your service, calling the final game in this best of 5. More than half a decade.
Bom dia pra quem tá chegando, bom dia pra quem já estava aí, porque se você tá chegando agora, já vou te atualizar. Caramba, série de MD5, esse é o 5º mapa. A equipe da Yangon começou ganhando de 2-0 e a equipe da Falcons resiliente mudou o placar, empatou tudo e agora sim, daqui não passa, tá, Beni? Estamos na 5ª partida e vamos ver quem vai garantir a vaga pra grande final. Aqui não tem erro. Aqui não pode vacilar, porque quem perder tá fora da competição. Na rota do meio a gente já tem chegada do Blink por ali. Muito dano. Reposição não
Quase o abate rolou pros dois lados, tá? Os dois rotas aí se estranhando demais. Bom dia, Karine. Salve, salve. Coraçãozinho, coraçãozinho, coraçãozinho. Seja bem-vinda. Obrigado pelo seu carinho aí de sempre no chat. Tamo juntasso. Lembrando que aqui é o seguinte, Didi. Vale a minha torcida pela Falcons, tá? Porque é o seguinte. Se você abre 2-0, tem chance de fechar a série e não fecha e deixa seu adversário empatar no 2-2, pra mim quem tá empatando é quem tá na vantagem. Aqui pra mim é Team Falcons.
Bom, vamos ver, hein? Dois times que tem bastante qualidade. Trouxeram agora a composição um pouco diferente. Aí eu trouxe aquela composição o estilo que eles gostam de jogar. Vamos ver se eles vão conseguir trazer esse controle pro jogo, se eles vão conseguir executar, até porque tem o Han trazendo essa Guinevere, o Case trazendo esses que ele jogou demais, e ainda tem o Blink que vai, com certeza, tentar fazer muito essa chegada mais agressiva junto com ele. Lá do outro lado, que eu aposto mais uma vez nesse rally que foi muito bem jogado, até comentei que o Han não conseguiu performar com ele, mas por parte da equipe da Falcons aqui, o Case fez um papel excepcional com esse rally. E agora tem um Surrad trazendo também uma Zetia, né, que traz ali também um dano interessante. Vamos ver se vai encaixar. Chegada por aqui, Tartaruga já disponível. Já vemos ali um controle um pouco mais a favor da equipe da Yango por esse kill, né? A gente tem chegada ali também da equipe da Falcons. Já puxa a Tartaruga, reseta, pode estourar a luta por aqui.
Ultimate, hein? Já são quase todas as linhas de ultimate ali, com exceção ao nível 2 do Blink ainda. Demorou um pouco mais para pegar esse nível 3, agora consegue alcançá-lo. Mas vai chegar a ser nível 4 aí para Tartaruga. Vamos ver como é que vai colocar-se as duas equipes. Por enquanto ninguém tá preocupado com o Jabuti, todo mundo ali na tranquilidade. Vamos ver agora, parece tomar o covil a equipe da Falcons e querer brigar por esse objetivo. Aliás, a Falcons está sendo aí a maior detentora dos objetivos do jogo, tá? Desde a segunda partida aí, eles estão fazendo Lorde e Tartaruga atrás do outro, um atrás do outro aí. Não gosta de entregar os objetivos a Falconsão.
Eles estão sempre de olho de pegar esses objetivos, né? A Yogo agora tá um pouco mais atento em relação a isso, controla o covil, vai querer lutar em volta dessa Tartaruga. Flap por ali.
Gastou flash, vamos ver como é que vai ser a introdução. Por aqui garante penetração, abate garantido na Tartaruga, ficou nas mãos da Young Gléricos, vai tentando o primeiro abate por aqui, acaba sendo tarde demais. Vai na puxada de todos, somos Blue, tenta fazer a boa. Acabou ali, tendo que givar o momento. Tá lá, 0 a 0, apenas a Tartaruga nas mãos aí da Young Gléricos.
Você sai bem, tá? Consegue uma luta justa. Pega esse objetivo, tava ali na frente, o Indy conseguiu garantir a Tartaruga no seu dano. E com isso a equipe da Falcons perde esse primeiro objetivo, que sempre foi uma prioridade, mas conseguiu não lutar nesse momento. Vai aguardando o time, né? Todo mundo já tá agora assim com o seu nível 4, caminhando para nível 5, 6 e Van. Também o Keio já vai conquistando. Aqui na rota inferior o Supermarco pode ser o foco, mas já vai reposicionando o Han já para sua selva para farmar. Nesse tranquilo, tá? Nenhuma kill, indo pra 4 minutos de partida e somente aquela lutinha mesmo ali em volta da Tartaruga.
E dá pra dizer que foi maestria, tá? Porque era pra ter, se a ranqueada ali, sair pelo menos umas 3 kills pra cada lado. Mas os caras são absurdos, né? Sabem o micro certinho, como rotacionar da maneira correta, como fugir da maneira correta. Então, não entregaram abate, o que é provincial. É muito bom para as duas equipes, né? Não ter nenhum abate para nenhum dos lados. Mas a primeira Tartaruga ficou nas mãos da Young Gléricos aí. Até com uma certa tranquilidade, mesmo que numa situação mais difícil ali naquela trocação.
Bom, é isso. Eles conseguem fazer aí realmente uma rotação um pouco mais tranquila. É aquele jogo que vale tudo, né, Ben? Então, acredito que as duas equipes elas vão sendo mais cautelosas nesse momento para tomar alguma decisão, até porque sabe que se der errado vai custar muito caro e pode ser cobrado pelo time adversário. Então, realmente tem que ser bastante estudado, não pode dar um passinho fora. A gente tem duas grandes equipes que sabem cobrar muito bem e é um jogo que tá valendo ainda a vaga, né, a vida aqui na competição.
Exatamente, tá aí. Não pode errar nenhum dos lados. 4 minutos e 56, 59 só de gold a mais pra Falcons, tá tudo igual, hein? Blink tá por ali, já comendo sua areia. Abre Tartaruga por aqui, já vem o Oi fazendo a puxada, tentando trazer esse Jabuti na parte superior ali do seu visor, do seu mapa. Tá aí o Case já trocando ideia com o Ing e companhia. Vem start ali do Oi, tentou burstar diretamente o Blink. O Blink bateu em retirada, a Tartaruga tá sendo feita. Vamos ver a trocação por aqui, vem penalização. O Flap parte pra cima, pode rolar um momento bom de caçada sangrenta. Vai tentando burstar de qualquer forma o Han. Tem Requiem Violeta por ali, bela jogada. Eles podem finalizar, o abate caiu nas mãos do Supermarco. Case cobra muito bem, primeiro abate nas mãos da equipe da Young Gléricos. Cobra na mesma altura a equipe da Falcons ao mesmo tempo. Não tem respiro aqui não, tá? Se você levou o meu, eu levo um seu e tá tudo certo, Didi.
Tá tudo certo, bora com tudo lá em cima, cobrado aqui embaixo também. Aqui no meio, o Keio acabou ficando mal posicionado, foi pego na cartola. Toma essa kill, agora a equipe da Young Gléricos consegue ter um início um pouco mais ok, tá? Pelo menos em abates. Mas tem que tomar cuidado com aquele quesito de farm, tá? A equipe da Falcons tem uma pequena diferença. E vamos ver como que vai sair nos próximos minutos por aí.
Bom é que pega 2 abates o Case, né? 2 abates aí começa cedo demais para essa métrica de jogo. E a gente sabe, o Shin já é um herói que tem muita pressão. Mas quando você consegue fechar o seu terceiro item, ela fica um absurdo. E ele começou cedo, né?
Sim, ele sempre com essas Zushin, ele consegue ficar bastante avançado, farmando essas kills. E aí a gente sabe, Zushin farmada, no meio de late game ali na hora das teamfights, vai ser tudo que a equipe da Yangon gosta e precisa pra conseguir estourar essas lutas em cima da equipe da Falcons. Falcons tem que ficar esperto em relação a isso, porque é o estilo de jogo que eles gostam de fazer. E aí deixa essas kills importantes na mão de um mago que é poderoso e o Case sabe dominar, perigo.
Passa a lança da destruição ali. Acabou tentando acertar, mas nem sei se ele ia, né? Só foi pra identificar mesmo, tentar roubar ali o recurso. Triste, porque daqui 27 minutos, 27 segundos, tem uma tartaruga. E vai fazer falta essa ultimate aí. Vamos ver como vai se colocar. 2 abates a 1, 7 minutos e 7 segundos de partida. Vem pressão aqui na parte inferior por parte da Falcons. Tem aí já o Owen e o Supermarco. Na mesma métrica, na mesma medida, vem o Blink ali juntamente ao Sanji. O Blink tá esperto, hein? Tá rodando o mapa todinho atrás aí, de certa forma, do Owen.
Bom, tá esperto, tem que ficar, né? Até porque sabe que isso aqui custa muito caro. Na outra do meio, por ali, a gente já vê a limpeza rolando. Eles também já aproveitam para limpar, a tartaruga já vai sendo puxada por parte da equipe da Falcons. Vai ter contestação, hein? Chegada do Ron por ali.
É só a tartaruga, vamos ver como é que vai ser. Já tá nos seus 70% de HP. Vai garantindo por aqui a pressão, a puxada sendo feita para trás. Rádio conseguiu roubar o objetivo sem caçar. Na trocação por aqui, vai força conjunta, acaba prendendo sendo abatido o Ying. Vem efetivação do Caio, dupla eliminação nas mãos deles. A Falcon, meu amigo, está gigante, Didi. Já vira na fight por aqui, o Sanji acaba cobrando muito bem essa kill. Na trocação por ali, vai sendo penalizado de certa forma. Flap não consegue sair. Vai tentando bater diretamente pra cima do Blink. Vai ganhando vantagem atrás de vantagem, mas sem efetividade ele consegue fazer a passagem. Está de lá de dentro.
Saiu tranquilo. Tartaruga fica aí na mão da Falcons. Que, gente, cadê os caçar? O que tá acontecendo? Porque os salvos não estão pegando. O que estão pegando é só o aleatório. Né? O Hades é o mago, pegou um, o Link pegou o outro. Realmente tá faltando o caçar. E na hora das lutas não tá sendo tanta falta assim. Mas bom, mais uma vez, a gente fala que esse jogo vem seguindo um pouco mais equilibrado, né? A equipe da Falcons consegue essa tartaruga. Vem a lança da destruição por ali, mas é um pego super mago. Esse pego poderia ser perigoso. Na roda do meio, a roda ainda não cai, 9 minutos de partida. Demorando pra essas torres virem ao chão, hein?
E aí você em casa acompanha Young Gléricos versus a Team Falcons. 8 minutos e 57 segundos, o jogo tá chegando à sua metade o seu tempo. A menos que ele dure 40 minutos, né? Mas acho difícil. Vamos lá ver como é que vai ser esse primeiro Lorde. 40 segundos para esse objetivo pisar na tela. Vem informação por aqui do Caio já tentando limpar rapidamente essa wave. Burstando aqui na parte inferior também, fazendo um proxy blink. Tem paralisação sendo feita para cima do Supermarco. Ele tá sendo visionado, sabe que tá em perigo em maus lençóis. Tentou rádio controle por aqui, acabou errando. Não funcionou bem a voo da Fênix, né? Não funcionou bem. Vamos ver como é que vai ser a passagem do Blink por aqui. Gasta todo o recurso que tem por hora. Vai sendo puxado para trás, deu mole Rad. Vai sendo penalizado o Sanji por ali. Ele acaba caindo. Abate garantido nas mãos do Rad. Na trocação, o Blink vai sendo penalizado também. Tem informação de cartas para cima dele. Ele quer de qualquer forma o Caio finalizar esse objetivo. Essa parece ser uma boa saída para ele. Vai tentando invisibilidade por ali. Acabou sozinho. Caio garante aqui e a torcida vibra de...
Pode vibrar, porque olha só quem consegue aí já ir pra cima e agora fazer um jogo diferente. E tem Lorde, tá? Tem Lorde que já vai sendo feita, a equipe da Falcons consegue ficar na vantagem numérica, tira Blink e Sanji da jogada, com isso esse Lorde fica free aqui pra equipe da Falcons, que vai respondendo muito bem. Respondeu de uma forma que eu não tava esperando, até porque a equipe da Yangon tava até, principalmente, lutando um pouco melhor.
É, Didi, quem não faz toma, né? Se você não fechou o jogo, segura que meu Lorde está descendo para essa torre. Vamos ver aí no replay. Um dos melhores momentos da partida foi onde teve aquelas 2 eliminações positivas aí, a equipe, mais uma vez, da Falcons.
Bom, é isso. A gente vendo a galera torcendo aqui, porque tá todo mundo aquele nervosismo, tá? O jogo valendo tudo. E a gente vê agora esse Lorde caminhando a favor da equipe da Falcons. Pra mim, esse aqui é o jogo mais equilibrado que a gente já teve, tá? Dentro dessa série, com certeza, pra mim, a Yangon também tava conseguindo segurar um pouco melhor, não tem aquela diferença de gol de 10k ainda, tá? Porque aqui, se eles não conseguirem acompanhar, se eles não conseguirem limpar, pode ser que a equipe da Falcons vire pra cima com tudo.
É, são 10 minutos, 11 na verdade, já tem torres derrubadas de número 2. Já é bastante coisa para esse começo de partida, por assim dizer. Já tá exposta 2 torres de T3, tá? A top lane e a side lane, né? No sentido em mid lane. trazendo aí mais pressão. E quase essa torre cai. Se investir mais um pouquinho, pode cair. Se cair, fica complicada a situação, hein? Vamos ver como é que vai ser a paralisação, sendo pego o por ali, vai sendo burstado. De certa forma, ele trouxe muito bem a jogada. Garantiu por ali uma pressão. Oi, vira na fight, vai tentando um abate por aqui, acaba deixando em retirada. Owen vai caindo devagarinho, abate garantido nas mãos de Hard Killer. Spring gigante, mais uma eliminação nas mãos do Blink. Dupla eliminação nas mãos de Casey. Não pode dar esse mole aqui, Didi.
Se der esse mole, quem sabe que pode custar muito caro. Tem que tomar cuidado com essas entradas e com esses overs. O Han agora ganha muito espaço, tenta forçar aquela torre por ali. Acabou pisando fora demais, tá, gente? Tomou dano do cristal, tomou dano da torre. Não precisava desse over. Tá bom que vocês querem ganhar, mas vai com calma que tem tempo pra tudo.
Exatamente. Tem tempo, inclusive, pra tentar entrar nessa base, hein? Tem tempo aí para tentar fazer a boa. Vamos ver como é que vai trabalhar a Falcons para esse segundo start de jogo. Já são 12 minutos e 10. Oficialmente está aberta a temporada Late Game. Farme os seus itens e fique forte porque o pau vai quebrar, Didi.
Tá quebrando já. Tá quebrando porque a gente já vê a diferença, né? Que causa um over. Nesse tempo de jogo aqui, 12 minutos, a gente vê que o Gold já não é tão distante assim. Os dois times também têm muita qualidade. Não conseguiu puxar esses Super Minions e agora a equipe da Yango tem seu momento de ir pra cima, tá?
Boa. Bem demais. Bem demais, de 6 abates a 6, 2 minutos e 45. Agora aguardar, né? Pra ver quem vai startar esse Lorde primeiro. 21 segundos pra que ele pise na Terra do Amanhecer.
Bom, e agora na rota do meio aqui, eles vão tentando ganhar aquele rio, né? Focar um pouco mais, ganhar essa pressão. Até porque sabe que esse Lorde já tá pra surgir. Ter esse controle aqui do rio com certeza ajuda demais. Até mesmo pra ter mais acesso a esse covil. Flap tem visão. A equipe da Yango consegue controlar um pouco mais essas rotas, né? De avançar, de ir pra cima. Teve limpeza agora na rota inferior. Já está com o Sanji por aqui, esse Lorde reseta. Vai aguardando o momento de ir pra cima. Puxando aí a luta. Flap tenta achar alguém por ali. Supermarket já vai tirando muito dano, reposiciona no Dex. Blink no flanco, pode tentar pegar alguém, mas vai tomando, hein? Será que reposiciona?
O Blink tá aí, não vai conseguir não, tá? Não sai daí, Supermarket tá aqui, ó, não vai nem utilizar ultimate. Vamos ver se vai finalizar por ali, parte pra cima em retirada, tem pressão por aqui chegando, ele não foi, tá? Só apenas espantou, poderia ter finalizado, tá? Achei que ele poderia ter voltado ali finalizado. Era mais vantagem do que deixar voltar. Por aqui na trocação, vamos ver a colocação, o Requiem Violeta, bate garantido pra cima do ele cai, foi puxado pra trás, o In, ele não consegue sair de lá, mas ele tá com vida, respira por aparelhos, acaba caindo por aqui, double kill nas mãos da equipe da Young Gléricos. Mas aí, Blinkão, você ficou antes de cair, você pega mais um abate pra cima do Rad. Vai trocando por aqui na força conjunta, tripla eliminação de Dio. O que é isso na minha tela? Não consigo entender muita coisa, mas quem tá em vantagem é o Gongléricos, que vai partir pro Lorde e talvez levar alguma torre de T3 aí, hein?
Aquela decisão do Supermarket de voltar horrível. Não abater o Blink custou muito caro, porque o Blink foi pra cima, chamou a atenção de 3. Não teve luta a favor da equipe da Falcons aqui, porque acabou ficando recuado. Vai ter que lidar com o Blink reposicionou lá. Olha como ele chama a atenção de 3 e ainda leva 1. Tá? Então realmente foi muito difícil a decisão dele de não... Foi ruim, tá? Pra não falar assim que foi péssimo. Ele realmente acabou errando em retornar e não ter tirado esse play da equipe da Young, porque depois ele incomodou muito, custou caro pra equipe da Falcons. E bom... Agora sim, aí é o momento da equipe da Young Gléricos subir pra cima, forçar essa rota do meio e aproveitar, porque o Han teve uma bela ultimate ali também, acabou encaixando muito bem em cima da equipe da Falcons. E é aquilo que a gente falou, é a composição de combo, né, de controle. Se eles conseguirem encaixar, aí basta uma luta pra eles irem pra cima com tudo, que é o que tá acontecendo agora. Lorde vem na rota inferior, pressão vem na rota superior e na rota do meio também por parte da equipe da Young Gléricos. Vamos ver se eles vão conseguir aí usufruir desse Lorde.
Olha, não quero zicar ninguém não, mas se der ruim aqui para a equipe da Falcon, pode colocar na conta do Supermarket, tá? Decisões erradas aí, custou caro, custou caríssimo. O Lorde tá vindo pela parte inferior, rapidamente Sanji já destrói essa torre e vem com calma para fazer a rotação para a parte superior do mapa. Garante por ali mais um abate em torres, vai levando aí gradualmente cada pedaço de espaço para o seu devido lugar. Por aqui Blink tenta fazer a paralisação, ele foi penalizado também, o Lorde vai bater diretamente na linha de torre aí, meu amigo. Super Minions abertos na rota do meio, 15 minutos de partida, uma épica falha deu por aqui a Falcons. E aí, meu amigo, o Lorde estoura a base ali, cai dentro do cristal e agora tá com muito mais vantagem o Gongléricos.
Ela com tudo, tá? conseguiu Super Minis, coisa que a equipe da Fox não conseguiu com aquele Lorde. E agora a equipe da Young vai invadindo, vai tentar fazer a limpeza da selva adversária, da equipe da Fox. E a Fox agora fica na defensiva. Na defensiva, tendo que lidar com o Moscou já no late game. O Case está imparável, até agora não foi neutralizado, 7/0. Fortíssimo e sendo aí, com certeza, a cereja do bolo. E o fator principal da equipe da Young ainda está segurando muito bem esse jogo.
Absurdo, né? Você mesmo no começo do jogo tinha falado que talvez se o Case né, se performasse da mesma forma que vinha com essa Zushin, ele tava muito bem. E aí ele comprova, né, que de fato tá muito bem com esse herói. Tá virando 7-0-2 e crescendo, tá? Ele tá numa métrica muito boa já de itemização. Inclusive já fez ali toda a sua composição. Falta um item apenas. Acredito muito que ele vai tirar aí o gelinho, né? Pra ficar um pouco mais tranquilo nessas trocações.
Bom, também acredito nisso. Vem chegada por aqui, né, de Minos, Super Minos, que a equipe da Fox tá tendo que lidar naquela rota inferior. A equipe da Young tá tentando avançar as rotas, deixar mais setados, pegar a visão por ali. Owen já faz esse papel. Na rota aqui inferior, o Han já tá esperto, já vai dominando esse rio, ficando em volta do Covil. Lorde que vai surgir já já. E esse Lorde aqui, se a equipe da Fox perder, sou capaz de falar que eles perderam a partida.
É difícil, hein? Vai ter que brigar por esse objetivo, mas tem pressão a equipe da Young Galacticos. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa colocação. O Lorde está disponível, sem pressa. A Young começa a trabalhar esse Lorde, vai resetando ali, pegando o melhor posicionamento. O Han tá em uma noção muito boa de jogo, acaba encontrando por ali o seu caminho. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa passagem para Lorde. Tá sem pressa mesmo, tá simplesmente sem pressa a equipe da Young Galacticos para finalização. Por enquanto vai ter que trazer um pouco mais de pressão com esse recurso. Se quiser roubar, vai fazendo uma parede por ali. O entrou, hein? O entra, acaba garantindo o RAM por ali no caçar com tranquilidade. Vira na fight flap por aqui, acaba sendo penalizado. Vai rolando o primeiro abate por aqui, não tem efetividade. Agora sim, vantagem nas mãos do Ling. Ele conseguiu a mudança de céus no limite da honra. Vai tentar o abate para cima do flap. Aí assim, Case consegue finalizar. Vem pressão, dupla eliminação. Pode pintar a tripa, se brincar, pode pintar o maníaco. Vai sair um belo de um play. Vai trocando por aqui as fight maníaco na mão desse gigante. É ele, Case, é o Didi. Lorde vem pra garantir a torre do meio. Cai Ace nas mãos da Young Galacticos e vão bater diretamente no Cristal. Cristal focado, focado é GG. GG, Didi, finaliza a série por aqui.
Aqui o Case deu Manny que deu tchau, tá? Aqui jogou o Case aqui de não tava escrito. A torcida da Falcon entristece, obviamente, né? Foi uma série muito boa, eles tentaram ainda o máximo, deram o seu máximo ali pra voltar pro jogo, mas agora fala sério, e a conversa, tem que ser, né?
Tava testando a Falcons, né? Tava testando.
Podia ter isso.
Tava testando, Didi.
Ai, deixa eles jogarem. Cara, finalistas aqui do MSC.
Bem demais.
Bem demais. Uma série completa mostrando aí que quando no quesito de combo e controle é com eles mesmos. Né? Espaço eles vão acabar com o jogo do aniversário. E aqui quem sofreu com esse estilo de jogo foi a equipe da Falcons. Com isso, a Falcons se despede por aqui, mas é uma grande equipe que conseguiu aí um caminho glorioso até aqui. Vamos ver amanhã, tá? Porque ainda tem a disputa aí sobre o terceiro e quarto lugar. Mas, bom, agora vamos organizar, porque ainda tem uma pedrada na sequência pra gente, né? Uma MD5 também, que pode ser que vai se estender bastante. O universo vai ligar Team Split. A gente volta já, né, Pedro?
Exatamente, voltamos já com a segunda série do dia. Essa foi recheada, hein? Já voltamos.
Revenge has been given. The rivalry continues. They've rewritten history, man. It truly is. It truly is, and in what a fashion to go the distance. For a moment there, the whole crowd was quiet.
Fans are
the YG fans were quiet.
Fans
the
are on their
Falcons
feet.
fans were quiet.
Fans are on their feet. This is how you show respect. Again, the best pure athletes knocked out of the tournament. Team Falcons finish their run at either third or fourth. They'll still be in action tomorrow, but tonight, here in Paris, Yangon Galacticos stand tall. Let's throw it over the stage for a winner's interview.
Yes, my friends, you've heard it right. Yangon Galacticos are going to the grand final. What a moment. Emotions are running high, and I'm here with Coach Marvs. I know it's a tough moment to swallow. It's really, really emotional in this moment, but you have made MSC Grand Finals. What does this mean to you and the rest of the team and the region?
Before I go to Myanmar, I leave everything, my personal interest, building the Myanmar team. And for these boys, they doing great. They doing everything for their countries. I hope this will be inspiration for upcoming generation. I keep on putting God first in every situation. I'm one of the coach that I always seeking God wisdom in every situation. And this time, Lord, I lift your name on high, Lord Jesus. Give us another chance for the championship. It feels so good.
It feels incredible. It looked incredible. One of the best series we've had ever at MSC here between you and Falcons. Next piece, look. A couple days ago, we were thinking, hey, who are you guys going to play in the semifinals? Vitality was the choice that you have in mind. Were you expecting Falcons to be here and to also give you such a fight had they qualified to semis?
For the team, they really want the Vitality. For me personally, I really want to face the Falcon because I'm the only coach that don't have any import in my team, and I want to prove that if the region and then the people and then the players, they're doing great, they can achieve things. So yeah, I want to face Falcon.
Well, you got it here so far. It's a great moment and day for Myanmar as a region. There's fans back home, either Myanmar or for you in the Philippines. Is there anything you'd like to say to them in this moment now that you've made the grand finals? Right here at the front.
To my wife and to my son, God did. It's amazing. God put me on the stage, in the world stage. Thank you for supporting me. Elijah, thank you for believing in me for my next New Era X Pro family. I love you so much. For the Myanmar Burmese people, we're going to rewrite the history. Okay? We're going to rewrite in the name of Yangon Galacticos.
Thank you very much, Coach Marvs. Thank you so much, my friend. Emotions are high, but that's the beauty of MSC, my friends. And it's now time to crush a key all together. Let's bring out the entire team. Come on over, my friends. They might have one more key crush in them, but that'll be after the grand final. For now, yes, you heard it right. Your eyes do not deceive you. Yangon Galacticos are going to the grand final. A crushing to go and a big one here. Not just will they be crushing the Team Falcons key here, the Team Falcons BH, but it's the club champions of last year. Coach Marvs has the honor to do it and will crush Team Falcons after an epic best-of-5 series. All destroyed. Job well done in the semis. Only one more step left for greatness. A great step in a moment for Myanmar. Let's break it all down on our panel.
We will rewrite history.
Coach Marvs.
Not just for Myanmar, for Yangon Galacticos, who remain to be the best team so far in the galaxy in MLBB. MSC has been so named the tournament of upsets. Well, I will self-proclaim that. It is the tournament of upsets. And as we continue on, you cannot leave a moment like this without acknowledging the emotion that goes along with it. It's not just the win, it's not just the game, it's outside of the game. The trust, the faith, the belief, and the gratitude that he expressed to his family for allowing him to take on this risk. The lack of imports, he said.
Yep.
The pride of this country to prove they could do it amongst everyone else. And now, Renmar, Brigitte, at least $500,000 is going to go into these players' pockets. And if they continue to play like this, tomorrow they could be millionaires.
Welcome back to the grand finals, Myanmar.
Welcome back.
You deserve it. The region has been hungry for a stage like this, a moment like this for such a long time. And
Yes, it was at the expense of the Falcons and the last Filipino team. But if you're a true MLBB fan, you cannot help but stand and clap for Yangon Galacticos, for the region of Myanmar, and how poetic that it was their Filipino head coach that crushed the key on the last hope of the Philippines. But of course, he acknowledged that it wasn't about him. It was about his players from Myanmar who got that win for the region.
That got all of us so emotional here in the studio. The amount of sacrifices Coach Marv's had to do and the amount of trust that he put in the players and the region, who again historically have already made waves, and now that they've finally returned, they've just broken records and they're proving to be a true contender and potential champion here in MSC at EWC 2026. There is no amount of words to describe what they could possibly be feeling right now.
And this has shut out all the doubts about that asterisk, about their way here to the knockouts, about the teams that they beat. They just took down Team Falcons in 5. Yangon Galacticos look like a team that can beat any other team in the world right now. Spirit, Onyx, have to watch out and respect the Galacticos.
And this moment here, it is the stuff that you live for in esports. It's the stuff that MSC has given us. And it's the stuff that now in Paris we get to witness with this fan base, this immense energy at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the tears being shed. And it's just the beginning of the stories that we're telling, because they will tune in tomorrow for either of their opponents that will come up in the second series of the day. Guys, it's hard to think we still have more MLBB this afternoon. That should have been it.
I know. And the fact that they just left the stage saying that tomorrow they will rewrite history. That is a claim, that is a statement right there made by Coach Marv's, and they will definitely set their eyes on whoever comes out of the second series today.
We talked about how important it is that at this point in MSC, you take your losses when you can and you learn from them. And better late than never. Yangon Galacticos, at the right moment for them, learned 2 very harsh lessons in the 2 games that they lost. That's a lot of experience heading into the grand finals.
And they were excellent under the bright lights. And I love the look towards when things are difficult analytically or in your life, when you don't know the exact way to go, to lean into I don't know and to accept the wisdom. What's showing up? What's available? And how can we do the best with what we're given? That was an amazing turn of events for Falcons to even tie it up, guys, because they were down 2-0. Most teams would have just gone out 3-0. Most teams did when they faced Yangon Galacticos. But as we send out Team Falcons as well, Brig, and their key is crushed, and you see the fans' disappointment, you do have to say they gave it their all. And some people, after the first group stage, didn't even expect them to get here.
They had a shaky performance. It was something we constantly recalled back at the group stage, but they will still have a battle for third match tomorrow.
That's right.
So there's still a chance that they get a much bigger amount, a much stronger finish here in MSC 2026. It's not completely over for them, and good effort for both Falcons and YG.
Yeah, we mentioned it. Besides the money, very important club championship points.
Yeah.
Team Falcons could still secure for the organization if they go to third.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. Of course, Falcons, as their key is crushed, still looking for the ultimate win. That is the big key. And of course, that's what they're trying to get. It won't happen here. It's Yangon Galacticos who have earned that right. And boy, oh boy, they have shocked the world, but it shouldn't be a shock any longer. This team from Myanmar is playing lights out. We've had a chance to talk to a lot of players as they've left this tournament. This might be the hardest one, though. A player who I think made a huge difference in the comeback on the glue. It's Ogwin, who is standing by with Eterna in an exit interview.
We are now with Ogwin in the backstage after that loss against Yangon Galacticos. Ogwin, tell us what's going through your head right now.
I think we're really sad because we have a close fight and we didn't, close it. Yeah, so it's quite sad.
Was it because of, what happened in the game, the way that they adapted so well in that final game, or what went wrong maybe on your part?
We have many misplays on our part, and we got our early games quite well in Yangon, but we didn't finish it off in mid-game to late game, so we got punished really well by them. So props to them.
Was this an expected fight from Yangon Galacticos? Obviously, it's not an expected result that you were hoping for, but with that fight, was it that intense? Is Yangon Galacticos just that good?
We scrimmed with Yangon, and we really expect they will do well in this tournament, and we really respect them in this tournament. So they have really unorthodox way to fight their enemy. So it's really they really caught us in the first 2 games. So yeah.
But you came back.
Yeah, we came back. But,
Game 3, Game 4.
But it's quite short, and we didn't finish it up. So yeah, it's really sad.
Ogun, this is going to be the first time in a very long time, and I think since M2, that there will not be a Filipino representative in the grand finals. What do you think this means for the ecosystem? Do you think that all the other regions are catching up?
Yeah, especially in the early stages of MSC, we really saw what the other regions cooking up, and it's really you don't need to relax, because even though it's a NA team or Latam or Brazilian, it's really you really need to fight in your full potential. So yeah, it's really quite challenging and competitive in this MSC right now.
And we see that, TLPH. And now you, Ogun, no matter what happens, you put up a very strong fight. I hope you know that. We want to know what's next for you, Ogun.
First thing first, we will have a match in the 3rd place. So that's first. Then after that, we need to reset and plan again for the next tournament.
Who do you think you're going to meet in the 3rd placer?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. Spirit is also good.
Okay. Do you have any final message to your fellow Filipinos?
Thank you so much sa mga sumuporta sa amin. Yun lang, di kami umabot sa finals. Kaya yun, ito lang yung kinain namin. Kaya sa susunod namin na tournament, pas paghahandaan pa namin, tas hindi namin mamalitin yung kalaban. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you to Falcons. Thank you to Ogun. We love you very much. Everyone loves you very much. Keep your chin up. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I'll leave it to my Filipinos to talk about what you felt about that one. He said he messaged to the region, and I think this is kind of history making as well since M2.
Yeah, he just apologized and said. Well, first he said thank you for the support. He apologized that they fell short, but yeah, he did acknowledge all throughout the interview that the world has gotten so much stronger, and that's great. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, he said this is what moments like these, wins like these, are what esports are all about.
Yeah, and it's a takeaway for the Philippines as well as a region. It's definitely going to fuel a lot more of the hunger to get back on an international stage win, and it's. I think for a lot of people, rewriting history at its finest. It's such a great way to increase the competition that we currently have in the MLBB competitive landscape.
I love the way that this has gone. This has been really fantastic to see as just an esport enjoyer. As you develop and you guys going into M8 this year, and you're talking about M2, you're already seeing the experience and the knowledge increase from this esport, and you're gonna go through these phases. I mean, it happens. It's happened to us. We got a Japanese winner over on the Battle Royale side of Apex. I mean, MLBB, it's a beautiful thing when you get to expand. Obviously, it may not feel that way if you're staring down the microscope of it right now, but when you pull back, you'll see great thing for the game in general. As we continue to move on, guys, I know this is the end for you two, today at least. Any final thoughts after seeing this, and anything to preview as we look at our next match coming up today?
I agree with Ogun. It's a 50-50, Let's all set our eyes on the upcoming series, because this is not looking like a fast one either.
Yeah, if ever Team Spirit defeat Onyx later, then for the first time we're gonna get ECA in the grand finals, Myanmar in the grand finals against them, and no team from what we've seen as the big regions in MLBB are first. That will really push the story as an MSC of, I wouldn't call it upsets, but surprises. And the best surprises usually come all the way up until the end.
All right, well, I already see your replacements coming up on stage, looking good in their suits. I'll just leave that as a, no, you can't come. Oh,
it's
God.
unwide, it's unwide,
The fella's trying to get in. We can't let him do it. It's not your time. It's not your time. I can't wait for that. Make sure if you guys think you know who's going to win, which how in the world could you know who's going to win at this point? There's no way you could. Get your pick'ems in, though, and maybe you will be right. But I just remember how many of us have been wrong so often at MSC. Maybe you won't be. I hope you won't be. Coming up after this, we're going to have an amazing game. It's going to be Onyx and Team Spirit, Indonesia and EECA battling for that second spot in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This is Confessions with Naisu. I mean, you are chilling here, to be fair.
I'm chilling.
You don't seem remotely... A lot of people have been quite nervous for this.
I just came from the broadcast, so I'm
vibing.
I'm relaxing now. I'm vibing.
It's probably for the best. Nice and relaxed. No tense about these questions at all.
Should I be? Oh,
no. Honestly, you'll be all right. Okay. What's wrong with leaving the bed messy before broadcast?
Okay. I believe that you should start your day by making your bed.
It's a good habit.
This is it's a habit that stuck with me from my dad. My dad was a military guy, so he told me when I was a kid, you know what, you can't leave your room and start your day until you make your bed. And then I told one of my caster friends, we were rooming together, and it's the first time, because before we used to have room, we had to room with other casters for international.
Been there. Back in the day.
Back in the day. And I was like, bro, we can't go cast unless you make your bed.
Oh, so you were like, I'm like my dad now, that's it, we're getting this done.
And he was like, are you serious? And I was like, yeah. And I stood in front of the hall, like, to make sure we didn't leave until he made his bed. So that's making your bed.
Okay, fair. What's the deal with the M6 pass?
Oh, man. Okay. I made a blunder. I think we've all had this before, man.
These things do happen.
Early call time.
Earlier than this week?
Earlier than this week,
damn.
yeah. Earlier than this week.
Yep.
World Championship. It was M6. This was about a couple of years ago, actually. And there's always this pass. It's called the M5 pass, M6 pass, M whatever pass. And yeah, I was on live broadcast, and instead of doing the typical spiel of M6 pass, I said M6 pass. And, I had no way to cover from that, but shout out to my co-talents, man, because they covered with me.
Oh, I wouldn't have covered. I'd have buried you. I'd have buried you there, and then I'd have been given the what? Straight away.
The what pass?
The what pass? Yeah, 100%. What is Century Tuna?
Oh, yeah. That's so funny that it comes up. Century Tuna, man. So Century Tuna is literally tuna.
Yeah.
It's tuna. It's a can of tuna.
It's a can of tuna? That's not why. It's wrote down, yeah.
There's nothing. I'm going to leave it at that.
Hey, look. I ain't seen the pictures, but...
You have seen them?
No.
Okay.
I didn't Google them.
Well, yeah, don't Google it. Okay. Actually, you know what? If you want to Google it, you can Google it. But so Century Tuna... It was this tuna brand that puts on a show or a pageant where like people can join, and it's a fitness like competition.
Gotcha.
And that was the way that I started my career in the Philippines. I was in the modeling industry. I joined Century Tuna Super Bods. It's a Super Bod thing. It's like who's the most ripped and all this stuff.
Yeah.
You do a bunch of challenges, and then that propelled my modeling career in the Philippines. So it's a funny thing because when it gets brought up, like, people will say Century Tuna Naisu, they'll Google it, they'll see it, and they'll be like, what the hell? This isn't you, is it? And
I'll have to delete my history. By the way, can I call you Omega?
You call me what?
Omega.
Omega? Hey, you can. That's my middle name.
That is a strong middle name. That's a very strong middle name.
So when I was born, I thought that.
So what's your full name? How would you say your full name then?
Joseph Charles Omega Rezabek.
That is serious aura name. Serious aura, that one. Like mine is okay.
How about yours? Chris?
Chris Tun. It's a U-double-N. Like, think Tunway, like heavy.
Wait, what's your middle name?
James.
Oh, okay. That's
British.
cool. Yeah.
Why'd you pop a balloon, man?
Why did I pop the balloon?
Yeah.
I popped the balloon because I had a preference. I'll leave it at that.
We all do.
I'll leave it at that.
We all do. Thank you very much, Omega or Naisu, or whatever the hell your name is. Yeah, thank you very much. That was Confessions with Naisu.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Yangon Galacticos and Myanmar have booked their tickets to the grand finals. It's time to find out if it will be Indonesia or EECA who follow. Welcome back to the panel. My name's Rain Day. We have seen some amazing MLBB today. Safe to say, not only the tournament of upsets, one of the most exciting tournaments we have seen internationally for MLBB. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be involved in. I've got two guys who you know well, finger guns and all, Naisu and LaFell. Bang, bang, ready for some spot-on analysis, boys. We got Omega over here, which I like. I like that middle name. Yeah.
That's some good confessions, I guess.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Honestly, like, this series before, it was amazing. It's a good thing it's a best of 5. If it was a best of 6, I don't know how he's going to pronounce it.
Did you do something different with your hair today?
He did.
I did.
It looks great. It looks great.
I didn't say it looked bad.
I just through a lot of hairstyles.
I just said, you do something different. Why'd you take that wrong? Why'd you take it wrong?
It looks good.
I said it wasn't different. LaFell, I didn't say it was bad.
Hey, it looks great. It looks great. It looks great.
It was bad.
Sure, I appreciate it.
You know what I will say, though? That's giving me Beetlejuice, like the guys in Beetlejuice with the small head. And that was giving me a little bit more like Einstein. Like, you got some ideas of what's going to happen today.
I agree.
What's the ideas?
I don't know what you're going to say. The note card he threw yesterday is still over there, by the way. So I don't know who writes a note card, brings it up to desk, throws it away, and then never looks at it again. But that's you.
That's not mine.
Okay. All right.
I have no idea who that is. I just find it disrespectful. It's on my chair.
Actually,
I'm a chair now, by the way.
You were watching. History was being made. Myanmar, man. What was the reaction in the green room?
It was loud.
It was loud.
It was loud.
You know, I'm going to be real. It was tough to see the last Filipino representation be knocked out of the tournament. And as we heard, too, on stage, you know, this is the first time in a long time since the Philippines has not been in the grand final. But I think story-wise, it's pretty good, man, because, again, Myanmar has been a team that has been dominating through their own regions. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, their own region, but then they finally get this chance to get to a grand final and bring back this style of gameplay that they've showcased even before, years ago.
Yeah, and we were questioning what had happened, but they bounced back in that Game 5. It was awesome, but now we may have something even better, and that's why we have our Crunchyroll Story of the Day set up for this one. It's going to be Onyx and EECA. Will it be a dynasty? Will it be destiny? Can the TS Wonder Kids make history as the first non-SEA finalist? Well, we already have, you know, history being made on the other side of the bracket. Why not, Naisu?
I would love to see it, man. But I think a lot of people are going to go ahead and say they want to get Onyx to that grand final.
Yep.
You know, and I was casting their series yesterday. It was a hell of a series, another 5-game series. Hopefully today, this one between Team Spirit and Onyx can also be 5 games because, you know, this is where all that time going through the ropes to the group stages, then the knockouts come to fruition for a lot of the teams here. And I feel like even Onyx, they really had to adjust. But what made it work so well for both of them, Team Spirit and Onyx, is throughout the games we've got to see them, they've really showcased just how strong they are at coming together as a team, the synergy that they have, because we have had such an interesting draft throughout this MSC and the meta that's formed, but really it's the execution from the team as a whole for both of them.
Team spirit has been phenomenal, LaFell. And we've seen the emotion with them too. What are they playing with? A little bit of house money because no one expected them to be here? Or at this point, do you say these guys are coming in as a potential 50-50, maybe even a favorite over Onyx?
I wouldn't say favorite, but they're definitely the team to watch because almost, I would say for 2 years now, they're always so close to making it to the grand finals. And we're always thinking if they do actually make it there, they can definitely make a difference because one of the strengths of Team Spirit is their side lanes, right? Both Hiko as well as Kid Bomba is like the guys that really made Team Spirit really, really special. Yeah. Now Zara Egoist is playing pretty good. I don't know. After yesterday, what Aurora has shown, I'm just worried about even if Team Spirit has the right strategy to go up against Onyx, Onyx is just gonna outplay them with pure bronze.
Well, Team Spirit have a chance to do something special here. The first non-SEA Grand Finalist could happen here today. And of course, that would be Kid Bumba, Zara Egoist, the youngest player in this tournament in the jungle and in overall. Sunset Lover, Sawo, and Hiko, special on the side lane, special in the jungle, special all around. We caught up with Kid Bumba, who's had his family in the stands being an emotional support for him before the match.
It's Eterna here, and now we are with Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. Kid Bomba, first and foremost, we saw, I think, your family come all the way here to watch you. Was that the first time that they came?
Yeah. My mom was gonna watch as well, I think, today. And I think my sister already left because she has work. And yeah.
How did you feel? Like, were you aware that they were gonna come for you?
Yeah, I was, obviously. I mean, it's nice for them to finally come and watch a tournament live. For me, it doesn't make that much of a difference because I'm concentrated on the game. But obviously, being supported is nice, so yeah.
Locked in. Kid Bomba's locked in. But did your mom say anything to you after the match?
I don't think so. I mean, even if she said something when she came up on stage, I don't remember already.
Was it the adrenaline rush?
I mean, I didn't really care about it, you know. We just won. I know that there's still a lot of matches to go. So yeah.
Absolutely, because your next match up ahead is going to be a very interesting one. I think it's a little bit of a rematch. But before I ask you about that, were you surprised that Onyx beat Aurora?
I'd say 50-50, their matchup. They gave Fighter Goat Lane twice, lost against it. I mean, if they do that mistake against us, they're going to lose as well, you know? But I think they're going to lose either way, so.
Okay, so is that the takeaway that you saw from yesterday's match that you're going to bring to this match?
I mean, I just don't know how you can give Freya, Paquito, and Barretts in the same draft.
Okay. I think a lot of people are talking about that as well, the drafting. But so you're confident up against Onyx today?
Oh, we're 100% confident.
100% confident.
We're the underdogs coming into this match, it's obvious. Even if I speak big, even if I talk big, everybody knows we are the underdogs. We're facing the biggest team in Indonesia. And everybody want to see us lose. There's just some people that want to see us win. We love it. And we're going to try our best.
How does that make you feel?
Makes you feel amazing.
Oh, okay. That makes you feel amazing. I mean,
of
so
course,
I guess
why should it make me feel bad? For me, it's just, I came to play a scrim at 2 p.m. against Onyx. For me, it's really nothing different.
And you're here to create surprises, I think, here at MSC as well. But going back to your past, right? You were able to beat Onyx at M7. Best of 1, though. Do you think it's going to be different now? It's a best of 5.
Obviously, it's going to be different. I mean, now they have Keller as well. And for me, it's fate, you know?
Ooh.
That I get to meet him again. That we get to meet him again after the last match. And the last match between us and Onyx Philippines, when Keller played, was like the best match in the whole tournament. Not considering maybe the grand finals. So I think it's going to be like that again.
A fated match. I like how you put it. But I'm going to let you go after this. I think you want to prepare for this upcoming battle. Is there anything else you want to add before your match?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, we're just going straight into the land of Dawn here. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba, for this interview. And of course, good luck for your next match. One step away from the grand finals. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Straight like an arrow there. Kid Bumba, just shooting from the hip, knows exactly what he wants to do and that they are the underdogs. And yeah, that's true. They're going up against the best team in Indonesia. You have to say that because SRG are out. We've seen 5 times Indonesia winners, but now it is up to Onyx to represent the region. And when you look at Lupi, Kyrie, Sans, Kiboy, and of course, the gold standard Kelra himself, it is a tall task. Eterna caught up with Kelra as well before the match.
The golden standard here is back, Kelra, before your best of 5 match. Kelra, you were so expressive yesterday up against Aurora. I think after game 1, game 3, we saw you very full of emotion on the stage and even backstage. What was going through your head at the time?
My mindset yesterday, just I want to win and I don't want to gumagawa po lang tanpa piyala.
He doesn't want to go home without the trophy.
Yeah.
Why was it so expressive in that match? Like, was Aurora really good? Were you scared that they might be able to beat you yesterday?
Not scared, but Aurora playstyle is very different in other teams. They very aggressive, and I think their chemistry is very good. And yeah.
So their chemistry was really good. Their playstyle was aggressive, and you expected that though, right? Coming into that match.
Expecting what?
Expecting that playstyle from Aurora?
Yeah.
Okay. But finally there, you get the emotions. Adrenaline is running high. Thank you for that insight, Kelra. And community, after that match against Aurora, are saying that when you're on a marksman, it seems like you have better impact in the game. You're smiling right now. What do you feel about that?
I don't know, but when I'm using fighter, it's always like that. Like it's a disaster, or I don't know why.
Why are you more comfortable on the marksman? Or?
Yeah, of course.
You're more comfortable on the marksman, but you think that you can make outplays on the fighter too, right?
Yes, because I'm an explainer before.
Okay.
Before I play gold lane.
So you have had experience in the EXP lane, so you're supposed to be comfortable on the fighters, but you're just more comfortable on the marksman.
Yes.
We saw how comfortable you are yesterday in that last game with Brody, the flicker outs of the taunt, the winter crowns as well. Even Mirko was swearing. Kelra, is that just your reaction speed, or were you able to read Pagu?
Because I think I have a drill every scrim that I want to dodge all the skills of my enemy. That's why I can dodge Beleric.
So it was specific to Beleric?
Yeah.
Were you expecting Pagu to play that way as well, or was it just Beleric?
Was it just Beleric?
Okay. So specific to the heroes, that's really amazing stuff as well. I think everyone was quite surprised with that. And of course, coming into this next matchup, in the past, M7, Swiss Stages Best of 1, Team Spirit was able to beat Onyx ID. Now that you're in the roster, Kelra, are you going to be the difference maker?
Yes!
That's it?
Yes, that's it.
That's it. Yes, that's it.
Yes.
We're feeling the energy from Kelra. We're feeling the confidence as well from Kelra. And with that, thank you so much. Good luck for your next match, because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. From Kelra. Man, what a fun interview. Both sides, both a lot of energy, guys. I'll let you react to either one you pick.
I like Team Spirit. You know, to hear Kid Bomba just kind of put it plainly, they're ready for this matchup. He wants this revenge and this fated matchup against, you know, Kelra specifically on this lineup for Onyx now. And I think that is going to lead to an electrifying match for us.
Yeah, honestly, like every time Kid Bomba speaks, like you just have to listen. But we also heard from Kelra about how he's been having these drills during scrims about how he wants to dodge all of the abilities, and I feel like that's going to be very important because especially if Hiko somehow gets a fighter in a gold lane, something like a Freya, that's definitely going to be tested because Kelra, when he's using the marksman, he can carry the team, and that's what they desperately need. So we'll see how Team Spirit really fights against that.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one, guys. There's a lot on the line again. But as we set the stage for it, maybe the narrative has to be that it's unwritten. Yet again, so many of these grand finals have included someone from the SEA region. And while it will still continue to see Myanmar represent on the other side, this could be EECA's chance to push through and kick out Indonesia. The giants have fallen. Will the Onyx fall as well? Or will Kiboy have something to say about it? Will Kelra show us exactly what that gold standard is and overcome the deficits? After a brutal Game 5, making it out alive, anything is possible. And for the hope inside the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the family of Kid Bumba still here, still rooting, still dreaming that this could be the day EECA makes it to the top.
And you want to talk about breaking the mold? This is MSC. It has never happened this way, that it's ever been so international. And that's what we love about MSC at EWC 26. This time around, everybody has got a shot. My God, the Yangon Galacticos story, now that is one to warm your hearts too.
That was definitely heartwarming. But as we move on to the second match, this match will practically rewrite the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang as we know it. Because no matter what happens in the semifinals matchup, history will be made. Will EECA finally send their first ever representative to the grand finals, or will Onyx get a chance at getting their third trophy?
Let me tell you, Rose, it's an honor to be part of MLBB history, and we get to do it all over again. So please join me in welcoming our first semifinalist in this matchup. Please say hi to Team Spirit! The last non-SEA team left standing at MSC 26. The flag bearers of EECA have left jaws floored at their 6th consecutive international showing. But are they ready for a regional juggernaut? Sis Bomba, Mom Bomba, and the entire MLBB world is eagerly watching and awaiting their rise to the throne.
The Dragons are ready, but so are the Sky Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Onyx! The Sky Kings are closer than ever to clinch their third trophy. The heat has intensified. The pressure is higher. Can they beat the odds as the former champion standing? Can they etch their legacy as the best organization in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history? Only time will tell.
It's a game for the ages. I have a feeling, I have it in my heart, in my mind, and I cannot wait to get this one on.
So of course, boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little bit of a handshake.
Are we gonna get it? Yes. Yes, we will. Respect. We get it at the end of the day.
This is a match to watch. And I suggest you guys better hold on tight, because I am sure this is about to be a roller coaster. And of course, to kickstart our match, let's head on over to the Land of Dawn.
Gotta clear the way, but they can't. Team Spirit, lock on the base. Revenge is served. Team Spirit will go on to the semifinals.
Everybody underestimated us, not only Vamos.
Despite the grueling climb through groups.
The score that we're gonna have, 3-0.
1,000,000% sure that we can beat them.
Onyx will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming.
Mungkin ya, first team yang dapat 3 MSC.
Our aim from the start to beat all teams without mercy. Coming to the studio today, the match against Vamos, being sure that we are gonna win. We were the ones that let them get into knockout stage in the first place, so it's only right that we are the team that kicks them out of knockout stage.
Nest 3-0, taking Vamos out.
Didn't have a really good start at this tournament, but we really adapt very fast. Group stage was pretty bumpy. Some disagreements about the meta, about some things. Forget about the group stage, we're in playoffs now. I mean, everybody's gonna see in our match in the semifinals that we adapt.
We need to adapt, and then we adapted.
Kalau dari Team Spirit gue belum merhatiin sih. Soalnya gue baru melawan karena gue fokus banget di Aurora.
I think Onyx was one of the weaker teams coming into the tournament. To me, it's obvious that
we are better than them, and we just have to play our game. They're really a struggling team right now. They really don't have the good idea of the meta.
It's good to hear that they're confident because we're confident as well.
I'd really like to face Sonic ID. We already beat them in M7. We know their strength, their weaknesses.
You should see every team as equal. The past matches, especially the most surprising one, was E7 and E7 versus Liquid. Anything can happen in this tournament.
Gue senang kita bertemu lagi dan gue bakalan revenge kalian, gue bakalan balas dendam. Kalau buat Team Spirit, yang pasti kita bakalan press early lah mungkin.
We're not the same Team Spirit anymore that lost the last time in the first knockout stage. This time we're more disciplined, we're more a team.
Terus tim-tim di Europe mungkin ya, Europe mereka udah mulai kacap lah, kayak udah mulai ngejar banget.
I think Onyx ID is the team that prefers a lot of good team fighting.
I think Onyx strength is obviously Kelra. They just got him to the roster.
I think that kid is a very mechanical player with hero mastery, especially with assassins.
Jadi kasih game terbaik, kasih semua yang kalian punya, terus buat pick bomba, ya, just be ready.
Good luck, Yep. Good luck, Kelra. I'm always joking around with them when I see them, but this time it's serious.
Well, we had mentioned that the Giants are no longer here, but it started at the beginning of this tournament. Mentioned SRG, Malaysia, Liquid PH, the Philippines. Another Philippine team is knocked out, but those two champions were 2 of 3 of MSC in the last 3 years, and it was Onyx who was the one right before. If they get back to the grand finals, they have a chance to repeat in that 3rd year again. And the reason I say repeat is because they also won in 2019. So it seems like, Naisu, every 3 years, Onyx goes on these runs, but they're standing, and the other side of things, standing in the way, is a team who's trying to make their very first run in Team Spirit.
They've got a big dragon in front of them and a team that really does dig into the spirit, right? Team Spirit, they have not only shown their confidence, but just on how quick they can adjust. And they've already shared their sentiments about how, they felt like Onyx was one of the weaker teams coming into this, especially group stage. I think this MSC in general threw everyone's predictions out of the window pretty much on how things have played out. But one thing's for sure, yesterday, I think, again, when you look at what Kyrie did on the Fanny, what Kelro was able to do on the Marksman, hell, what Sans, Alutbi, and even Keyboy did to set them up for that success in winning that series against Aurora Gaming, you have to take that in consideration now if you're Team Spirit, because everyone has adapted up to this point, and everyone is just catching up to all these powerhouse teams.
And honestly, I feel like Kid Bomba really understood how to take down Onyx, and that's, you got to take down Kelra, because here's the thing, no matter how the draft looks, Kelra just has a different vision of how the gold lane is supposed to be. So even if he picks up a hero that we're like, there's not a lot of mobility here, you're probably going to get caught. Somehow, some way, he still doesn't get caught. And here's the thing, as long as Kelra keeps playing the way that he plays, he can defy expectations. He can say, be done with the draft. As long as I got my hero, I'm good.
Defying timelines and expectations and even tempo. Claude has become a much bigger problem, not just late game, but mid game and early game when supported with the other picks. And you have to say, you have to keep your eye out on a Paquito and what that role will be. It was flexed into a double fighter. It was flexed EXP. It was even flexed jungle, but that game actually lost. And once it started to get out of that gold lane, Kelra found an opening. So the key is, does Team Spirit try to attack Kelra immediately to put him on the back foot, or do they build just around their game plan?
Honestly, when it comes to Kelra, playing against him, and it's almost like you don't want to expend too much worrying about Kelra, because Kelra is just going to be, he does what Kelra does. He's a god in the gold lane for a reason. I think yesterday was proof of that. His godlike reflexes, and now we know why he has those reflexes, are something that you just have to match. So that is going to be on the hands and shoulders of Hiko to be able to go ahead and match what Kelra's doing, in that lane. But then again, as a team, there's so many other avenues that you can focus on depending on what's drafted. We've seen a lot of variations, a lot of experimentation, but even in the last series, we saw some teams just choose to default on their strengths, default on a standard lineup, and just try to execute better. And either way, again, you got hopefully five games to go ahead and prove that here.
And honestly, I wonder how that conversation that Kelra against their scrim opponents is. It's like, I'm going to use a Layla. Could all 5 of you try to catch me?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you only got one flicker, but when you start taking in the defensive items into play too, again, there's so many ways to just kind of stay alive, you know, and that's what makes the mechanically gifted players so outstanding to watch.
And that's how they can win drafts, even when the draft is even or maybe slightly the other way, because you can't account for that individual skill. You could try, but that's what these coaches have tried to do, to put their teams in an advantaged position early on. The Fanny, the Freya, and the Uranus taking out the Barats, the Marcel, and the Selena, the 6 bands to kick us off as phase 1 begins with the picks, and Onyx pick up Carrara to start.
And we can see the idea behind the bands coming in from Onyx as well as Spirit. For Onyx, they want to take out tempo heroes. Both the Marcel as well as the Selena can really speed up the game. And then for Spirit, they just don't want Kyrie on that Fanny, which understandable. The Freya can disrupt their backlines a little bit too much. And then the similarity, batting out the Barats as well as the Uranus, they just want to make sure that whatever the matchup is going to be in the EXP, it's not an auto win for either side.
Yeah, the XP again, going to be big in what they decide to do. Again, the Paquito has been rather flexible on where you can put him, and that's kind of the upper hands that you have. When you do draft in this Paquito, you don't necessarily know where he's going just yet. Obviously, the Atlas going to be an answer a lot of times, and then the trade is Belric. This has been the common trades that we've seen now over the development of MSC's meta, and this is pretty standard. Again, that's why having a flexible hero like the Paquito is an upper hand. You know, you kind of have that advantage now.
What was interesting is that in the first series, we didn't see Paquito picked or banned. We also didn't see Cho picked or banned. We didn't see a lot of these kind of in-your-face, really ISO, burst, control characters that have been dominant in some of these matchups featured there. So again, maybe a preview to the grand final. That might be just a non-contention point, and we'll see who has the better grasp of the meta.
And we saw in the video before where Team Spirit, they did say Onyx's biggest strength is probably their team fighting. And right now, that draft looks like a pretty good team fight comp here. Having the Belric as well as the Zushin makes it so that they have amazing control from the get-go. The Harara is just good anywhere. And right now, I gotta say, this is a good Harley pick, because you know that Onyx, whatever gold laner they're gonna pick up, it's gonna be amazing just because they already have a good support system.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a Brody, a Claude, or a Harif. All 3 can work well here.
This is, you know, shades of what we saw yesterday for Onyx work. That Jushin helped so much, and if I recall correctly, it was a Granger in the hands of Kelra that he got to use, because, again, when he locked in the Sky Piercer, you not only had to worry about the movements from Kyrie on the Hirara, but then eventually when the stacks start building up for Kelra on the Granger, lining it up with the Lantern that Jushin provides, it helps so much. You just land your Rhapsody shots, and then you get more stacks, and that was kind of what the result of that game that they had against Aurora Gaming. So this is what, you know, LaFell's saying. You're already really supported and supplemented really well for your gold lane for Kelra.
Harith banned as well. You could see, with both teams now looking to pick up potentially their gold lane, that Paquito could still be flexed. It is definitely going to be EXP and gold that they're looking for the ban. So Esmeralda goes down as a ban, so does Harith.
I just feel like for Team Spirit, as long as they have one more hero that could potentially deal with a backline, is going to be good. So I'm looking to see if Spirit is going to be loco enough just to have a big burst in mid, something like a Farsa, because that can deal with quite a lot unless you're going up against a Claude, which Team Spirit could pick up the Claude later on and then make it so that Onyx doesn't have a dive type of goal laner other than a Moskov.
If you're local enough, basically.
If you're loco enough.
If you're loco enough. You know what? In game 1, I think you can be.
You can be a little loco.
You can be a little loco.
What do you like mid here for Spirit?
Ooh, for Spirit against Jushin, man, I don't know.
Aurora Gaming was heavy on Eudora. I mean, is it kind of travel Europe, kind of be feeling a little bit more comfortable with her?
It's interesting because a lot of times we see the Eudora even paired up with the Belric, right? But in this case, if they decide to go ahead and grab it, they can. I think it is one of the better heroes, too, for Sunset Lover, at least from what we've seen him over the past few days. It can also help, I guess, combo with the Harley in a way. I mean, the Harleys work so well just because you don't only have to rely on that deadly magics, but then depending on the builds that they go, you know, whoever is able to get that Genius Wand, it does help kind of get that burst a little bit faster once you shred down some of the magic resistance here of the opposing team. So there is a room, I would say there is room for the Eudora to come through, especially since now we've seen so much of the Selena, the Valentina, obviously, but they're banned out. So yeah, there's the Eudora. Good call, Rain Day.
Thanks, buddy. Valentina banned out, Clint as well. We're going deeper into the gold lane, but the bans are done for all of these squads. So How does Kelra respond? What do they like?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Because of that Paquito, it does make it a little bit awkward, I would say, for Onyx to draft their side leaders here, because I think for sure they just want a gold lane. I feel like Claude is going to be pretty solid, but if they want to be safe, I can see a Moskov work pretty well here. You just got to be careful of the Eudora. You have to hope that Lupe is able to absorb the Thunder's Wrath first, and then Kelra can go in. Speaking of, what other tanky heroes do we have left? They pick up the Cho. Is this Cho Roam or EXP?
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. Just because, again, Belric can be flexed too, so...
Because I feel like if you're going up against Paquito, Paquito is going to be pretty fast. I think it's better to match speed for speed with the Cho, but that's... We haven't seen Cho XP in years now.
It's been a while, yeah. It's been a minute.
Bit different here. Again, Hiko could go crazy and play Paquito there, and we could see a marksman, but... Sorry, excuse me. EXP picked up.
Yeah. This would tell us, too, because they wanted to wait and hold on to see where they plant this Paquito, if he's actually going to go in the gold lane for Hiko, or if they're going to go ahead and pick up their XP now. Because that question is still there. Okay, they'll go Sora, so now we know. Sora's going to go XP, and then, of course...
Go Paquito.
And then we have gold lane Paquito.
Wow. I feel like this is a good idea coming in from Spirit, but we've seen teams try and fail, which is try to end the game pretty fast. And they do have the Harley, so in case, you know, they need to push, you can still use the Harley there. I'm liking both drafts, but I really feel like Onyx, they got everything they wanted.
Well, these are two dangerous drafts. A fighter in the gold lane for Hiko going up against the gold standard in Kelra. Eudora picked up as well. And the Beleric. How important will that be to set up these fights? It's going to be a battle, baby. And I know two guys ready to cast. One's already been streaming and
Então, galerinha, bom dia para vocês que estão chegando aí com a gente aqui direto do Gaules. Vem que essa é a segunda série da semifinal do MSC de Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Benny,
manda.
Onyx versus a equipe da Team Spirit. Aqui vai dar sério, hein?
Tô torcendo muito pra Team Spirit, tá? Já deixo aqui o meu voto, espero muito que seja rápido, 3-0 pra Team Spirit, só pra ver a bagaceira. Mas a situação real a gente sabe que comporta-se de outra forma, né? Onyx é um grande time e promete dar trabalho, como sempre deu.
Com certeza, a gente sabe que nessa reta final aqui, realmente são séries mais pegadas, são jogos que ficam mais sérios, até porque a qualidade de game sobe muito o nível, a gente vê aí que são os melhores mesmo na competição. E vamos ver quem leva melhor nessa, porque a gente tem Onyx de um lado, a equipe da Team Spirit do outro, e já começa a treta aqui na rota do meio, tá? A gente vê o cara passando por ali, já farmando, tem essa trocação do Sarro também trazendo o Sunset leva um controle bastante em cima da equipe da Onyx, e o Sanji traz essa Zushin, que fez um sucesso na partida anterior.
Zushin, essa aqui carregou, hein? Carregou demais. Será que vai ter a mesma sorte aqui, na mesma métrica de jogo? Vamos aguardar para ver a primeira paralisação sendo feita para cima do Sans. Gasta ali o recurso, né, para se reposicionar o Sarro. Não entendi muito bem porquê. Acho que ele não ia ser batido ali, não? Será?
Eu acho que não também. Talvez foi no apavoro. Eu mesmo, quando eu fico no apavoro, eu flash do nada.
Fiz isso ontem numa partida. Uma Selena falou pra mim assim, ó: assusta não, bebê. Flechei no apavoro, ela assusta não, bebê. Conclusão, ganhei o jogo e ela chorou.
Tá vendo? Coisas que acontecem no Mobile Legends Bang Bang, só aqui, hein?
Pois é, inclusive perder de Lancelot no intervalo me deixou triste, tá? Tartaruga é disponível, vamos ver quem leva melhor. Por enquanto, 0 Ghost leva a vantagem, traz por aí o seu primeiro objetivo maior do jogo, nas mãos da Team Spirit, que coincidentemente tá tendo uma pressão maior de jogo, que era pra ser da Onyx, no meu ponto de vista.
Bom, nesse tipo de jogo que seria, tá? Mas consegue rotacionar muito bem, segurar essa pressão. A equipe da Team Spirit aqui na rota do meio. A equipe da Onyx também vem um pouco mais cautelosa, sabe que não pode entregar muita vantagem para a equipe da Team Spirit. E acredito eu que vá agressivar no momento mais coerente. Aqui na rota inferior, a gente tem aquela trocação do Lupti contra o Kid Bomba. E diga-se de passagem, o Kid Bomba aqui tá como?
É um herói que favorece isso, né? Esse herói favorece lutas, demais. Né? Exatamente. Essa trocação vai ser injusta para esse Beleric aí durante algum tempo, tá? Até ele se estabilizar de fato vai demorar um pouquinho. Obrigado aí, meu querido Newgate Zappa. Obrigado pela presença aí, tamo junto demais. Mandou um beijo pra você também, Di.
Beijos, beijos, beijos. Muito obrigada aí pelo seu carinho e pela sua presença aqui com a gente.
Bravo.
Feliz aí de receber o carinho de vocês. E bom, gente, continua, tá? Continua por aqui. Até então, um início bem tranquilo. Eu achei que ia ser mais pegado.
Calmo, né? Achei que também ia ser um pouco mais de pressão, principalmente por parte da Onyx, mas não, a pressão tá toda aí por parte da Team Spirit, vem ganhando espaço. Olha como vem rotacionando por ali o Kid Bom Bussura. Vai usando a mudança de céus, tem ele de Dríade pra tentar parar ele por ali, acabou ganhando vantagem, ele flechou, primeiro abate na testa, o gasto aí com flash de sucesso, tá? Puxada sendo feita pelo Salvo por aqui, levantado foi ele, tentando sair, vai pintar um abate pra Sunset Lover. A equipe da Team Spirit coloca-se à frente nesse primeiro instante de jogo, aí ficou bom, tá? É um jogo muito legal pra Team Spirit, começa bem demais.
Ficaram bem demais e olha que bem avançado na selva adversária, tá? Conseguiram ali encaixar muito bem, o Sarro também foi com uma entrada bem agressiva junto com a bomba. E 2 abates interessantes já aqui para a equipe da Team Spirit. A equipe da ONU que vem sofrendo com esses 2 abates. Caiu o que faz essa frontline e o Lampus também. Mas agora pode lutar para essa tartaruga, até porque o time já retornou. Cuidado por ali, no imune, sai.
Ação ali, vamos ver como é que ganha vantagem por aqui nessa fight pra tartaruga. Entra por ali mais uma vez, Kid Bomba, mudança de céus aplicada com sucesso, ele não tem mais o flash, mas tem pressão. Garante por aqui a primeira paralisação, a tartaruga fica nas mãos do Kairi. Consegue ali no seu caçar com tranquilidade finalizar. Que Boi foi chutado pra trás por ali, mas ele conseguiu recuar. Bom abate agora nessa tartaruga, a luta muito boa pra Onyx, favorecida aí pela equipe da Team Spirit que não conseguiu engajar no momento certo, hein. Pico tá por ali fazendo a pressão, garantiu por ali aquela moedinha. Carol vai ficando na saudade, obrigado a voltar pra base. E aí, Newgate mandou aqui, ó, saudade das lives de ML.
Nossa, saudade demais. Outros tempos, mas também sinto saudade aí dessas lives. Agora eu jogo só no off, hein.
Inclusive, se quiser encontrar a Digi no off, é só no meio da partida, das partidas, né? Entre as partidas aqui do MSC, você logar que você vai ver a Digi online aí jogando comigo.
Aí também, quando tiver partida, no horário de almoço.
O horário de almoço ela tá aí, Playzona online. Esse link criminoso dela que tem que subir nas paredes com corda.
Nossa, você vê meu link, você se assusta.
Rapel, ele sobe de rapel nas paredes. Absurdo, absurdo. Muito bom. Olha aqui o Sans tentando burstar por ali, acabou ganhando vantagem. Sunset Lover foi abatido, deu mole por ali, colocação agora do Sunset Lover. Ele já tinha gastado o flash, ficou muito exposto e acabou sendo cobrado. A puxada sendo feita diretamente para cima do Sal, ele vai finalizando por ali, tentou mais uma vez as ligações fatais, força conjunta para baixo da torre, embaixo dele, vai tentando um abate por ali, ele garante por ali revitalizar. Aliás, o flash, né? Demorou para usar o flash e acabou sendo penalizado. Se tivesse usado mais cedo, teria saído com vida. Colocação por aqui ainda, vai tentando fazer a paralisação. Mais uma vez, que Boi tentou entrar, acabou dando um chute na costela por ali, que de bomba ficou pelo meio do caminho e tentou. Quase que ele foi abatido ali.
Do limite vai sair daí o Kid Bomba aí, cara. Que luta aqui a equipe da Team Spirit contra a equipe da ONU, que não é brincadeira. Eles têm 2 composições muito boas para teamfight, né? Tem ali muito corpo a corpo, então acaba tendo bastante teamfight e não tantas kills. Tá? 6 minutos de partida, poderia ter mais kills, né? Mas por enquanto os 2 times seguram muito bem. Está surgindo a tartaruga agora, lá na rota superior, já tem uma rotação já por parte da equipe da Team Spirit ali em volta do Covil, o cara também já tá por ali. Quem garantiu vantagem no mapa foi a equipe da Team Spirit levando aquela torre superior, porém a ONU que também cobra muito bem na rota do meio. E com isso, vamos ver como que vai se resolver essa tartaruga por aqui. O cara já tá ali pegando visão, vai também, fica tentando encontrar alguém. E aí, o caçar, será de quem?
O Kiboi tá por ali, vai sendo penalizado. O Rico parte pra cima dele, tentou um nocaute por aqui, acabou levando vantagem. Chute na costela, acabou aplicado pro Kiboi, dando pro Sunset Lover, pegou o recurso pra cima dele e ainda finalizou. Ludwig ainda pega uma kill pra cima do Sal, vai cobrando por aqui. O Ludwig ele vai cair, com certeza cai. Ele pega o abate na cobrança na mesma altura. Ludwig gasta o recurso pra se reposicionar. Flash baço com sucesso. Na trocação por aqui, aí deu mole demais o Reiko. Dupla eliminação nas mãos do Kairi, que tá virando 3-0 já de.
Aqui eu tô feliz, tá? Aqui é o cara de assassino com 3 kills a seu favor. A tartaruga acabou ficando pra equipe da Spirit, né? A gente até o Sunset Lover garantindo. Bate no que foi. Mas depois a luta virou, tá? Ficou muito boa pra equipe da Onyx, até porque o Keora conseguiu uma ultimate muito bem colocada, minando muito a vida dos adversários, e com isso a finalização fica na mão do Kairi, muito bom, tá? Que teamfight boa, e a equipe da Onyx já tá ali só na cal, só feliz que essa teamfight que acabou dando muito certo pra eles. Tentando ele fazer o roubo, conseguiu, tá? Sai com o blue aí da equipe da Team Spirit, o cara vai reposicionando, e agora a equipe da Onyx ganha uma força a mais pra ir pra cima e trazer uma pressão em cima da equipe da Team Spirit.
É, tá aí, ó. 5 abates a 3, o que era vantagem para Team Spirit no começo do jogo, acabou se tornando aí uma passagem muito boa para a equipe da Onyx. Deu mole nesse burrico, tá? Nessa última troca aí, ele tinha que ter saído, tava com 10% do HP, reloucam lá com o revitalizar, mas deu mole porque voltou para Teamfight, tomou 2 lapadas, acabou sendo abatido, gerando um pouco mais de conforto para a equipe da Onyx. São 460 de gold a mais, tá muito tranquilo as duas equipes, o jogo tá bem parelho, apesar da Onyx tá com 2 kills a mais aí, gente.
É, realmente, a gente tem uma diferença de gold tão gigante assim, porque do outro lado a equipe do time sabe controlar muito bem esse farm, que é interessante, porque isso não deixa tão desigual na hora das lutas, porque a itemização acaba ficando um pouco mais equilibrada. Mas, bom, precisa encaixar a luta aqui a Team Spirit, tá? Porque do outro lado a gente tem o Kari crescendo e o Zaragoza ainda tá ali um pouco mais atrás. Ele não conseguiu pegar nenhuma kill, por isso a gente tem uma Onyx um pouco mais solta dentro do mapa, que tem esse poder de pick-off um pouco melhor, até porque conta com o Boy, conta com o Kari.
É isso aí. Tem um poder muito mais forte a Onyx para esse começo de jogo, hein? Lorde tá aí disponível, é um Lorde já de 9 minutos. Vamos ver quem leva melhor para esse covil. Por enquanto vai tomando ali já essa direção o time da Team Spirit, fazendo uma parede que de bomba por aqui. Obrigado a gastar seus recursos, passando ali pela parede, quase que dobrando-se ali de joelho ao Lorde. Lorde vem esse resetado, bem jogado pela equipe da Team Spirit. Faz a Onyx aí o trabalho de puxada para a parte inferior agora. Começa a bater demais o Carol, tá? Começa a bater demais o Carol, ele tá 1-0-4. Começo muito bom de jogo pra ele.
É, começa desde aquele início daquela teamfight em cima daquela tartaruga, ele já começou muito bem, né? Ele tem um posicionamento muito certeiro e isso deixa um atirador como ele muito na vantagem em cima das lutas. A gente tem uma chegada por aqui da Team Spirit, vai pra cima, vão tentar pegar o cara, mas tá sendo ali já limpou. Por ali, Tuta vai estourando.
Mudança de céus, o que de bomba tá aplicada por aqui, mas sem efetividade, que você é machucado, impossível sair com vida. De novo ele sai de lá melado. Credo. Com nada de HP. Lorde aí com 50%, foi resetado. Aí não, Didi.
Eita, como
Trocação pra cima do Kid Bomba, ele consegue bater retirada, gastou todos os recursos, com exceção ao Rico ali, que ainda tem seu nocaute disponível. Não tem mais ultimate pra gastar em lado nenhum, tá? Vai depender do caçar, vamos ver qual vai ser a passagem. Zaragoza pega o abate. Tranquilidade por aqui, vai sendo finalizado. Olha só, tenta explodir pra ali o Sunset Lover, não tinha mais o que fazer. Vai penalizando o Carol por aqui, se ele cair vai ficar complicado. Mudança de céus aplicado, Kid Bomba deixou o nocaute por aqui, o Rico. Partiu pra cima por ali, pegou efetividade. Se ele tivesse flash, ele ia de novo. Tentou buscar de qualquer forma. Passou no limite por ali, Lorde vindo a favor da equipe da Team Spirit, Lili.
Luta agora muito bem a equipe da Team Spirit. É como eu falei, gente, composições para lutas realmente vai ser o posicionamento e também a sabedoria de usar os seus poderes na hora certa aqui que vai deixar o time na vantagem. Usar aqui com o caçar foi muito certeiro. O Kelra conseguiu encaixar ali sua ultimate, mas não tão bem. A gente poderia ter sido mais bem aproveitado como na luta anterior. Com isso, a equipe da Team Spirit conseguiu um espaço para ir para cima. Eita, Glória! Segura na mão de Deus.
Tivemos um pause, né?
Pause? Vamos esperar, vamos aguardar a torcida aí da equipe da Team Spirit.
Tamo bem demais pra esse pause. Bem demais. Vantagem aí ficou pra esse Lorde, né? Agora tem que ver o que aconteceu aí, hein? Se é no time da Team Spirit, se é no time da Onyx. Vamos ver aí o que aconteceu pra esse pause pintar aí na nossa tela.
Vamos aguardar.
And that's why right now Kelra's kind of chained, locked in from going into the side lane because of the Paquito, and Hiko plays such a good game here where he's never really in vision.
Yes, and the best part is that he likes to stick his foot out in random spots just to make people feel like, oh, we got to be worried about the potential flank here. What about the tri-brush? What about... And then they won't, they just slow down. And I think that's the important thing here. Both teams need to really take into account every little detail that's happening across the map. And I think there are moments that I feel that Team Spirit are willing to 50-50 for, especially when they've got priority and pushing waves on their side.
Back to Hiko and the Paquito though, the choice of emblems as well. We've been seeing a lot of lethal ignitions, obviously. In the XP lane, it was mainly quick quantum charge. And that's what Hiko has taken. That inspiration from the XP lane Paquito into the gold lane. Now he's not, yeah, gone down, man. Hey, looking from the top-down view. But yeah, it's all about playing in and out. It's about baiting those resources on the Paquito as well. It's not just about that insta-burst, especially against these top-tier teams.
I mean, he's going for War Axe, so he knows that he isn't just trying to, like, if he can one...
Por Voltamos! Saímos daquele pause, voltamos aqui com a equipe da Team Spirit já colocando pressão no mapa da equipe da ONU, que vem Lorde caminhando lá na rota superior, e a equipe da Team Spirit quer fechar isso aqui, hein?
Chama de Lorde, right? Aí, ó, Lorde partindo pra cima, já tira pra cima da torre, bem jogado. Dá-lhe a primeira lapada, o Lorde cai facilmente. Vem por aqui o Sun sendo bravamente agredido por ali. Vem tranquilidade pra equipe da Team Spirit. Pode brincar ali de mudança de céus. Vem pintando o abate, garantido nas mãos do Rico. Finalizando o lockout por ali, que de bomba ainda vai metralhando de pancada, Didi.
É o Kid Bomba que tá muito forte, tá? Ele consegue fazer uma frontline ali maravilhosa. Quando ele traz a mudança de céu também, ele cai, causando muito dano. E com isso a gente tem aí o Kid Bomba fazendo uma pressão. Eu já baniria o Roça no próximo jogo. Não deixaria passar, porque... Mas é difícil, né? O que você vai tirar aqui do Kid Bomba? Ele tem uma pool muito boa. Mas vamos ver como que vai sair a Onyx nesse momento que perde essa torre na rota superior e vai ter que lidar com o Super Minions.
Foi derrubada ali com tranquilidade por parte da T-Spirit. Por você ver, T-Spirit prefere não errar, né? Vai lá, entra, faz o que tem que fazer, derruba a torre, sai na vantagem. Zaragoza pega ali o recurso mais uma vez aí de Purple. Vem garantindo a pressão aí, a tensão já na cara do nosso queridíssimo Kiboi, né? Que acompanha ali o detalhe. Rico tá por ali muito tranquilo, fazendo um bom trabalho. Tá virando 3-1-1. Apesar de ter vacilado lá em cima no começo da partida, agora se recobrou. Tá bem demais, virando aí positivamente.
Tá bem demais, porque realmente a gente tem uma vantagem de gold em 3k mais. E ainda tem esses minions que vêm na rota superior, pressão na rota do meio, na rota inferior também. Enquanto a equipe da Onyx só conseguiu aquela torre do meio. Então realmente é difícil para a equipe da Onyx agora ficar um pouco mais avançada, para limpar, para farmar. E a equipe da T-Spirit, quando bateu em retirada, bateu limpando a selva da Onyx, tirando esses recursos que poderia aí ajudar com que eles voltassem um pouco nesse gold. Mas realmente agora eu não tenho o que fazer. É esperar esse Lorde e ver se a equipe da Onyx consegue uma luta a seu favor.
Exatamente. Bom dia, Thay. Bom dia, seja bem-vinda. Tailet. Eu não sei exatamente como se pronuncia, mas obrigado pela presença, obrigado pelo carinho de sempre. Tá aí, Kiboi, já tentando pegar a informação desse Lorde, a equipe da Team Spirit toda focada nesse Covil, vai ter que voltar alguém para limpar, é só questão de tempo para a equipe da Team Spirit pegar um pouco mais de pressão, principalmente na questão das rotas, né? Olha como vem limpando as rotas bem trabalhadamente. Só a rota do meio tá empatada ali, mas vai vir uma boa de uma Big Wave ali agora para a equipe da ONU, que vai dar uma destoada na parte inferior. Vamos ver a colocação por aqui. Lupt vai sendo um alvo eminente, ele gasta seu recurso por ali, inclusive o flash para se reposicionar. Zaragoza pegou o abate para cima do Kiboi. Vem com ligações fatais do Saul por aqui. Kara entra muito bem na fight, pegou um abate por ali, vai tranquilidade, cobrando muito bem. Que de bomba cai, Didi. 7 abates a 6, 3k de gold a mais. Pressão por parte da T-Spirit, mas fez uma boa luta agora a Onyx para recobrar.
Nossa, muito mesmo, tá? Bela chegada. A ultimate do Lupt ali junto com o Kyle foi no time certo, conseguiu dar muito dano. Quero mais uma vez com essa ultimate sendo bem calculista, entrando no time certo. Tem que aguardar agora, né? Tá na desvantagem que de bomba é a frontline da equipe do Então, o time vai esperando, já vai tentando ali puxar esse Lorde, mas de forma mais cautelosa. A equipe da Onyx tá por ali, o que de bomba já nasce, com certeza já vai vir pra esse ritmo de tentar controlar esse Covil. Tem que tomar cuidado, a equipe da ONU tem que ficar, porque tem um pouco mais avançado, e é aquilo sob a pressão que a gente falou, né? Dificulta mais o jogo.
Exatamente. 14 minutos e 53 segundos de partida. A Onyx parece querer recobrar esse Lorde, tá vindo aí com um pouco mais de paciência e tranquilidade pra fazer essa passagem. Tem torre lá, hein? Tem cristal sendo agredido por minions lá embaixo, Didi. Tem que ficar ligeiro e voltar alguém, senão vai complicar. Tá longe aí agora o Kairi. Pode fazer esse Lorde a Team Spirit se quiser permanecer no jogo.
A gente o Kari já fez a limpeza e já tá voltando, consegue se mover rápido dentro do mapa. Olha que dano, sai de calça por ali agora.
Olha a troca, vamos ver quem entra primeiro. Mudança de céus por aqui do Kid Bomba. Eles trocam a fight por aqui, param de bater no Lorde, vão bater diretamente na linha de frente da Onyx. Garante por aqui a passagem pra cima de Lupt. Pode ser um momento bom de lutar. Lorde garantido pelo Zaragoza, ganhou vantagem por aqui. O Kairi acabou pegando uma dupla eliminação, entregou o Lorde de bandeja, mas tem double kill nas mãos do monstro, Didi.
E aí, nesse ponto de jogo, quase 16 minutos, é melhor uma double kill ou um Lorde?
Com certeza absoluta, uma double kill, tá? Porque perde pressão. A equipe da Team Spirit não vai conseguir aproveitar esse Lorde da maneira que ele seria bem aproveitado. E aí fica uma situação um pouco caótica, né? Porque vai começando a tomar forma de late game isso aqui. Já as builds vão começar a ser formadas. E aí no late game quem vai levar melhor nessa parada aqui é esse Cloud, com certeza, Jim.
Bom, dá desvantagem numérica, né? Então é aquilo que você falou, a equipe acaba ficando desfalcada e não vai conseguir limpar tão bem e aproveitar, né, no geral, desse Lorde para ganhar pressão aí de rota, até mesmo tentar forçar a rota do meio. A equipe da Team Spirit teve que recuar e com isso esse Lorde acabou sendo anulado pela equipe da Onyx.
Aí, Lorde com certeza dizimada, a Onyx vem maior para essa fight, inclusive, reduz um pouco ali também o número de farm, apesar de ser vantajoso ainda para Team Spirit, já baixou bastante aí nessa métrica que nós tínhamos há pouco tempo. 115 segundos para o próximo Lorde, as duas equipes se respeitando muito, tá? Achei que fosse ter mais treta aqui, Didi.
Sim, é aquilo que eu falei, né? É um tipo de jogo bem mais adulto, é um 50-50, ninguém quer errar, né? Porque sabe que se errar pode custar muito caro, então realmente é o estilo de jogo que os times se estudam muito, esperam o momento certo e vem de forma mais cautelosa para essa série de MD5.
Cautela é o nome, Didi. 17 minutos de partida, Lorde na 185 e vantagem por enquanto ainda nas mãos da Team Spirit. Já tem ali as linhas de T1 todas derrubadas, inclusive tem super minos abertos na rota superior. Não sei como não ganhou vantagem naquele Lorde ali, viu?
Realmente, é porque acabou perdendo na teamfight, né? O cara tirou 2 ali, que ficou todo mundo. O cara tá muito forte. Olha só, Sarro chega por ali. Puta, mas não tem muito sucesso.
Exatamente, nem gastaram inclusive os purificar, tá? Que era a principal ilustração dele, era fazer com que esse purificar saia do Cloud e saia aí da Zushin.
Bom, saindo da Zushin ali tem que tomar cuidado, porque não só o Kari tá forte, a Zushin também do Sanji tá muito forte. Então, é muito difícil lidar com 2 heróis que conseguem causar muito dano assim, e de quebra ainda tem a ultimate do Keura, que quando ele vai ali com a força conjunta e ele consegue encaixar, tá ficando muito difícil pra equipe da Team Spirit. Vamos ver se eles conseguem um neutralizado em cima aí do Keura. Eu acho que esse jogo aqui se estender não é legal pra equipe da Team Spirit, mas vamos ver como que vai ser aqui as próximas escolhas. Que o boy
acabou sendo agredido, vacilou demais, posicionamento pra um show duvidoso, aí acabou sendo cobrado. Vantagem pra eles, né? Team Spirit que vai bater diretamente no Lorde agora e ganhar vantagem aí nessa troca, Didi.
Com certeza, tem Lorde já surgindo nesse exato momento, rotação total da Team Spirit por aqui, tá na vantagem numérica, não vai ter que ficar ali dibrando, né, e tendo que lidar com que o boy poderia fazer uma chegada um pouco mais agressiva. Agora o momento é deles, vai pra cima, Sarra agora tenta uma pegada lá em cima do Sanji.
Passagem, bela jogada, ultimate, controle aplicado com sucesso, mudança de céus por aqui. Vai ganhando vantagem, acaba caindo por aqui o Keura, não é vantagem pra ele, ficou pelo meio do caminho, ele acaba sendo abatido, o Rico pegou o abate na tranquilidade, Zeragos consegue apertar pra cima do Lante, Picari caiu, neutralizado nas mãos dele, Rico dupla eliminação, e aí, meu amigo? Vão saindo diretamente do Lorde e partindo pra cima de quem tá vivo. Eles têm o Wave, tem pressão por aqui, o Kiboi já tomou o primeiro tapa, tentou um nocaute pra cima dele, o Rico, vão ganhando vantagem pra essa torre cai com tranquilidade, super minos abertos na rota inferior, vem passagem pra Cristal, vamos ver como é que vai ser a entrada do Salvo por ali, faz pressão pra cima do Sans, vai tentando burstar, não tem mais ultimate, eles não brincam em que serviço e tá lá, primeira partida decidida nas mãos do Team Spirit, Didi.
A mãe do Kid Bomb, ela fica,
felicidade,
ela sai beijando todo mundo, e cara, sensacional, tá? Primeiro jogo da equipe da Team Spirit aqui sai da vantagem e a equipe da Onyx já vai tomando aí uma certa pressão. A equipe da Onyx sofreu demais esse jogo e, cara, a gente viu o cara jogando muito bem, o Sanji também. Mas as tomadas de decisões e na hora das finalizações, no time certo, a equipe da Team Spirit buscou uma superioridade, tá? Focou mais no objetivo, a gente viu a Onyx levando só uma torre. E a gente sabe que o que ganha o jogo é focar no objetivo principal, que é derrubar a torre, né? Então, realmente, na hora das lutas, mesmo pegando bastante abates, a equipe da Onyx não conseguiu usufruir, né, desses abates. Poderia ter ido um pouco mais focada em deixar essas rotas mais setadas e derrubar as torres. Mas não deu! Aqui deu, foi pra equipe da Team Spirit que já abre esse placar na vantagem.
É isso aí, Didi. Então, vamos lá. Intervalo comercial para voltar no próximo draft 1-0 no placar para Team Spirit.
They need a way to set the tempo, and I think that's the biggest issue. This Atlas and especially the Valentina trade with the Belleric did end up hurting them, but Sora from Kid Bomba making sure that that could have been a Uranus and it would have been fine. But with the playmaking capabilities, it becomes that much better. With that being said, we're going to leave the rest of the breakdown to you, Rain Day, and the rest of the panel.
Well, thank you so much, guys. I think Zaur Egoist goes deathless there. The 16-year-old, we were talking about Bumba, but that jungle performance was special. Alongside every single member of Team Spirit, it has been a dominant performance from EECA in Game 1, but still, like Gideon said, much more to come. That is, again, just a sampler.
Who's Gideon?
We got.
Who are we? Who's the other guy as well next
Who's
to
the other
Rico?
guy?
Like, those guys.
Hey, man.
They were amazing.
I'm the only consistent piece up on this desk, you know what I mean?
That's
I'm putting
true.
my time in, right? This is the face of MLBB.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you know what? There you go. I will not add to that no matter what.
Yep. We're going to leave it as that.
All right, yeah,
We're
let's
happy with
move
it.
on. All right, going back to Game 2. No, guys, talk to me. Game 1, I mean, obviously, man, that was a great draft, but what did you like about it on Spirit side, or what didn't you like about it on Onyx side?
Honestly, when you look at both sides, the drafts I feel like are great. Obviously, Keyboy had a really hard time at trying to utilize the Way of the Dragon, the kick, that ultimate from the Cho, to set things up. But also, there was just really good timings from Team Spirit to kind of layer the ultimates like they were talking about.
If it's okay, we're going to stick on this graphic for a while because the big thing that I want to show you guys is Keyboy damage dealt only 9,000. He's a roamer. He's not supposed to deal a lot of damage, but that also just shows he does not have a lot of forward momentum, right? Every single time he tries to go forward, he can't catch anyone. He's going to take way too much damage. So that's the first thing you guys got to look at. 111,000 damage taken, but only 9,000 damage dealt shows that Keyboy could not have much impact in this game, even compared to Sao. Sao did 15,000. That shows that he has a bigger impact compared to the rest. And look at Onyx as well. When you're looking at the jungle control, only 1 turtle and 0 lords. And we will be showing this in the telestrator later of how Team Spirit, they lost the first one, but then one quick adjustment, and then after that, it's all Team Spirit.
Yeah. Also, you got to commend Hiko here on the Paquito because
Yeah.
his patience, his timing, his window of opportunity that he waited for was a big part. Even in that last exchange, that last team fight that we saw, they expended some of the battle spells out, utilizing Sao on that Atlas, but then Kid Boma comes through, like the Shifting Skies, and then Hiko comes through after that to go ahead and capitalize the kills. So, it's all about the layering. It's almost like it's a really nice cake, basically, is what Team Spirit brought to Game 1.
I looked at a number that was really interesting to me. Out of all the numbers that you could have and how high the scale, 135 damage taken on the side of the EXP laner for Onyx. But on the other side, Kid Bomba, he had 135,000 damage taken as well, with only 250 more. They were almost exactly the same, but he doubled the damage that he dealt on Sora. How big is this pick coming up? Because we haven't seen this till later on in the series.
Honestly, we're going to be talking a lot about Kid Bomba because I've already said that he's an amazing EXP laner. Before this, he was amazing in lane. Now he's a menace in that river because all of the fights won is because of Kid Bomba. He got the right targets. He gave the space. Honestly, he made it easy for Zara Egoist to do his job.
And that's what you're hoping for, especially in a meta that helps the jungle when that EXP laner is jumping off to a start like that. Lethal, I know you had some stuff to break down here with the telestrator. I want to see what you thought about Game 1. Let's get to it.
Well, first of all, we do have to talk about the draft, right? For Team Spirit, their position 1 is going to be this Harley. The Harley is going to be the main damage dealer as well as the biggest threat going up against Onyx. Now, Onyx, they have a good draft in the sense that they have the Zushin as well as the Cho, where they can fight at any time. They have basically no cooldowns, honestly, and that makes it a threat in the early game. But they were able to shut them down with both the Eudora as well as the Atlas. So this is a dual mid lane combination for both teams where it's just that Team Spirit was able to outplay that. But again, the big piece here, position 3 coming in from Team Spirit, which is Kid Bomba on the Sora, he was the one being the main disruptor, making it almost impossible for Onyx to really win the fights. So because of that, we're going to be looking at the clips here. We're going to be looking at the first clip, and the first clip that we have to look at is what Onyx did right, where over here, you really got to look at the position coming in from Keyboy, if I'm not mistaken here, where his job is to shut down Hiko, and then for Onyx, as long as Sans is free, he should be able to do a very good job. As we're going to be looking at the clip here, what I wanted to see, first of all, is, look at this. Hiko had no stacks, had no champion stacks, by the way, so that he's not safe. He doesn't have the skills ready. But more importantly is the fact that Keyboy was able to kick him into the pit, making it so that he is a non-factor. But all the while, Sans, he's untouched. Look at this entire clip here, how Sans gets inside of the turtle pit, and then he's not receiving any damage. He is making it so that no one can really fight comfortably, and because of that, Onyx won because of their mid duo. Hiko is out of the fight, and free reign for Suns. But then we see how things quickly change in the next clip here, where we see Kid Bomba. He was waiting in this bush right here, but then he immediately gets on top of both Suns as well as Kyrie, trying to make it so that they're not a part of this. We're going to be looking at the clip, and even though they were able to dodge it out, but again, as long as Suns is not there, it's already good enough, because what Kid Bomba is doing is he's creating space. But the back, this is the last zoom in that I'm gonna do, because this is actually very important, and this is why Keyboy could not play the game. Okay, we're gonna be looking at here, and then we're gonna play the kick. You see how Keyboy, he did get the kick onto Hiko, but immediately you see that the stun got onto Keyboy, making it so that even when he connects the kick, he is a sitting duck. And then after that, all the damage in the world went over to Keyboy, making it so that he's just out of the fight. And then after that, it becomes so much easier for Spirit. As long as both Keyboy and Suns does not affect it, they're good. We're gonna be looking at the other clip here. Again, you just gotta look at Kid Bomba. He is charging in. I would say one of the best things about Sora in this situation is he can engage, and he has a lot of dashes going in. That makes it so that even though Onyx has incredible reaction speed, it's gonna be difficult for them to really connect to that. Look at Kid Bomba, able to get Suns and Kyrie again. And then after that, even though he was stopped for a bit, we're gonna look at, this is the important part. Boom. Wow. Goes in, finds Kyrie, making it so that he could not retry this Lord, and then Zara Egoist just basically gets it for free. We heard Miracle even asking, is it really worth it to give over that, Sky Piercer stacks? It honestly is, because even in this fight, you can see Kid Bomba once again disrupting the fight, making it super easy for the rest of Team Spirit. And this is why I say Zara Egoist had an amazing time, because he was never threatened.
It's weird. It's like a more flexible Atlas, because the Fatal Links is like so telegraphed that you're trying to set it up, and Kid Bomba just had their number, man.
Part of it is you want to just, if they have Purifies or if they have Flickers, you want to get those battle spells out.
Yep.
And either or can do it. That's why you can't really predict it, because they can just change it out. Either it's Kid Bomba that goes in, initiates, and then Sawa follows up, or vice versa, and then that allows our Egoist or Hiko to have that room to move around and capitalize on it. So it was just really good, kind of mixing things up throughout the entirety of that game, where then Team Spirit continued to hone in on it. And yes, I think, as LaFell mentioned, Keyboy really couldn't play. Like, this was a really difficult Cho game to play. Tough. As a Tro roam myself, most played roam that I have, this is so difficult to actually go in for a setup.
Well, this is now like kind of your turn, right, to respond. And we've seen this again, and many of the teams that we've been up to have responded, whether it's game 1 and game 2, or whether they wait a couple of games. What's the lesson that if you take away now, you think, LaFell, they can respond in game 2?
The lesson that Onyx has to take is that they need a bit more layers in how they approach the fight, because the big reason of the first half of the Telestrator is the fact that Onyx had a good idea, kick Hiko, and then win the fight. But then after that, they just countered by the Eudora protecting Hiko on this Paquito. Even though Paquito is a fighter, doesn't mean that he doesn't need protection. Yeah. He still got protection coming in from his team, and that was the response of Team Spirit. But we didn't see Onyx changing it up. The change that they could have made was wait for Kid Bomba to go in and then kick him out, right? Either kick him out or to burst him down very, very fast. So I feel like going into game number 2, they got to be a little bit more flexible. See who is the real threat. If Hiko's the threat, sure, fine, take him out. But if Bomba's the threat, even though he is an EXP laner, even though he's position 3, you got to give him that respect.
Well, I want to ask a question about Burst, because Paquitos excels at Burst. But there's characters like Clint that also excel at Burst, and they're in the marksman side. Is it really the fact that it's Paquito, or is it the fact that they're playing off trying to stun Burst, set this up, win a fight quick, get a pick, and that's how their team is working? Could you swap that Paquito out for something just as effective, or do you think it's that important that now Team Spirit have to keep prioritizing it?
I think it's one big thing to just have this burst, in the Paquito or any of the gold lane picks that come through, but it's more so just, again, effective layering. Paquito has to wait for that moment when he has those stacks, when he has that champ stance and everything else to capitalize it, and that's why the Eudora works so well. I think Eudora is one of the main centerpieces for a lot of these compositions, where it's like, I'm just going to go get this stun off, shred some damage down. I mean, again, her combo can almost one-shot someone. If it doesn't, it brings them low enough that any gold laner or fighter that's parked in the gold lane can usually then get a kill. You know, it's more so, again, it's either more of a smooth damage output or it's this kind of burst that you see. And Paquito is just one of them that works so well in that fighter lane. Whereas, for example, if you see a Freya put there, or let's say it's another variation of any of the marksmen that you can pick up, they're very different.
Yeah, and the tempo that was applied in this one, you saw earlier in the series, if you were watching, as it was an amazing back and forth between Yangon Galacticos and Team Falcons PH. One of the things that started to become the glue of Team Falcons trying to make that comeback, winning 2 games in a row in game 3 and 4, was glue. And it was a lot of in and outs from Ogwin. It was a lot of just barely dead. Oh, here's my flicker. Now everyone's distracted and I'm still alive and I'm going to jump back into the fight. That's what we saw a lot from Kid Bomba here as well on the Sora. Can they do it again, or will they find an answer to some of this, guys? And as we take a look, game 2 draft on the way. You can see the coach already working it, LaFell.
Well, when we're looking at a draft, we got to look at who's going to be disrupting the fight, because Paquito, he does have a lot of bursts, but the things about fighters in general, at least one ability in their kit is able to just change the landscape of the fight. For example, you're positioned in a way that you're like, let's just say 100 meters away from your opponent, but then all of a sudden you're only 20 meters away from your opponent, right?
Yep.
Positioning is such an important aspect at high level MOBAs, honestly. Like any MOBAs, the positioning is going to be very important. Anyone that can change your positioning is annoying as hell. They can go to hell. They can die.
That's what, and first pick Hirara.
Thanks for putting it lightly.
Being that way, I feel like a lot of people feel about that. I mean, I've seen even playing the Hirara over here. Well, usually it's Mirko playing it in the server here. They have the opponents say the same thing. You know, they talk about Hirara just being able to move and have that mobility. But, you know, I think another point of that is, again, you have just so many things that you can do compositions wise, but because we're in this more assassin meta more often than utility, for example, we've seen it pop up a couple times, these fights are very push and pull. They're so logic based that you kind of see this play out that way.
Well, Atlas let out on the, basically, to roam free off the leash. Paquito banned alongside Marcel and the Selena, so they felt it was enough of a threat. They don't want Kelra to have to deal with any of those shenanigans.
I like that even during the draft, Kid Bomba finds a time just to say, I love you to Onyx. And I feel like because he knew he was going to get the barrage, he's just like, Kill. I'm just saying your name.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I got the barrage.
You got to think about it, man. Again, that little fun fact there, you know, they're one match away from making history, right? I mean, I feel like this MSC alone here at EWC 2026 has been all about making history.
It really has. Tournament of upsets, tournament of history, both great names for this tournament in Paris. EWC has been the home of MSC for a few years now, and man, this one is special.
That's why it's MSC, right? Must-see competition. This
true.
is the one that everyone has to see. All the other games, B tier.
Yeah.
MLBB's S tier, man.
This one's you gotta watch.
Yeah. Whatever game's coming up after this, I feel so bad for them.
You guys are going to be hard to beat, I will say. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, it's going to host a lot of games. It already has hosted a few.
If you want to be the best,
it's going to be hard to beat this one, though.
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. That's why we just keep beating ourselves off. And then now we're here having an amazing series with the Harif ban out. I feel like coming up, Onyx has to consider that this Harley pick is going to be the bane of their existence. Are you okay, Naisu?
Yeah.
Be serious, man. This is the
I'm just pumped up by your morale.
You're pumped up?
Yeah, by your morale boost.
You got to pump yourself up for this. Yeah, you need all the energy that you can muster to have an amazing analysis for this match.
Yep. Last couple drafts here, Melissa. Gonna be banned out.
He's trying.
Melissa, that's interesting. Melissa banned.
Yeah, we haven't seen her make too much of an entrance, actually. Hasn't been played, I think, in the last 2 days. Maybe once. Maybe once, but it is a far cry from what we saw at the end of the group stages.
I mean, like, it's still very strong. I'm just wondering why they banned out the Melissa here. They're thinking that without the Paquito, without the Freya, there's no other option of fighters in the gold lane. I guess there's not. I mean, like, before this was Ruby, but after the change of how her lifesteal kind of works, we don't see a lot of Ruby, at least not in gold lane. I think maybe during MWI.
So this might just be typical matchup, I would say, especially based on this ban. They go for the Belric ban over here. Jushin's going to be the last ban for Onyx. So we could just see a traditional marksman matchup. Maybe the Mozgovs, maybe the Claude.
I feel like Hiko is more of a burst kind of guy.
Yeah.
We even saw in the crowd, someone say we want Hiko Mania back, and now they pick up the Claude here. Gonna be interesting to see what Onyx picks up. I feel like the Moskov should still be pretty solid here, but maybe Kera wants to use a Brody instead.
Brody.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Just for the sake of having that extra distance to work from. I mean, obviously Moskov can essentially do that too, but let's see what happens here. These last 2 picks for Onyx will round this out. I mean, this is pretty standard for the first 3 that they have. But now how do you complement that too? Because your Valentina, you're gonna have the fatal links pretty much that you can capitalize on and play into.
Barats for Kid Bumba, he said, thank you. I love you, some version of that. Happy to have the bite. And of course, that means somebody is going to be able to hopefully lose some of that purification if Atlas comes in. But on the other side, Glue, we have seen that hero make a big impact.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Rain Day, you know, in the hands of Ogwin in the previous series, really helped them out in some of the games that they brought it through. But again, this is good coverage because you've got that tanky front line. You can go ahead and set up with the Fatal Links, you have your own, you have an Esmeralda. This gives a lot of space once again over to Kyrie and Kelra. And again, I don't know how many, I don't know if Sunset Lover's just, he's not tired of playing Eudora, man, because I feel like almost every single game since the past 2 matches, he's just been playing Eudora.
But, you know, they're going for a different approach, right? They're trying to say, let's make that gold lane something that Kelra can win. Is that the win condition here? Banning out the Paquito. We'll see if the Claude and Hikomania can occur. Guys leaning one way or the other? Quick.
Oh, man, I'm going to have to go 4. I think I'm going to lean towards Team Spirit.
I'm going to go to the toilet later.
Well, we know where LaFell's going, and we know that Spirit is the side that is bringing more of the attention for Naisu. I want to hear what our boys think. Here we go. Gideon, how we feeling about game 2?
Hey, we're already feeling pretty excited how this game has played out after seeing game number 1, but when you
Galerinha, estamos de volta porque tem jogo pra rolar aqui ainda. Beni,
manda.
Mas o mapa, segundo mapa dessa MD5, a equipe da Onyx já começa tomando um apávoro da equipe da Spirit. E agora? Será que empata?
Ah, menina, tamo bem demais. Team Spirit, eu torcendo pra eles fazer 3-0 seco aqui, tá? Só pra meu mal. Dessa vez eu não quero série completa, não. Quero que acabe logo. Team Spirit merece isso aqui, tá? Merece muito. Vamos ver quem vai levar a melhor. Por enquanto, a Onyx vem desse lado azul de novo. Mantém a mesma métrica da partida passada. Rapidamente já vai fazendo ali o teu puffin de selva o Kairi com a ajuda do Kiboi e companhia. Pega o Turtolito ali e vai tranquilo para uma sequência de continuar a sua rotação. E aí o Kid Bomba chapando ali sozinho, né?
Não precisa de ninguém pra chapar o Kid Bomba. Só brisando.
Eu acho que é impulsão da mãe dele isso aí, Didi.
Será?
Eu acho que sim, que ela é chapa também sozinha. Olha só a trocação, Sunset Lover foi abatido, o Kiboi pegou o primeiro abate. Com tranquilidade ali, uma galera tá conseguindo penalizar o Kiboi, mas quem foi o propulsor dessa parada entregou a kill aí pra cima do Sunset Lover. Sal vai por ali sendo machucado, o Rico não é bom trocar aí, não sei porque que ele colou atrasadaço, é melhor ele bater retirada, não tem muito o que fazer. Gastou o recurso do flash ainda o Sal, o que vai faltar pra essa tartaruga não é brinquedo não, tá?
É, realmente acabou ficando um pouco na desvantagem, perde, né, esse primeiro abate aí. A equipe da Onyx tem que tomar cuidado, porque a gente vê do outro lado também que o Kiboi quer cobrar. Eu não sei, velho, tá meio confuso, o placar não foi atualizado. A Spirit conseguiu aí nenhum abate. Mas bom, vamos ver.
Como não tá atualizado? Eu não entendi.
Pra mim não tá atualizado não, o placar. Tá falando que...
O que você tá falando, Didi?
Eu acho que eu vivi a
Eu
mesma
acho que
coisa
você tá variando, tá?
Eu vivi a mesma coisa que o Kid Bomba.
Você está no mesmo nível que o Mano Bomba. Vamos ver a trocação por aqui, paralisação sendo feita por ele. Acabamos de falar, ele pode pegar um abate por aqui pra cima do Kiboi. Vai sendo penalizado, não sai de lá com vida. Abate garantido nas mãos da Team Spirit, caiu nas mãos do Zaragost. Rico finaliza muito bem, Lampt por aqui, ganhou vantagem de novo. A Team Spirit saiu de lá com a boa. Tartaruga disponível aí. Pega. Agora pra quem que foi essa tartaruga? Agora eu não sei.
Agora tem Onyx.
Aí, agora sim, agora eu vi. Atualizou aqui. Uma tartaruga pra Onyx.
Olha o replay.
E 2 kills aí pro Kid Bomba.
O cara falou, não tô nem
Tô nem
aí
aí.
no teamfight, eu vou pegar meu buff. Tchau pra vocês.
Olha só que pressão que sofreu ali.
Acabou tomando muito da ultimate ali do Rico, né? E com isso, essa luta acabou saindo um pouco melhor aqui embaixo. Kid bomba, todo mundo em cima dele.
Aí ele mandou
Aí não dá,
recal até umas horas ali, tá? Aí não tinha mais o que fazer, que de bomba também atravessou o oceano sozinho pra cair lá do outro lado.
Foi triste. Mas bom, aqui em cima o Rico aproveita desse momento que teve uma pressão lá embaixo, onde a equipe da Onic deixou o Kelra solo aqui, deu aquele daninho na torre, tirou esse gol diante, aproveitou desse momento, o Zarya vai aproveitando também para farmar, 1/0/1, a equipe da XP traz um gold aí, mas bem equilibrado com a equipe da Onic. Ainda é um jogo que começa no estilo do jogo anterior, né? A gente vê que as equipes vão se segurando o máximo que podem para startar, para até mesmo esperar um vacilo de ambas as partes. Realmente um jogo bem equilibrado. E vamos ver como que vai ser as tomadas de decisões. Kai tá de assassino. Na partida anterior jogou muito bem com essa Rihara, mas não foi o suficiente.
É, jogou um absurdo. Mas o jogo só termina quando o cristal cai. 2-2 no placar, segunda tartaruga pintando em 15 segundos. E aí vamos ver quem leva a melhor. Por enquanto, Rico tá fazendo 1-0-1 e o Kera ainda não teve nenhuma participação no jogo. Na trocação por aqui, Rico vai pegando informação do Kiboi, Sarro tá por ali fazendo a puxada, vem pressionando um pouco mais o Sans por ali, que é obrigado a recuar, gasta ali o seu recurso de paralisação, que de bomba jogou muito bem, penalizado foi ele, acabou caindo o Kiboi. Rico é quem pega a kill e mais uma pra ele, começa cedo esse Cloud a crescer no jogo, Didi.
Tá vindo muito bem, tá? Esse Cloud tá conseguindo muito espaço, conseguindo encaixar ali seus danos, ele que ainda não precisou nem de ultar lá em cima, né, mas... mesmo assim, ganha bastante presença, colocando o cara pra ficar um pouco mais recuado. A equipe da Onic agora, nesse momento, perde essa tartaruga, não prefere não lutar, né? Não conseguiu ali fazer a contenção, mas até então, a equipe do X-Spirit, de pouquinho em pouquinho, vai ganhando um pouco mais de espaço, tá? Até mesmo no quesito de ouro, consegue disparar um pouco mais, pode trabalhar uma pressão aqui na rota do meio, até mesmo na rota superior. Domina muito bem o Rio, já pega ali o invisível, o Rico também vai já destruir essa torre e é a primeira torre que cai no jogo.
Exatamente, tá aí. 2-3, vem vantagem aí, primeira torre já derrubada para a equipe aí da Team Spirit, né? Faz a passagem lá na parte superior, bem jogado e observado pela Didi. Agora sim, vamos ver como é que vai se colocar essa região do mid lane, 74 segundos para a próxima tartaruga, 1-1 no recursos aí de Turtles, né? Vem levando vantagem aí a equipe da Team Spirit no jogo, por enquanto, com 2k de aporte aí, em grana. É muito dinheiro, né? Tratando contra uma Onic, né?
Realmente é muito dinheiro, tá? Você vê já a diferença já aparecendo. Falei aquela hora que era 1k, agora já vai somando quase em 2. Luta pode estourar aqui na rota do meio, foi pego ali o Rico, reposiciona. Lupt vai tomando bastante.
Aqui eu travei, tá?
Eita, como trava. Vou seguindo por aqui, que o de boba já vai aparecendo por ali, com seu Bartes colocando o time da Onic para ficar um pouco mais recuado. O Rico desce, faz essa inversão, aproveita, leva essa tartaruga e a equipe da Onic vai perder no mapa. Pouquinho em pouquinho, vai dando espaço, a equipe da Team Spirit vem invadindo, vem limpando, vem pressionando. Aqui na rota do meio a gente vê essa luta estourando, né? Mas não acabou sobrando tantas kills assim. Momento esse que vai chegando agora, olha só, a luta vai estourando por aqui, toma muito dano, que vai explodido nos raios aqui do Santos 9. E com isso, agora mais uma vez pega mais uma vantagem. E o farm que a gente tava falando que era 1k, 2k, agora já vai somando quase 3k de diferença. Da Team Spirit vai devagarzinho conquistando espaço, hein?
Didi, estamos 6 minutos 49, 50, 51...
Não, 57, 58...
Ah, então tô atrasado.
E aqui já teve, ó, o Lupt caindo, foi eliminado aqui na rota do meio, o Rico já vem chegando por ali, a torre também vai sendo levada, a rotação da equipe da Team Spirit muito mais avançada que a equipe da Onic, a Onic tá na desvantagem numérica, o Lupt ainda não voltou e essa tartaruga vai ficando aí pros Aragos, que vai garantindo ela com toda a velocidade do mundo. Passa a lança por ali, mas não pegou, não deu pra vir pra essa luta e também não era maluco o Kelra de cair ali sozinho, né?
Tentou roubar ali a Turtle, né? Tentou ganhar na vantagem e acabou sendo prejudicado.
Não ia.
Ele não ia conseguir fazer essa play. Tá aí no replay pra você acompanhando. Enquanto você acompanha no replay, eu faço aqui mais uma vez a atualização aqui do meu game. Eu estava atrasado.
Bem, ele vai atualizando aí, a gente tem uma chegada aqui por parte da equipe da Team, mais uma vez causando pressão.
Pronto, 7 minutos e 55, 56, 57. É isso? 58, 59. 8 minutos.
8, agora tá certo.
E 2. Obrigado. Obrigado. Desculpa você que tá em casa aí, mas às vezes acontece esse problema. Amanhã nós vamos tratar isso de melhor forma. Não sei o que tá acontecendo. Por enquanto vem aí pressão do Kid Bomba, trazendo essa região do mid um pouco mais visceral, né? Tentando burstar logo essa torre. Lá na parte superior, tranquilidade. A torre é rapidamente derrubada. Defragada ali pela equipe da Team Spirit, que tá dominando demais o jogo, hein? Não sei cadê a única aqui, hein?
É realmente o único que vai sendo apagada, tá? Vamos ver como que vai ser o retorno dela. Se ela vai esperar o terceiro jogo desse mapa, dessa série, pra voltar, igual a gente viu o jogo anterior acontecendo aí com a equipe da Fox, mas eles não conseguiram finalizar. Tem que ver, porque realmente eles não estão conseguindo ter espaço. Diferente da partida anterior, acho que a Unic nessa partida tá mais neutralizada ainda, porque na partida anterior pelo menos tava rolando mais kills. O Kylie tava tentando ir pra cima, tentando pegar dano, o Kelra também. Aqui não, aqui eles estão aceitando mesmo.
Aí, ó.
Tem muita
9
contestação,
minutos, olha o Lupit. Nossa, que isso, Didi? Que isso?
Aqui é explosão atrás de explosão. E já é a segunda vez que o Lupit cai desse jeito aí, tá? Ele deve estar furioso.
Absurdo, tá? Absurdo. Ele deve estar furioso.
Tira essa altura do meu pé.
Quem deve estar feliz é Sunset Lover, né? Que começou o jogo mal, aí tá começando a dar bastante controle e Rico tá finalizando bem. Vamos ver a trocação pro Lorde, quer dizer, não vai ter trocação, né? O Lorde tá sendo rapidamente obliterado ali, caiu. Sem dificuldade, tá? Não precisava nem gastar o caçar, mas na dúvida, né? Vamos fazer.
Muito dano, né? Do outro lado. E tem o ultimate do Moscov, né? Vai que, né? Não vai dar essa brecha, pelo amor de Deus. Mas, bom, a gente já viu aí, mais uma vez, a equipe da Team Spirit pegando essa vantagem pra eles. Cara, que loucura. O da Unic não bateu nem nas coisas da equipe da Team Spirit. Como que joga dessa forma, com uma pressão gigantesca. Não consegue, mesmo tendo esse Moscov, estamos caminhando para 10 minutos de partida. E, cara, a equipe da Team Spirit pode fechar isso aqui com tranquilidade. A diferença de gold é 8k. Que isso aí,
nossa, explodido! Sal ainda cai, ele não consegue utilizar o ultimate. O Lorde vem, que mole que deu ali o Sal, hein? Não conseguiu nem flechar, nem ultimate, nem nada. Confiou no dano, acabou sendo explodido. O Lorde vem batendo nessa torre. 10 minutos e 23, a torre cai. Super Minions abertos na rota do meio. Que vantagem traz a equipe da Team Spirit. Onic não consegue responder, Didi. Pegaram essa aqui em cima do sarro. É uma kill importante pra tirar um pouco dessa pressão. E simplesmente eles entraram na base de qualquer jeito. Não tinha mais, quer dizer, tinha passiva, mas eles ignoraram isso e fizeram a play. O Kelra machucado, ele foi pra base. Abate garantido do Zaragoza. Engraçado é que ele não tem ali a regeneração, né? Não, por algum motivo ele não tem, preciso ver a itemização, mas ele não tem praticamente nenhum item que tá dando regeneração pra ele. O que é um pecado a essa altura de jogo ele não ter esse item pra favorecê-lo. Vantagem da Team Spirit, Didi.
Total, não tem um Kelra pra limpar aqui agora, vai ser bem complicado. Caiu as torres laterais, vem agora a equipe da Team Spirit pra focar essa torre do meio, já tira ali aquele escudo e vai estourando a equipe da Onic, tá? A equipe da Team Spirit vai batendo muito, vai tentando alguma coisa por aqui o Rico, mas é complicado. O Rico tá dando muito dano.
Lupit penalizado de novo, vem paralisação pra cima do Kelra. Ele tem que ir pra base, o Keyboy foi forçadamente pra lá. Tem uma catapa e um sonho por ali, tem 3 catapas chegando pra bater na torre. Super Minions abertos na rota do meio. Tá faltando 2 ali pra equipe da Onic. A equipe da Team Spirit se coloca inteira dentro da base, abate garantido pra cima do Lupit. É Rico quem pega. De novo na dupla eliminação, mas Kid Bomba fez a boa. Eles simplesmente paralisam na base. Não tem muito o que fazer a não ser cair. É quase um ace, é ace nas mãos da Team Spirit. Tá lá na trocação por aqui, deu a boa e a lógica aconteceu. 2-0 no placar, Didi. Que isso?
Que loucura, mulher do céu. Segura a mãe do Kid Bomba, porque ela dá aquela ali, tanta emoção, cara. A equipe da Team Spirit realmente vem com uma grandeza gigante, coloca 2-0 em cima da grande Onic. E os torcedores da Onic tá um semblante tenebroso de derrota.
Olha isso.
E eu vou te falar, hein? A derrota ainda nem aconteceu assim por completo, né? Ainda falta. E tem aí uma chance pra voltar pro jogo a equipe da Onic. Tem mais um mapa. Mas mesmo assim eles seguem trocados ali com o resultado da partida. A equipe da Team Spirit vem sendo superior aqui, tá?
Caramba, é inacreditável.
Primeira vez da história que vai pra final, assim, 2 times Team Spirit versus a equipe da Young. Ia ser da hora, tá?
Cara, pra mim aqui é sonho, tá? Estou
aqui é um
torcendo,
passinho, tá?
eu estou torcendo e quero 3-0, que se concretize o meu sonho, porque eles precisam disso para crescer ainda mais no cenário. Tá lá, ó. Você acompanha aí 2-0 no placar para a equipe da Team Spirit. A gente volta já já com a próxima abertura de draft, DJ.
Fechou.
Understanding of power spikes, just the identity of Spirit here from EECA, something that we've been talking about for EECA, and this pickup, my goodness, Onyx had a shot, they were like, let's pray for Kelra, and Spirit shut those prayers down instantly with Zaur and his magic.
Man, the mythical beasts here. Crazy stuff. We have to throw it back to the panel to break this down for you. It's LaFell Nicer and of course Rain Day to teach you what just happened.
Oh my God. I actually don't know if Zaur Egoist has died yet. I think that might be 2 games in a row that he has not died. And this time on the Harley, putting on a clinic into the dismay of the Indonesian fans of Onyx, not only here in the building, but to the elation of that woman right there, Kid Bomba's mom, front and center, excited to see her son one step away from a guaranteed $500,000. Welcome back to the studio. Rain Day, Naisu, LaFell. Gentlemen, what do we got to say? EECA on the verge of history, but we saw that in our first series, and it wasn't over after 2.
Hey, you know, it's great for Team Spirit. I'm hoping it's not a sweep here but something's got to change. And I don't know if it's the family buff out there for Team Spirit, but they just gave it to Onyx, and it was across the board. And yes, Zaur Egoist was amazing here. The burst damage, I think even Lutby again is still wondering just how fast or how fast that happened. But Kid Bomba is just making so much impact from now game to game. We talked about his Sora in the game 1, and now look at this, the Barretts that he was able to do. He himself zoned out most of Onyx.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Team Spirit didn't change, right? The heroes changed, sure, but in terms of how they approach the fights, it's all the same. Like, during the draft, I feel like we're going to be seeing it a little bit later on, but Onyx, they ban out the Paquito, but now they're like, wait, hold on. The Paquito was a problem, but Bomba, man. Because the thing about the Barats, he basically has a winning matchup against everything in the current meta. Well, at least, you know, meta picks.
I mentioned, and I don't know, I mean, listen, the Atlas has worked and not worked. It's obviously high prio, but it paired with the Barats, it just feels like too much. Too much you have to avoid.
Not just that.
And the Eudora.
I was going to say, again, Sunset Lover. I don't know what it is about this pick, this Eudora, but he doesn't have to change it unless Onyx forces the change.
Look at the damage dealt by Keyboy and Kyrie. That, again, shows how much that they are not involved in this game. So, Team Spirit, Kid Bomba kind of like 1v4 and then let Sunset Lover, Sao, and maybe even Zaur Egoist just to be like, make sure Keyboy is not here. Let's make sure that Loopy is also a non-factor, because I feel like that's going to be the main part of his analysis, which is there's no front line for Onyx.
That's the hard part about it, because now back-to-back games, we've seen Keyboy really struggle, right? He is known as being a roamer to set things up for the team. He's had so many amazing plays in his career, but we're seeing the struggle now, back-to-back games. And so usually when that's happening, when the roamer is struggling and having a really difficult time at trying to set things up, you really have to count on your XP laner, right? We're seeing the exact opposite, the contrast to that between Sao and Kid Bomba. So it's like, what are you going to do for Onyx to allow that to actually happen? It's got to be Lutby and Keyboy to kind of figure that out, you know, and the rest of Onyx to make this happen, not just in the draft, but obviously the execution.
I know you're going to look at the draft. You're probably going to look at the game, LaFell. I can't even remember who was first banned, first picked, or what the changes were. Was it Selena that was taken out earlier? Are they looking at mid? So I think that's an interesting thing, too. Where did they start to shift their attention? Break down what you were looking at and how you analyze game 2.
So, first...
Oh,
thank you. So,
I got you.
So first of all, we're going to be looking at the draft here, and we're going to talk about how, honestly, things didn't change that much, because you guys are my fellow Americans. I'll explain in language that you guys understand. Right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Imagine this is
July 4th.
Imagine this is American football, right?
Yeah.
Over here,
field goal.
Over here, we got the quarterback, and over here, we got the running back.
Okay.
Now, here's the problem, like, when we're looking at Team Spirit, Kid Bomba, doesn't matter what hero he's using, he's the middle linebacker. He's always disrupting the play, always going for a blitz, either honestly, mostly for the running back, because he knows.
You watch a lot of football.
I'm so surprised you know the positions. What's going on here?
I always have a lot of useless information. I just have to figure out how to use it, right? So either ways, back to the point here again. As the linebacker, he knows the read that it's always going to be a running play. It's never going to be a pass. So it makes it easy for Team Spirit here, where these two deal with the glue, and then that's it. That's your job. That's it. Keep Bomba, everyone else. But it's going to be easy because he just has this single target, because in lane, he's already dealt with this Esmeralda. And honestly, the clips aren't much. The clips is just how it's just Team Spirit basically outplaying Onyx multiple times. And it looks like Onyx, they're stuck in a rut where they're like, we're not used to the opponents responding faster than us, because there's two bad things happening here. First of all, Kid Bomba got a catch here, but then just a bit unlucky where Sawa was able to stun two members of Onyx. We're gonna see here. Okay, I think it was already passed, but also in behind, we can see that Sunset Lover was almost caught by Sans, and then incredible reaction speed, able to get out of it. And same as the second clip, it's just that Sunset Lover had amazing reaction time. So it really is just a situation where Onyx roughly understands what to do, but opponents already see it coming, so they're able to respond.
That was good.
I mean, football analysts as well. Maybe EWC next year as Madden or something.
I mean, like, you guys are Americans. I thought it would be appropriate if I be, you know.
This is a cheer for America right here. No, just kidding. That's a cheer because we see Onyx coming back out on stage alongside Team Spirit. Naisu, the question now is, how do you adapt? Because you do have to deal with what I think was quite eloquently put from Yangon Galacticos coaches, just wisdom, just like what is showing up, what can I lean into? I don't have all the answers, but what am I feeling? What's going on in this game? And it's certainly that Kelra hasn't gotten off to a good start. Keyboy is struggling. Kid Bomba's too dominant. Zour Egoist hasn't died. Those are the things you're just trying to figure out. What's the holy plan that can come down to solve all these problems at once?
You have to basically just kind of reset. I mean, every time we've seen a team in this, position, backs against the wall, you're literally facing elimination up to this point. The best teams out there reset quickly, and I know the coaching staff behind Onyx is able to go ahead and help them accomplish that. Again, these players have so much experience in this position in the past, but you have to focus on where you can. And like I said, XP and Rome between Lutby and Keyboy are big cornerstones to that, because every single time that we've seen Onyx make a big comeback or a possible reverse sweep, it's usually starting there and then allowing the rest of the team to kind of shine from there. I mean, their drafts haven't been bad or anything like that.
No.
They haven't been terrible. It's just more so they're getting, honestly, outplayed by Team Spirit.
And maybe the issue is that they haven't dealt with the Paquito, so now they're forcing a ban on it. If they could kind of force a ban towards the EXP side of things and put Bomba, but then they brought out the Sora last pick, and that wasn't banned, and you can't really ban Sora and Paquito. You're opening so much stuff up. This is going to be tough. What do you guys think in chat as well? I know we have some online coaches. I won't say backseat coaches because this is no seat. But let me just say, if there is an idea, what do you think they should do? I know the conversation will continue along Reddit and all the comment sections. However, we want to let you know that there are other games going on, although maybe not as hype as this. This has been the place to be for sure. Must-see competition is what MSC now stands for, thanks to LaFell. Let's check over to Stage 4's Alliance Vault and have Milos give us an update on what's going on with Street Fighter, who is in France this week.
All my friends, a quick check-in from the Alliance Vault here, Street Fighter 6. I got my homeboy over here, Mr. Rob Television. My friend, I've been hearing stories about what's been happening here on stage because Xiaohai is out and Blaz is out, the two finalists from last year.
Brother, you know that was amazing. We hosted it last year. It was a legendary grand finals. Both of them not only out, they went 0-2. They did not win a single match here. That's how insane the level of competition here is. But this one is shaping up to be a classic. Right now, we are in the top 16. We're in the playoffs phase, and everyone who makes it out here is going to make it to the finals day. We're in the next on the second group right now, and so far the results have been unpredictable, bro.
Who's been looking good so far?
Oh,
is Punk
my
still
goodness.
in?
Okay.
Did he sit down?
Punk Oh, did he sit down this time and make sure he was locked in? Well, he did make sure he sat down, but unfortunately, he had to sit down for good as far as this tournament because even the Alpha himself went 0-2 in this event. But as far as somebody that's looking good, a player to look out for, Cryme from Chile, only 15 years old, and he is representing Team Falcons here. From Chile, that young, and he has already made his way all the way to the top 8, taking out Titans. It's one of the beautiful things about Street Fighter, bro, the generations. You have a 15-year-old playing against a 40-year-old.
That are literally decades in between players in here. It's an OG game, if anything, in terms of competition. Thank you very much, my good friend Rob.
Appreciate you.
Oh, man, it's good to see what's been going on all over EWC. I'll send it back.
Well, thank you for that update, Rob and Milos. Cool to see what's happening in Paris, France. If you're just joining us, MSC has been historic, and it's been historic in several ways. Not only are we not seeing a Filipino team in a grand finals since what feels like the beginning of time, we now have a chance to potentially see the first grand final entry for a team from EWCA. And you could tell by the faces of the Onyx fans, they know this is more than a reality. It might even be a probability. But that's why we have LaFell and Naisu with me here on the desk, because they're so smart. They can help us figure out how there might be a chance to claw this one back from Indonesia and Onyx side. And if they can, well, what does it look like?
Well, last series, we found ourselves in this position too. We ended up seeing, you know, Falcons get a couple games under the belt, eventually go to a game 5. Hopefully we have the case here for this, you know, hopefully we can extend the series, because right now I think Onyx really needs to dig deep here on what to change, what to pull through, because I don't know, man, the momentum and the way that Team Spirit is playing looks really scary. It's really worrying going into this one. Match point now for Team Spirit if you're on it, because what do you do?
LaFell, it's like an oxygen tank, and you see it start blinking red, and you know you're too far away from home to refill. How do you handle a moment like this where survival's the only thing on your mind?
Yeah, either under the ocean or high up in space.
Yeah.
Having that little oxygen makes it difficult for you to think, because that's how your brain functions. It needs oxygen for you to really process things. This is a very interesting way, though, to start off. They're batting out the Harley here, where Zara Egoist, just like you said, has not died so far. So they're trying to take that out. And I feel like the big problem here is that, do they go for the first pick Barats?
Are they going to go Harara themselves again? They've been on blues. Okay, they do. They're not going to change it up.
I'm just worried Team Spirit picks up the Barats, which instant pick, by the way.
Instantly picked. And the Atlas again, which works so well.
And the problem is, you pick up the Barats, he's going to stomp all over you.
Does Onyx take the Eudora here? Because if Sunset Lever gets this Eudora, man, I don't know.
Okay, good and bad. It's good to deny, but also it doesn't do much against the Barats as well as the Atlas. I mean, like, they can stun.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Take it. Like, at least that gives space for Keyboy. That's kind of all you really need. Let Keyboy play the game. Do you not like your homeboy?
Well, I hope so, man. I hope Keyboy can play the game, because right now they're going to go ahead and take this Harith. And I'd love to see if they do take the Eudora right now, because I just expect that to be the answer. They'll lock in the Belric.
Okay, so now the Barats can stomp on them. I hope this Belric can stomp them.
But is this going...
I hope
is he going to go XP or is he going to go Rome?
I think it's got to go Rome.
It's got to go Rome.
Oh,
Isun Shin.
Okay, YSS.
We're starting to see this develop a little bit more, where we're seeing some of the flex happen later on in the gold lanes.
Yeah.
And in the Rome. And that's kind of, but this time, you have the Atlas exposed already, so it's the mid that they're kind of flexing. Which, I mean, having played Eudora, is it really a flex? And she's still open?
Team Spirit is just playing position 1 for Zhao. He's going to be kind of the only one with good range to end the game.
Yeah.
Everyone else just keep on fighting.
Is this like one of those things where it's just like, you know what, funnel the YSS if you can, and maybe also Sunset Lovers like, guys, I want to play something else, right?
I'm getting bored, man. Let me take a risk.
I don't mind a Valentina game.
Either Valentina or maybe Jushin's still open. Like, he could still, I don't know if he's going to want to pick that or not. Again, there's so many choices that Sunset Lover can actually go with. And, the mere fact that you've basically seen him on one hero for the most part, it's like, what does he have? Maybe there's a pocket pick even that Sunset Lover has here, but just they're already really covering the grounds well. They'll take out the XP options right now just to cover the bases. Like I said, we have seen the Belric go in the XP lane, but let's just say this is Keyboy's Belric. Now, what do you go from here? They are honing in on those choices for gold lane even, but we could potentially, I don't know, maybe we see Hiko pick up a fighter himself because, I mean, they bailed out the Freya. The Paquito's gone. What's left in fighter territory for gold lane?
That is a good point. Selena also available after being banned every game, and that could be something that Sunset Lover's okay swapping up to Lafell.
That's a good Alice ban. Because I was thinking of something like an Alice or Yuzong, because at this point, you got to win the lane against Kit Bomba, or at least make it so that he doesn't secure the first EXP crap. That's how you win the lane against Kit Bomba, and then after that, you got to start chasing either Zhao Egoist or Sunset Lover. At that point, I feel like Loopy has to do what Kit Bomba has been doing, and 1v3 or 1v4. If he cannot do that, that's GG. Spirit's going to end the game.
They have to. I was wondering if it'd be a gold lane ban, at least to maybe take out the Klon or something, but they do take out Sunset Lover's Eudora. He just gets the Valentina anyway. I almost expected Valentina to be picked up for Onyx because you're playing against the Atlas here, but this is going to be a little bit different. Now these last two picks will sort of paint the destiny of Onyx throughout MSC right now. This is so crucial for them because these first 3 picks, not much difference, right, than what we've seen so far. But how do you supplement that main problem we're talking about? Loopy especially needs to help Keyboy in this game 3 to set things up for the rest.
Again, he just needs to win the lane. This Valentina pick, well, they pick up a Gord here, so I think that's how they're going to deal with Kit Bomba, have a shred. But then for the EXP, they're going to pick up the Hylos.
Interesting.
Either Hylos or Bellic can go to the EXP. It's not that bad because Barats is slow, but still. Onyx is taking a risk here with their draft. But, hey, c'est la vie.
It's a bit of a risk when you guys aren't even sure about how it's going to work. And the Burks and Clint come in.
Spirit is also taking a chance here because they have 2 scalers in the Clint as well as the Yeast and Shin. So the moment Onyx is able to win the first 2 turtles, they start controlling the jungle. That's going to be it. Onyx is going to win the game.
Yeah. If Team Spirit wants to win this with this lineup, they have to essentially do what they did the previous 2 games, really set things up by layering it. But they have some vision to play around with. Again, a Valentina too to help things set up even more, depending on if you take the Glorious Pathway or the Wrath of the Dryad. So I don't know, a lot of ways that Team Spirit can utilize this lineup.
But could it be enough for Onyx? This could be their last chance, their last game at MSC. It could send them home from Paris, but a chance at the grand finals remains as long as they keep winning. It's up to Team Spirit to book their ticket and do it for EECA. It's time for Mirko and Gideon to get us to what could be our final game.
Galera, estamos de volta para ver qual que vai ser o desenrolar dessa série de MD5. Equipe da Única aqui perdendo para a equipe da Team Spirit por 2-0. E será que a Única agora pode ser o último jogo? Retorna? Sei, vamos ver, hein? Composição por aqui já rolando. A telinha para vocês já viram aí em Sushi, na mão do Zaragoshi. Tivemos aí o 69 trazendo essa Valentina também. Rico vem com esse Clint do outro lado. O Sanji prefere trazer esse God. E vamos ver como que vai ser aqui. Mais uma vez, Kairi com essa Hihari. Vamos ver se agora ele encaixa.
Penalidade pra cima do Sunset Lover, abate garantido nas mãos dele, encaixou Didi, pelo menos a primeira kill veio pra ele. Sal vai sendo penalizado por ali, ele não tem mais o que fazer, olha o controle que aplica ali a equipe da TS, ou da Onyx. 2 abates nas mãos de quem fica esses abates? É nas mãos do homem. O Kairi começa cedo e lembra da última série, quando nós duvidamos da capacidade cognitiva, mental e positiva como player. Ele foi lá e pegou aquela Fanny e devastou o jogo. Já começa a querer crescer demais, olha o Kairi! A torcida vibra, 3 abates nas mãos desse gigante, é impossível, Didi.
Será que o Kairi aqui muda o estilo e o resultado que tá tendo a equipe da Onyx? Kairi que tava muito forte também na primeira partida, ficou 7/0 com essa rara, mas mesmo assim não conseguiu virar muito não. E aqui pode ser que vá para um lado diferente desse jogo. Já o início aqui foi bem avassalador.
Aí complicou, hein? Aí complicou a situação para Team Spirit. O que era já uma vantagem acaba se tornando para essa partida aqui um degrau a mais para escalar. Vamos ver se vai funcionar bem. Por enquanto, 2 minutos e 8. Tá aí, doutrinando a equipe da Onyx. O Kairi, né? Vamos dizer sincero. Olha aqui, vai sendo a passagem. Bem-vindo, Daytona. Aproximou por aqui, Zaragoza pegou o abate. Com tranquilidade, o Kiboi parece cair por ali. Se fantar, virar na faixa por aqui, pode ser vantagem dele. Puxada sendo feita por aqui, acaba caindo por ali. O Kid Bomba não tinha que ficar, ele tinha que ter saído fora. E engraçado é que o jogo mudou. De novo por ali, o Zaragoza pegou a tartaruga. Vira na faixa por aqui, o Forças da Man. Vem tentando dar o dano massivo pra cima do Sunset Lover. Ele não tem como sair, acaba caindo. Abate garantido nas mãos do Kara. Vira na parte Lunch por aqui, tentando pegar o Rico fora de posicionamento. O Rico volta pra base. Garante por aqui a pressão, olha só. Vem gastando tudo que tem. Nesse momento se enquadra por aqui o Salvo. Parte pra cima dele, tem ali a captura. Vai fazendo a ligação direta. Tem propulsor aplicado. O Lunchbill vai pra cima dele. Abate garantido nas mãos do Salvo. Já deu uma melhorada, hein?
Essa Onyx aqui já começou com o início bem mais agressivo, indo pra cima, conseguindo pegar vantagem em cima de vantagem. O Sunset Lover já caiu 2 vezes, se eu não me engano. E aqui o Kid Bomba também acaba tomando muito dano, vai tentando reposicionar, o Lump já acaba finalizando ele e o Kairi tá 3/1 nesse momento. Bom, pelo menos ficou com a tartaruga, né? Poderia ter sido pior.
É, tá aí, ó. Complicado meu PC, hein? Não sei porquê, mas tá travando esse bagulho pra mim. Não tá funcionando direito, não. Força da Man por aqui. Bela jogada do Kelra. Pega o abate pra cima do Salvo. Vem trocando por aqui. O Kelra sai no limite da honra, Didi. Complicada a situação para Team Spirit. Ficou sozinho o Rico, gastou o recurso do Flash para se reposicionar. Vem penalização sendo feita para cima do Zeragost. Ele consegue sair, caminho, goleiros aberto pelo Lupt. Sem efetividade por aqui. 3 minutos e 44, Didi. 45, 46.
Estamos em sintonia, tá certo. É isso
Meu
aí.
Jesus amado, tá dando umas travadas monstras aqui. Não sei o que é não, hein?
Eita agora, essa internet tá chute.
Não, pior que tá com 700 mega aqui. Top demais.
Que isso? Não tá sendo suficiente pra carregar esse jogão aí.
Pois é, pesado, jogo pesado. É por isso que tá travando.
Eu tô acreditando que seja isso, não sei, talvez. Ou é o servidor aí mesmo, hein?
Pode ser.
Tá recebendo.
Pode ser, porque tá complicado. Aqui tá funcionando tudo certinho. Vamos ver. Kid Bomba tá ali fazendo proxy. Lump tá um pouco atrasado, vai tentar pegar um pouco mais de informação. Kid Bomba por aqui, agora o Sans tá por ali focado. O Kairi também tá nessa play. Vamos ver como é que vai ser a passagem. Não pode pisar fora da faixa. Kid Bomba, ele tá solo. Puxa por aqui o Purple, vai tentando dar o trabalho pro Kairi. Tartaruga tá sendo feita por ali, rápida jogada da equipe da Team Spirit. Vai respondendo à altura enquanto cobra tempo por aqui o Kid Bomba. Abate pelo Zaragoza. Sal vai sendo penalizado por aqui, não deu tempo nem de sair de lá. Vem Kid Bomba, vai sendo penalizado também. Tem aqui abrindo uma primeira habilidade, o Hylos, o nosso queridíssimo Lutp. Vai pegando o Kid Bomba, ele não sai. Abate garantido nas mãos do Kairi, é o quarto na mesma partida de vai cobrando demais a Oni, que parece que cresceu na fight, hein?
Parece não, assim, cresceu, tá? Em relação a kill, tá tudo certo, mas o que faz o diferencial, faz com que a equipe da Onyx esteja bem mais avançada, era o fator de torres e gold. Não tem, tá? Conseguiu muitos abates, mas mesmo assim não conseguiu transformar isso em vantagem de torre. Mas uma luta acontece por ali, quem é neutralizado e parado é o Kairi, conseguiu uma ótima ligação, um salvo por ali. E é o que eu falei, esse estilo de jogo, de muitas kills, mas que não consegue tirar vantagem em torres e também em farm, não é tão interessante. Eles só estão focando em torre e uma hora ou outra aqui, isso vai dar ruim, igual
A puxada, conseguiu fazer o salvo, uma boa play ali, gastou o recurso do flash com o ultimate, garantiu pelo menos o abate pra cima do Suns. Quem teve sorte de sair com vida foi Gboy, gastou tudo que tinha, gastou inclusive flash. Carol tá em maus lençóis por aqui, vai sendo penalizado, ele tentou forças à mão ofensiva, tentando buscar pra cima do Rico, bem-vindo Daytona, ele utiliza muito bem o purificar por ali, garantiu a sobrevida do Kelra, limite do herói, o que se diz. O Kelra é esperto, Didi.
Claro, ele não tá bobeira não, cara. Ele tá só ali tentando se posicionar da melhor forma possível pra não acabar sendo abatido. Porque com essa força aqui, a equipe da Team Speed ficou um pouco mais solta. E sabe aquilo que eu falei? A equipe da Onyx, ó, consegue abates, consegue ganhar teamfight, mas não consegue transformar em recurso. E recursos sólidos esses. Já a equipe da Team Speed leva a torre do meio, já consegue avançar em relação ao Gold. Então tem que tomar cuidado com essas kills, que a gente tá cansado de saber que kill não ganha o jogo.
É, tá aí, ó. 6 minutos e 40 segundos de partida, o Lorde não, Tartaruga, né? Essa é a terceira Tartaruga do jogo, as duas anteriores ficaram com a T-Spirit. Vai garantindo por aqui um pouco mais de pressão, vem por aqui o Zaragoza fazendo a passagem, Lutp tá tendo visões ali do Sal e companhia. Sunset Lover tá por aqui fazendo a aproximação, pode ser um momento bom de brigar para a equipe da T-Spirit. Vai tentando pegar um pouco mais desse mapa, já tá começando a igualar a fight. Por aqui, por enquanto, vira a Tartaruga diretamente mais uma vez para a equipe da T-Spirit. E aí, meu amigo, 2.3k de gold à frente. A T-Spirit voltou pro jogo, Didi.
E aí, o que adianta você ter um assassino que conseguiu um início muito bom, 8 abates, mas não consegue levar a torre, não consegue sair da frente do ouro? A equipe da Team Spirit sabe lidar muito bem com essa pressão, mesmo caindo, não forçaram, né, de forma errada, esperaram o tempo certo, não deixaram de farmar, cobraram ali em relação a focar nos objetivos. E quando chegou o momento deles, eles foram pra cima, conseguiu finalização e conseguiu transformar essas vantagens em recursos. Então, realmente, aqui a equipe da Team Spirit tá sendo mais superior, tá sendo mais sábia e tá conseguindo puxar essa vantagem agora nesse momento do jogo.
Aí, então, vantagem nas mãos da Team Spirit. Por enquanto, 3.7k de gold crescendo, tá? Bem-vindo Daytona, jogado pra trás, bela jogada, explodiram o Lunch por ali, que de bom fez a play, abate garantido por ele mesmo. Ganha vantagem pra essa torre, Salvo tá por ali, pode brincar, hein? Salvo tem flash, tem ult, se brincar ele vai lá dentro da torre. Mais uma torre cai por aqui, eles vão limpando, parece que é a única apaga. E só o gigante cai e se mantém de pé. Muita pressão da Team Spirit, Didi.
E só o cara sozinho aqui não vai fazer milagre, tá? O cara tem feito ótimas jogadas aqui nessa série, mas é o que eu acabei de comentar. Ele sozinho não vai conseguir segurar toda a pressão de 5 players do outro lado. Portanto, o time precisa começar a juntar e jogar junto com o Kai.
É muita pressão agora, meu amigo. Lorde para 29 segundos, ainda tem jogo. A Onyx tá viva no jogo, mas vem muita Team Spirit sobrando no mapa. Por aqui veio o Sal fazendo a passagem. Kid Bomba tá por ali tentando puxar no propulsor. Lutp já sabe que tá em perigo. Kid Bomba também já sabe que tem perigo ali. Vai trocando só a informação, cada um pro seu time. Fica cada um de um lado, separados apenas pelo elo mortal do ser humano pro player. Vamos ver como é que funciona a entrada do Kara por aqui. Pegando informação do Sal, ele tem flash ult, pode gastar como quiser. Tem Lorde sendo feito agora pela Team Spirit, rapidamente sendo puxado pelo Rico. Vem que boi na parte inferior, tem que de bomba essa visão. Invisibilidade aplicada pra ele, ele vai pra cima do Sans por ali, tentando pegar um pouco mais de proximidade. Por aqui garante a pressão pra cima do Lunch, ele não consegue clicar, o Lorde vai sendo abatido. É um momento tenso, tenta entrar que boi por aqui, vantagem nas mãos do Zaragoza. Sem contestação, apenas o tremor da equipe da Onyx que não consegue chegar a esse Lorde, Didi.
Rapaz, essa série que eu achava que a Onyx ia, sei lá, tirar pelo menos o mapa, mas parece que o cenário aqui é outro. Porque a dominância que tem a equipe da Team Spirit é sensacional. E só decisões sábias, sabe controlar muito bem todo o jogo, vai pra cima no time certo, faz os objetivos na zona, assim, sem zona de perigo, né? Sem se expor demais. Então, realmente, é uma Team Spirit que vem focada no que quer, que é garantir a vaga pra grande final. E aqui eles estão a um passinho, a gente pode dizer nesse momento, um passinho de ir pra ir. De ser a segunda finalista aí do MSC. E vem com tudo, tá? Vem batendo pra trazer pressão em cima da equipe da Onyx.
Ó, o Jorge Darling perguntou se a gente transmite todos os campeonatos. Aqui no Gaules, só o MSC, mas nas páginas oficiais de Mobile Legends tem sempre os campeonatos lá da comunidade. E também os oficiais. Por aqui, Salvo vem fazendo a passagem, ele vem garantindo pressão, garante a torre por aqui, o Zaragoza leva com tranquilidade. Lorde vem batendo diretamente na linha de cristal, Carol está em maus lençóis, garante por aqui os Super Minions abertos na rota. Team Spirit está gigante no mapa, Didi. Era uma precisão que a Onyx tinha e confiado demais no Kairi. E ele fez o papel dele, tá aí, ó, tentando levar o time da Onyx à vitória, mas tá difícil. Vem choque da montanha por aqui, Zaragoza abre muito bem, Lutch vai sendo penalizado, vem por aqui a puxada sendo feita, Sal tá vivo, garantem por aqui mais pressão e mais pressão, e a Onyx vai ficando pequenininha perante ao gigante Kid Bomba, Didi.
Isso aqui não é jogo solo não, é jogo onde você precisa do 5 versus 5, então como eu já falei, Kari não vai carregar esse jogo nas costas. O time acabou, Kari teve muito bom, pegou os abates importantes, mas o time não acompanhou, o time ficou pra trás, não neutralizou a equipe da Team Spirit, deixou eles farmando, e agora tá sentindo a força e a vontade da Team Spirit de ganhar essa série. Desde o início, a equipe da Team Spirit vem trazendo muitas lutas bem colocadas e num jogo limpo. Mais uma vez, é pra cima do história.
Olha a pressão. Lutch tá sendo pressionado por aqui. Saul não consegue fazer mais nada. Lutch vai pagando a conta. Ele cai. Rico pega o abate pra cima dele na pancada. Na base da ultimate. Saul faz uma boa play por aqui. O Kiboi acabou sobrando. Pode virar uma fight positiva pra Onyx. Cai por aqui o Saul. Kairi pegou mais um abate. Ele é gigante, Didi. Vem pressão no mid lane. Kairi faz uma boa. Pega um abate. Ainda tá viva no jogo a Onyx.
Tá respirando ali por aparelhos. O Kairi mais uma vez consegue um foco muito crucial aqui em cima do... Consegue pegar esse combate. Dá uma segurada nesse avanço da equipe da Team Spirit, mas acho que não vai impactar tanto, até porque foi o Selva. A gente já vê agora o Lorde surgindo em 15 segundos, a rotação da equipe da Team Spirit é de pressão. Tem esses minions a favor deles nessa rota do meio para trazer, né, essa pressão a mais. E agora já vai rotacionando em volta desse Lorde. A gente tem o posicionamento do Killboy ali pra pegar a visão, já um pouco mais avançado. Vamos ver como que vai se portar a equipe da Onyx aqui, se eles vão contestar ou não. Acredito eu que é a última chance da equipe da Onyx pra tentar fazer alguma coisa.
Exatamente, caminho glorioso aberto por ali, vamos ver como é que vai ser a entrada, passa por ali o Lutch, acaba sobrando sozinho, Kiboi acaba pagando a conta, ele é puxado pra trás, abate garantido, não! Abate não foi garantido, ele utilizou muito bem tudo que tinha por ali, inclusive o recurso do Flash, gastou muito recurso a equipe da TS pra fazer esse Lorde, hein? Só tem pouca coisa pra utilizar, mas o Zaragoza tem o caçar, vem na fight por ali, o suficiente pra fazer a boa, Didi.
E cara, a mãe do Kid Bomb está em prantos ali na torcida, toda a torcida da equipe do Team Spirit, eufóricos para a finalização desse jogo o quanto antes, porque é como eu comentei, gente, é um passinho para ser uma das finalistas aí do MSC e realmente é um momento muito lindo que vai viver na equipe do Team Spirit, porque a gente sabe que esse time vem evoluindo há muito tempo, né, vem trazendo uma sinergia e agora, mais uma vez, eles vêm se destacando aqui no MSC. E será que agora chegou o momento da equipe da Team Spirit se consagrar aí num posicionamento válido à empresa? Porque eles jogam muito e eles são mais vencedores. Mas bom, contra a Onyx, hein? A Onyx agora vai tomar essa pressão na rota do meio.
Tome pressão, vem pra cima por aqui a Team Spirit, pode querer finalizar o jogo, vai limpando a lateral por aqui, Zaragoza e companhia. Sunset Lover faz a boa pra derrubar a torre, vem pressão pra cima do Lutch, ele tá embaixo da torre, puxada sendo feita, o Sarro faz uma boa jogada, bate garantido nas mãos do Rico, dupla eliminação aí, meu amigo. Vai ficando complicado, o Kairi resiste, mas sozinho não dá, sobra só ele e a vida, eles partem pra cima, esse nas mãos da equipe da Team Spirit, a Onyx está eliminada. GG! Team Spirit 3-0 no placar, pode comemorar, está na final, Dina!
É isso aí, olha a torcida da Onyx, parece estar num velório, porque aqui morre a Onyx nessa competição. A Onyx não conseguiu, assim, diga-se de passagem, uma performance muito boa nesse MSC, mas já do outro lado a equipe da Team Spirit veio no seu melhor momento. Que caminhada, que história, tira a equipe da Onyx num 3-0 limpo, tá? Não deixou a Onyx vir pra essa série, não deixou a Onyx jogar e não teve torcida pra Onyx hoje porque não teve vitória.
Que amasso! Que amasso! Que amasso que sofreu aí a equipe da Onyx. Justo, eu diria que sim. Não deixaram a mãe do Kid Bomba entrar ali, hein? Você viu que o segurança barrou ela?
O segurança já foi, segura
Ele barrou ela, segura essa maluca aí.
Segura essa mulher, deixa eu levar de pau.
Ela foi barrada, mas aí felicidades à parte. Team Spirit concretiza aquilo que eu falei no começo, está preparada, 3-0. no que pra mim é o melhor time de Mobile Legends de todos os tempos, tá? Com exceção ao time do King Kong e companhia, que aquele lá é pesado. Mas é Onyx, de qualquer forma. Então, pra mim, é o melhor time aqui da atualidade. A Onyx acaba sucumbindo ao poder da Team Spirit, que foi avassaladora, massacrante e não deu espaço pra ninguém brilhar. Exceto o Kairi, que na final ainda teve, nesse suspiro final, ainda teve uma genialidade de tentar segurar tudo com ele. A responsabilidade toda acabou não dando certo. 3-0 pra Team Spirit é uma loucura! E a torcida da Onyx se cala, Didi.
Cara, é triste, porque eu diria que o Kairi, o restante do time da Onyx não tá à altura do Kairi.
Ô, louco, Didi.
Realmente ele tá... Cara, você vê, o menino tá tentando, mas não tem follow-up, não tem nada. Parece que ele sozinho não faz nada, cara. Andorinha sozinho não faz verão. E aqui nesses jogos a gente sentiu muito isso. Em outros jogos também, onde a Onyx tava pressionada, foi o cara que chamou na responsabilidade. Então isso dificultou muito o jogo. Os times acabaram ficando bastante apagados. E com isso a gente vê outros nomes surgindo, tá? Outros grandes nomes surgindo aí. E história sendo feita. Temos aí os grandes finalistas, né? Final montada, que será amanhã, tá? Vai começar a partir das 6 horas da manhã. E temos sim a equipe da Team Spirit versus a equipe da Young.
Inacreditável, vivi pra ver isso. Obrigado, Team Spirit, pela força que você me deu. Estou contente com o resultado, independente de quem seja campeão. Aqui pra mim é uma das finais mais esperadas. Eu sou muito fã desse cara do lado esquerdo da Rose aí, do lado direito do seu visor. Eu sou fã desse cara desde muito tempo atrás. É muito bom pra mim ver ele chegando onde chegou agora. Pra mim aqui é a realização de sonho, tanto pessoal pra eles, mas pra mim também é muito bom ver eles assim.
Aquilo que pra nós que acompanhamos aí o competitiva, né? A gente vê a história, né? Desde o início a gente vê aqueles jogadores que acabam tendo um diferencial, tendo um destaque, né? Desde quando ele apareceu, desde o Mundial, ele sempre foi um jogador que traz muita responsabilidade, sabe se posicionar muito bem, é um exemplo de mid-lane, então com certeza muito merecedor ver ele aí numa grande final de uma competição do porte do MSC. Bom, e é isso, né? A gente entrega aqui essas semifinais de hoje e saímos daqui preparados e prontos, porque amanhã tem a grande final.
Exatamente, ficamos por aqui então. Até amanhã às 6 horas da manhã. Aguardamos vocês. Obrigado pelo carinho, obrigado pela presença e por tudo que vocês servem pra nós. Tamo junto, Didi. É nóis.
É nóis, amanhã estamos aí.